He tried to warn me, but he didn't get the chance to finish. This is the warning he never finished. I wasn't supposed to survive that flight. I remember the small things first, the hum of the engines, the dim cabin lights, the way he smiled when he offered me the window seat. A stranger with warm eyes and an easy voice, the kind of man you trust without asking why. We talked for 30 minutes. That was all it took. 30 minutes to tell him things I'd never told anyone. 30 minutes to feel like meeting him meant something. Then the plane dropped. Screams tore through the cabin. Oxygen masks fell. The world tilted into chaos as we plunged through the night. He held my hand. His voice was almost lost in the roar when he leaned close and said, "There's something I need to tell you. Look out for." He never finished. Months later, they call me a miracle, the only survivor. I've tried to start over, new apartment, new routines, a life that looks normal from the outside. But the truth is, I never really left that plane. It followed me. In every shadow, every sudden noise, every moment I feel like someone is watching me. Then the notes begin. It should have been you. You weren't meant to survive. I try to tell myself it's grief, trauma, survivor's guilt, twisting my mind into something I don't recognize. But these messages know things they shouldn't. About the flight, about the man, about the warning he never finished. And the more I try to remember what he was going to say, the more one terrifying possibility takes hold. That crash wasn't an accident, and whatever he was trying to warn me about, it's still out there, watching, waiting, making sure this time I don't escape. Prologue. JFK, Airport, Brooklyn, New York, June 2024. Freedom, 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 freedom. The old song is blasting in my headphones as I follow the other passengers deeper into the belly of the plane. Some are already nestled comfortably in their seats, headphones on, typing away on their laptops. Others, likely tourists based on their I Heart NY t-shirts, are chattering away excitedly as they push their bags into the overhead storage. I excuse my way further down the aisle, weighed down by my own bag and also by over 20 pounds of Kona, my miniature Australian shepherd, tucked into an airline-approved carrier and dangling off my other shoulder. Her nose is in overdrive, sniffing and huffing through the carrier mesh. Everything hums. Vibrates with the noise of engines and voices, adding to my excitement. I can't help but tap my foot in time with the music as I check seat numbers against the ticket in my hand. 13E. Would have freaked other people out, but not this girl. I've always been the opposite of superstitious. My favorite holiday is Halloween. I fall asleep to the sounds of someone being dismembered on Netflix. I guess when you're young, death is something so distant. Even close encounters with it don't feel like such. 13E? I hear through the music, my headphones automatically muted. Realizing that I'm standing at my assigned row, I smile brightly at the middle-aged man rising to allow me into the middle seat of the right row. I hate middle seats, but hey, let's admit it, they're the cheapest. Now, you would think that working as a therapist in a boutique clinic in downtown Brooklyn would pay well, but the infamous NYC prices devour what little you have left after paying your astronomical rent. I'm just about to put Kona's carrier under the seat in front of me, as per the airline's regulations, when the woman sitting in 13F snaps her magazine sharply and blocks the space under the seat with her foot. Oh no, 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 no! Her voice rises over the hum of the cabin, her entire posture growing militant in a second. Bright lipstick, caked in the corners of her mouth, twists into a disgusted snarl as she nudges at Kona's carrier with the tip of her worn sneaker. You're not putting that in here. I bristle at once. drawing Kona's carrier near myself in a protective gesture. "Ma'am, I would appreciate it if you didn't touch my dog," I say, hoping to keep my voice level. "I have checked with the airline before purchasing the ticket, and she's allowed in the cabin as long as she remains in the carrier for the duration of the flight, which she will." The woman advances further, now resting her knee in what was supposed to be my seat. I notice a few heads turn curiously toward us. Ah, yes, here it is. The infamous airplane entertainment, provided free of charge, with a Karen starring. "Animals belong in the back, in the luggage compartment. I have allergies," the Karen claims, adding a sniffle to stress her point. "Bad enough I have to have a layover in this city. I am not sitting next to a dirty dog for the next 4 hours. I have Benadryl with me," my neighbor from 13D offers helpfully, just to draw more ire from the Karen. "Why do I have to put drugs in my body to accommodate her?" Her voice rises higher. "It's her," she jabs a finger at me, "who chose to bring a dirty animal on the plane. She should accommodate the others." "The dog looks cleaner than you," a man quips from the row behind without tearing his eyes off his phone screen. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." "Here, put the mask on for your sniffles, lady." A woman with a heavy Brooklyn accent is helpfully dangling a disposable one in the air. "You're not muzzling me with that," the Karen shrieks, more incensed by the mask suggestion than the man's previous comment. To my growing discomfort, row by row, the rest of the cabin joins in. From the corner of my eye, I see some passengers whipping their phones out to film the unraveling scene. Great. A fabulous beginning to the vacation I've been dreaming of for over 2 years. Alerted by the growing altercation, a flight attendant in a smart white blouse and a blue scarf around her neck approaches us. "Is there a problem?" I try to explain the issue, but the Karen screeches over me the entire time, her voice drowned only by the taunts of those on Kona's side, which is pretty much the entire cabin. "Look, I can sit in the back," I try to tell the flight attendant, over the woman's exchange of insults with someone from the right row. "Or, if you don't have the seats, I can take the next flight. You can sit next to me, in business class. I happen to love dogs." We all turn to the slightly accented voice that somehow commands respect. The entire cabin grows silent, eyes riveted to the stranger. My mouth drops of its own accord once I catch sight of him. A strikingly attractive man in his early 30s, with dark hair and stubble accentuating his razor-sharp jawline, inked arms peeking out from his loose-fitting shirt, and eyes you can get lost in for days. And he's smiling at me, hand outstretched for Kona's carrier. "I'll take it," he says to the flight attendant, offering her the same dazzling smile. As if under a spell, she smiles back and steps away so he can grab the carrier's handle. He hoists it effortlessly to his shoulder, winking at my pup through the mesh window. "I hear they serve steak today. You're gonna love it." His slight accent I can't quite place rolls off his tongue like honey, warm and inviting. I feel a rush of heat spread through my cheeks, unable to suppress the smile that breaks across my face. He doesn't acknowledge the suddenly mute woman from 13F with a single glance. Me? I'm petty. I grin at her over my shoulder as I make my way to business class. "Enjoy your flight, ma'am." The rest of the cabin giggles conspiratorially. Someone in the back even claps. Sure, it's not an imposition. My smile drops as soon as we cross into first class. I suddenly wish I was wearing something fancier than yoga pants and my old NYU sweatshirt. I really could sit in the back. I catch myself self-consciously smoothing my dark hair as soon as I move my headphones from my neck to my now free hand. "Don't be silly. I always buy 2 seats so I can work in peace, but I'm more than happy to share with such a sweet pup and their parent. Would you like to sit at the window?" he asks, gesturing to 2 seats the nearest to the aisle occupied with a laptop and a worn backpack. "We only have one planet." The pin on its flap reads, oddly out of place here, among people already sipping champagne with bored expressions about them. I travel for work all the time and will be on my laptop the entire time anyway. Seems a waste of a good window. "Really?" I beam at him. "Thanks, yeah, that would be great. The last time I flew somewhere was over 2 years ago. I do miss the view." "Graduation year?" he asks sympathetically, and after tucking Kona away, he gestures to my sport bag. "Let me help you with that." "Thank you." I surrender it so he can arrange it in the overhead compartment and climb closer to the window. Feeling safe and welcome once again, Kona is grinning at me happily from under the front seat, her pink tongue smooshed against the mesh of the carrier. "And you're off by just a couple of years. I was incredibly lucky to land a job right out of the gate, but I'm paying the price. This is my first vacation in 2 years. My manager wants us to be on call pretty much 24/7. Ouch." He makes a sympathetic face as he takes the seat next to me. "Sorry to hear that. Your boss is different, I take it?" "You can say that." He closes his MacBook for a second to show me a logo I've never seen. Elev Infinity, or Elevate, with the number 8 flipped horizontally to form a sign for infinity, if I'm reading it correctly. "We are the first in our kind, offering sustainable aviation solutions to major companies who still give a damn about their carbon footprint." Okay, now that explains the backpack pin and the whole bohemian vibe he's sporting. Explains the ability to buy 2 seats in first class just for work in comfort's sake. "Or," he continues, "who wish to curry favor with their customers, who are thankfully growing progressively more concerned with climate change and their role in it. I'm Leandro, by the way." He offers me his hand. Unfamiliar symbols are inked into the skin of his long, graceful fingers. He's wearing several rings, but no wedding band. Don't ask me why I noticed. "Jess." I take his hand in mine and feel a jolt of electricity coursing through my veins. "Nice to meet you." "Likewise." After a second of hissing, the pilot's voice comes through the intercom. Following a quick introduction, he explains that the departure will be delayed by a few minutes. Through my window, I see a couple of men in reflective vests checking something atop the wing. "We covered what I do." Leandro's voice pulls me back into the cabin. "Do you mind sharing what you do, Jess?" "Nothing as fancy as you. I'm just your regular run-of-the-mill therapist." "Wow. Respectfully disagree, though. It's still very much fancy." Leandro inclines his head, obviously impressed. "And a bit intimidating, digging in people's heads." He's flattering me, but I don't even care. Heat spreads further all over my chest. I narrow my eyes, flattered, ready to play along. Exactly what I was going for. The plane hums with life around us, but in this moment, it's just the two of us, a world apart from the passengers surrounding us. I jump when flight attendants slam the airtight doors simultaneously, breaking the spell. From the corner of my eye, I watch one of them turn the handle on it. It clangs with a finality that sends an unexpected chill through me. Somewhere near the tail, a child begins to wail. In a row just behind us, I hear a man loudly groan. "So, where are you heading in Utah?" Leandro asks, half turning in his seat toward me. "Sedona, on a women's yoga retreat." The seatbelt signs lights, and I click mine into place. A flight attendant passes down the aisle, counting the passengers with her clicker. "What a nice vacation destination." Contrary to my expectations, Leandro brightens with interest. "Have you ever gone to Zion National Park's one? It's also in Utah." "No, I haven't." "Maybe we can meet up after you're done with yours? I always go to Zion to meditate at the beginning and the end of each of my work trips." Leandro taps his temple with his index finger. "Helps to keep my mind clear." "I'd love to. I was planning to take Kona hiking anyway." Leaning over, I unzip her mesh window and rub my girl under the chin. She's smiling at me with her blue eyes, ears pricked atop her head at the mention of hiking. I owe her this much after keeping her all cooped up in a cramped apartment for 2 years.
She has a walker, I explain, twisting in my seat to face Leandro. But it's still not the same as running freely as she's meant to. Kona's my first dog. My family always had them, but she's mine. Don't feel guilty. She knows you're doing your best. Am I right, Kona? Leandro winks at Kona, and I melt just a little more. We're finally beginning to taxi. He asks me if I live in the city. Dumbo, Brooklyn, I explain with a wince. Close to work, but the rent is... I get it. Leandro watches me from under those enviously long lashes. Don't look at all this. He gestures to the laptop with his company's logo and the business class surroundings. It's all new. I'm a son of 2 immigrants from Brazil. I drove Uber throughout my college years to pay for my degree. Wow, a self-made man who loves dogs and cares for the environment. What have I done so good in my life that the gods rewarded me so generously? I wonder, as I ask him where he went to school. DeVry. He drops it like it's nothing. Damn. Money's not enough to get into the university with one of the best engineering programs in the country. The man is smart on top of everything else. Your parents must be so proud of you, I tell him. Leandro chuckles at some inside joke I'm ignorant of. I retired them both as soon as I could. Got them a nice house upstate and set up a fund to last them, hopefully, for the rest of their lives. Though you never know with our New York property taxes. Now I'm laughing too. You don't have to tell me. Sometimes I'm thinking of moving out of here too, but I let the words hang in the air between us. But it's New York. He finishes for me. The city is like a toxic partner. Good for you if you can get out, but if you can't, it'll beat you into submission until you love it. I catch myself giggling as we gain speed, and the old, nearly forgotten feeling of euphoria overtakes me just at the moment of takeoff. Through the strained hum of the engines, Leandro's voice reaches me. Broke up with mine before it was too late. Now I just have to break up with the city. He gives me a long look as we soar higher and higher above the ground. But maybe not just yet. I hold his gaze. Damn, the man is a dream. And he's sitting right next to me. To climb over the airport, a sudden jolt steals the air from my lungs. Something's wrong, the thought flashes through my mind. The drop is much too violent for a regular turbulence, and besides, we're still gaining altitude. We shouldn't be hitting any air pockets yet. Only, as I look out the window, I see with growing horror that we aren't gaining any altitude anymore. If anything, the entire plane's carcass is straining against its own weight, suddenly dragging it back to the ground. Under the seat, Kona begins to whine in alarm, pawing at her carrier, frantic nails against the mesh. Both Leandro and I lean to get her from under the seat, but another violent jolt slams us back into our seats. In front of my eyes, the engine in my window bursts into flames. At Leandro, whose expression shifts from carefree to alarmed in an instant. The overhead compartments rattle ominously, and an unsettling tension blankets the cabin, punctuated only by the frantic cries of passengers. Something blasts loudly on the other side, tossing the entire cabin with violent force. I gulp the last breath of air before my stomach lurches painfully into my throat, just as the masks fall from the hatches over our heads. Then the engines sputter. A harsh, terrifying silence replaces the comforting roar. My stomach lurches as panic surges through me, an icy grip tightening around my chest. Time slows, and I feel Leandro grasping my hand, our fingers intertwining as we brace for the unknown. Through the communal wail of utter terror, through the shrieking of the alarms and the whistle of the failing machinery, I stare, transfixed, at the highway growing bigger and bigger outside my window, until I can make out frozen masks of horror on drivers' faces as we drop to our imminent, fiery death. Chapter 1. Brooklyn, New York, October 2025. I follow a bright pink piece of cake moving truck as it turns into Monroe Street in Brooklyn's Bed-Stuy, and immediately understand why my parents insisted that I purchase a brownstone here. They were the ones who picked my new home and took me to the Compass real estate office to sign all the paperwork. But to be honest, it was all a blur to me. My entire life has been slashed in two, before the plane crash and after, and its second half still feels like a dream. Or, to be entirely frank, a nightmare. Half of the world would respectfully disagree. After all, I'm the lucky 13 girl who walked away from the tragedy with mere scratches and bruises. When I say walked away, I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. I have no memory of it, but there's plenty of videos on social media of a lone figure picking her way out of smoldering pieces of what used to be a gigantic Boeing. I haven't been able to bring myself to watch it yet, but my mom described it vividly to me at the foot of my hospital bed, as doctors checked and rechecked my vitals what felt like every 10 minutes, unable to believe that I was alive and in one piece. Over 200 people died that day, 197 on board, and another 24 on the ground as the plane crashed onto the highway during rush hour. At first, paramedics thought I was one of them, the highway survivors. Even at the hospital, they signed off my claims about being on that doomed flight as a result of a head trauma. But as the officials checked boarding information and realized that I had indeed been on the plane, both the hospital and my parents' home in Long Island was swarmed by media. They couldn't get enough of me. The survivor they aptly baptized the Lucky 13 girl. The fact that I refused to talk to anyone only added fuel to the fire of media obsession. My social media was picked apart word by word, photo by photo, by the press and amateur sleuths. I still don't know what they were looking for. Signs of something special that set me apart from everyone? The truth is, there has never been anything special about me. I'm as ordinary as they come. Raised on Long Island, not the Hamptons part with mansions and swimming pools. I moved to the city once I got accepted to NYU and roomed with a girl in the village, again in one of those walk-ups built in the late 19th century and barely renovated since, not the fancy gentrified area. I wasn't even sure what I wanted to be during the first year of my studies, but then, one day during the general psych class I shared with Mira, my roommate, the professor showed us a video about volunteers helping brush fire survivors overcome their trauma and loss, and there was no turning back for me. This is what I wanted to do, help people. Look how that turned out. Now I can't make a step without my own therapist. True, the airline, the plane manufacturer, and the great city of New York paid me, the lone survivor, a sizable compensation, a significant amount of which I gave to Mira and told her to do something good with it. Also true, my parents made a smart decision to invest some of it into purchasing me a home I would never be able to afford otherwise, while putting the rest into a trust. But believe me when I tell you this. No money in the world is worth surviving through the most nightmarish experience one can possibly imagine, and losing your beloved pet, your closest companion on top of it. The crash sucked my very soul out, leaving me an empty shell of my former self. I had to give up my apartment in Dumbo and move back into my parents' house on Long Island because I needed constant supervision. I jump at every noise. I get spooked by every shadow. I survive solely on a vicious cocktail of medications, carefully tailored to my needs by Dr. Virginia Keller, an ambitious psychiatrist with an office on Madison who fought tooth and nail to get my case. There were quite a few of them flooding my parents' emails with offers to treat me for free in exchange for the right to publish a medical study on my progress. I'm a unique case, they all claimed with hunger in their eyes. I'm a case, all right, a mental one, with a survivor's guilt complex of unmeasurable proportions. An innocent TV commercial featuring a plane can send me into a panic attack. Instagram photo taken through an airplane's window can hurl me back into the darkest corner of my mind, where memories and imagination fuse into a dystopian knot of hellish images. I don't even want to get into the countless dog food commercials or vet clinic storefronts you just can't avoid in New York. For the first couple of months after the crash, each one was enough to send me bawling. I would sit, bent in half, feeling like I was gut-punched anew, an utter failure as a pet parent. I took my baby on that flight and killed her. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, she would have been alive. Not going to lie, I had some serious thoughts of joining her on the other side of the Rainbow Bridge. If it weren't for my mom, who watched me like a hawk during those crucial few weeks, I would have gone through with it too. But then Dr. Keller upped my meds even more, and I became indifferent, numb, mostly going through the motions with mindfulness or an amoeba. She relaxed the regimen eventually to bring me back into the world of the living, but I'm still not sure if I like it here. Talk of the devil? I pressed the answer button on my phone. Good morning, Dr. Keller. Morning, Jessica. Are you there yet? Just pulling into a spot behind the movers, I reply. Sorry I haven't called. The traffic on the Belt Parkway was heavier than expected. Don't worry about it, and just concentrate on parking. Not going anywhere. Oddly, for New York, there are plenty of parking spaces on this street. I realize that my new area isn't as densely populated as most. It's mostly historical brownstones here, with the odd new development stuck conspicuously in between, but none of them higher than 4 stories. Trees that must have been planted at the same time as the Victorian townhouses were built form a gorgeous reddish-gold canopy over the wide one-way street. Halloween is not for another 4 weeks, but on most stoops, pumpkins already grin crookedly at passers-by. Moved by the wind, skeletons dangle against the wrought iron fences. I put my car in park and wipe my palms on my jeans before getting my phone out of the holder. All good. How was the drive? Okay. No triggers? No. And how's the area? I open the door just as the movers exit the truck's cabin. It's nice, kind of like the village from the first glance. It's good to have something familiar to anchor you. Just like my parents, Dr. Keller was skeptical at my desire to move to my new property instead of renting it out while I'm recovering in Long Island. But unlike them, she never expressed her reservations in a statement. With her, it was mostly questions, with which she, like a good archaeologist, dug deeper and deeper until she unearthed what had been buried. Why is it a bad idea? I asked her the very first time I voiced the plan to move to Brooklyn. Dr. Keller arched her dark, perfectly shaped brow. I haven't said a word. You don't need to. I can see it written plain as day on your face. That was the end of that conversation. I recall it now as I cross the sidewalk. I know it's a big step, I say as I fish the keys out of my pocket and walk through an open gate and up the brown stairs. Behind me, I hear the movers pull the back of the truck up. But I feel if I stayed home, I would never have left. You know what I mean? It felt like the only safe place on earth. And my parents, you know how they Jess-proofed everything. Dr. Keller chuckles politely at the term. I used it when I discovered the list they emailed to all friends and family with no-no words and subjects to never mention in conversations with me. Not that the strategy didn't work. I could live an almost normal life within the 4 walls of the little sanctuary they created. But at the same time, it was beginning to feel like a psych ward with padded walls all around. Don't get me wrong, I say as I try a key for the bottom lock out of 4 different ones I have on the ring. I'm aware I'm a mental case, all right, but I don't want that confinement. I'd rather risk hurting myself than staying forever in that cocoon. You're not a mental case, Jessica. You lived through an incredibly traumatic experience and suffer from acute PTSD. It was the only reason your parents, and I as well, had our reservations concerning your moving into a new place on your own. But if you feel that it's best for you, we're all here to support you. I thank her, hang up, and open the door to my new home. It's the first time I set foot inside, My parents were the ones who picked it and did the final walkthrough and whatnot, and it's an odd feeling. As I pause in the hallway, I feel like we're two strangers observing each other, this house and I. It feels like I'm not alone here. Chapter 2. The front door closes silently after I see out the movers, the whisper of the lock engaging echoing through the grand foyer. After the tiny confines of my previous apartment in Dumbo, the tall ceiling and all this open space gapes in front of me like a vault. Even our family home would be considered cozy compared to this neo-Gothic abundance. I shiver and hug myself against its slightly intimidating image. Don't get me wrong, I realize how incredibly fortunate I am, a homeowner at a tender age of 28 in an economy that leaves most of my generation priced out of such a privilege. I just wish I had acquired it under different circumstances. For the rest of my life, if it meant avoiding what I've been through. Avoiding losing Kona to it. A fresh wave of grief washes over me, so profound I suppress a sob threatening to choke me at the memory of her sweet face. Kona should be here. I picture her bounding through the front door, her tail wagging like a metronome, a joyful reminder that life continues. But now, the only sound is my own breath, heavy and labored, as if the very air in this house is conspiring against me. I find myself crossing the open space, combining the open-plan kitchen with a dining room and a living room, longing for the familiar comfort of her presence. Find is emptiness. The living room, now stacked with boxes, feels like a stage set for a performance that will never begin. The smell of fresh paint and varnish is sharp, almost suffocating, reminding me that life can go on, but it doesn't feel right without her. I can't help but feel like a ghost myself, haunting these whitewashed walls. I touch the cool banister of the staircase, its smooth surface a stark contrast to the turmoil within me. This house, with its history and charm, was supposed to be a fresh start, a way to rebuild after the crash that took everything. But here I am, standing in my newfound sanctuary, swallowed by guilt. I can't shake the feeling that I don't deserve this grand home, this second chance, when so many others didn't make it out. My phone rings and I rush to answer, anything to stir me away from the onslaught of emotions that cut too deep. Hi, Mom. I hope I sound as upbeat as I can possibly manage. Are you there yet? I hear Dad's voice in the background, grumbling about her bugging me when I likely didn't even have a chance to look around. I'm sorry, my mother says to both of us. I just wanted to make sure you got there okay and you like the house. I always said that some people go into medical profession for prestige and money, and some because all they want in life is to help people. Mom belongs to the second category. She's a nurse, and she thrives on being a caregiver, fawning over her patients in the hospital the same way she fawns over her family and friends. All she wants is to make others happy. No matter how shitty I feel inside, I can't deny her this pleasure. Oh, Mom, I love it. It's the best ever, I hear myself say, and I mean it, even though I haven't even seen further than the first floor. Scrambling, I rush to the set of stairs leading to the second floor and turn the lights on to make my way up. I love that they saved some of the original fixtures. I run my hand along the carved wooden handrail, smooth and cool like glass under my touch. The lights are already adjusted to fit any smart home system, and I mentally thank God for it as I can easily spot them in each room by the glow of a tiny red circle, which will turn blue once they're connected to the Wi-Fi router. They had to gut renovate the entire thing. The house was built in 1899 after all, my mom says with a sigh. But they did put back whatever they could salvage. And whatever couldn't have been saved, we got through local antique stores. That plasterwork in the master bedroom? That was added to the new ceiling. They had to disassemble the old ones. I follow her voice with my eyes as she tells me the story of each room. The further I go, the more I appreciate its old Victorian bones, its high ceilings with plasterwork framing them, the fireplaces on each floor. My parents even went through the pain of installing a clubfoot tub into the second-floor bedroom's ensuite bathroom, along with a matching, antique-looking faucet set. But it's the room on the third floor that makes my throat constrict with emotion as I pause in the door. I can't believe you made me a whole library. There's a catch in my voice as I feel even guiltier for not thanking my parents properly, which I should have done before I even left their home for this one. Oh, Jessie, we didn't make anything. I can almost hear my mom smiling on the other end. The shelves are all originals. They were built in when the house was first constructed. People didn't have Kindles back then, you know. Believe it or not, many books came from your own neighborhood. When I told Emily, she's your next-door neighbor, by the way, that there's a library at your new house that I'm planning to fill, she offered me some books of her own. They're voracious readers, and also posted a message on the group chat for all the neighbors. They have a group chat, imagine? For things like planning a block cleanup or a block party, or if someone needs something or someone wants to donate something. Anyway, the next day we came, there were boxes of books by your door, and some books we bought at Barnes & Noble, particularly on the New York Victorian architecture and history, for you. I climb onto the soft striped cushion on the reading nook by the 3 arched bay windows forming an extended semicircle and gaze down onto the street. Against the yellow halos of the street lamps hiding under the canopy of the century-old trees, the night is a soft indigo velvet. 3 stories below, I can barely discern jack-o'-lanterns' unsettling grins. Something glows eerily in the dark, likely the solar-powered ghosts I noticed earlier. A couple with their dog triggers some unholy demon in someone's front yard, and I can't help but chuckle at the dog's complete nonchalance when the monstrosity jumps out of its coffin and emits an impressive screech even I can hear from my perch, only for the dog just to piss on the yard's wrought iron fence without so much as a second glance. The dog is a New Yorker, born and bred, just like Kona was. I quickly swallow another lump in my throat and push my nails deep into my palms to distract myself with physical pain from the emotional one. Thank you, Mom. Really, and thank Dad for me too, please. You guys did such a phenomenal job. If only this home didn't come with a bloody price tag. Chapter 3. After hanging up with Mom, I observe the boxes in my new living room. There's so many of them, stacked one on top of another. They almost mirror a Manhattan skyline. I snap a photo and send it to Mira, accompanying it with a laughing face emoji with a nervous drop of sweat on its face. I would have come helped, but I'm swamped with appointments at the clinic. She instantly messages back and adds her own emojis with tears running down their cheeks. The compensation money I gave Mira to do some good turned into a boutique clinic in Park Slope, not unlike the one I worked at before the crash, but with a slightly different purpose. We charge our high-end clients a regular fee to be on call for them 24/7, but use all the income to counsel those who can't afford it otherwise. Violence survivors, young adults afraid of coming out, the elderly who've lost their lifelong partner, you get the idea. Insurance rarely covers sympathy and kindness, so we figured we would. So far, Mira's been running everything, including the team of 7 psychologists, but I'll be slowly easing myself back into work as well, now that I live so close by, only 20 minutes by car. I wish I was there with you to help. A text. Another pang of guilt. Some friend I am dumping it all on her shoulders when I should have been there, helping, organizing, hiring, managing. Be careful what you wish for, lest it come true, comes the instant reply. Enjoy last few days of freedom, LOL. I shoot her a gif of Justin Timberlake glaring at the camera with reproach. Sorry, she shoots back. Pissed, LOL. Seriously though, how are you doing there, okay? That's the million-dollar question if I ever saw it. Well, I drove all the way here by myself, and I've been inside the house for a few hours now and haven't had a panic attack yet, so there's that. Hey, it's the small victories. Mira accompanies her words with a hug gif. Start with the kitchen and bathroom boxes. Unpack coffee and non-perishables first. I can't help but smile, thinking how she never has the patience to put all the sentences into one message, Make yourself a snack, put all your meds into the cabinet that's most accessible and label it, then unpack electronics so you don't have to panic search for a charger as your phone is dying on you. Leave the rest for tomorrow. Don't overdo it all in one day.
I gotta run, but I'll call you in the evening, okay? I love you, girl.
Love you too. I text back, and sorta miss the tears that would have undoubtedly welled had I not been so medicated. I follow Mira's advice and begin with one of the boxes labeled kitchen. Most of it is brand new boxes with pots, pans, utensils, and generally anything I wouldn't have even considered I needed, but my mom likely did. I see her name on the delivery labels, along with our Long Island address. For a split second, I wonder why she didn't pack my old stuff from my old apartment, but then I realized that she didn't want me to have any reminders of the dreaded before. Last time I asked, all of it, along with furniture and clothes, was hauled away into a storage unit and placed under a lock. They didn't even risk storing it in the garage. I try to think back to the time just after the crash and see if I was really that much of a wreck. Vaguely recall cutting Kona's name into my wrist over and over again with the tip of my own earring because they took everything sharp away from me, and realize that, yes, I must have been. There's also a brand new coffee maker and a yellow sticker on it, also with my mother's handwriting. Don't tell your father I got it for you, but don't forget, no more than one very weak coffee cup a day. Love, Mom. I rip the note off and think of crushing it in my hand, but end up sticking it onto the dark granite countertop. She means well, and I know it, but this is exactly why I needed to escape my childhood home. She'd coddle me to death, and with each day I'd surrender to her more and more, until I'm afraid to even leave my house. I want my life back. I want to work. I defiantly plugged the coffee maker in, put the complimentary pod it came with inside, and pushed the brew button. 30 minutes and 2 mugs of coffee later, I danced to the Y2K mix playing in my AirPods as I stabbed the box cutter into the box marked Decor. Thanks to the movers, the couch is already in the corner, and the TV is facing it from the opposite side of the room. A few pillows and a nice throw, and the room will have everything I need to spend my first night here. Mom offered to come and stay, at least for the first night, Jessie. But I assured her I would manage. I needed to do this myself, once again, without fear. For a few minutes, I almost believe that I can. I'm safe here. I'm doing it. My new home is a townhouse in a row of similar townhouses. There's plenty of people around. I can hear my neighbor's dog barking in the yard from one window, and the ice cream truck music through the other. With windows open and the TV on, I'm pretty sure I'll be fine. A growing, droning noise of a plane engine stuns me like a physical blow. The air hums and vibrates all around me as I'm falling down, down, down. I can feel my jaws ache, but can't hear myself screaming. I'm on all fours. I don't know where I'm trying to crawl. My pupils are pinpricks and vision is a panicked 0. With utmost horror, I realize that I can't breathe. Fire, just like the air all around me. Everything's burning. Everywhere is death, and all I can think of is to squeeze myself into a ball and surrender to it. I think I'm calling for my mom, but I'm not sure. My entire self has gone haywire. Hey, hey! An unfamiliar voice finally breaks through the chaos. Remote, just like the hands patting me for signs of life. Are you okay? I'm gonna get you help, okay? Just stay with me. A paramedic. I'm surprised that my hysterical brain can still register something. First responder. The unfamiliar voice continues. Yeah, hi. I need an ambulance for my neighbor. I think she's having a nervous breakdown or a really bad panic attack. I'm not sure. I heard screaming, like someone was being assaulted or something. And I ran inside. The front door was open. No.
There was no one else here. Just her. I don't see any wounds on her. No blood either. She's just covering her head with her hands and rocking back and forth. Don't, I rasp, risking peeking through the protective wall of my fingers. I'm not on the ground in the immediate aftermath of the crash. I'm in my new home. The noise that I heard must have been a plain old jet heading to LaGuardia Airport. Nothing more. Cancel the call, please. I urge the pretty blonde in my living room.
It looks as if she just stepped off the pages of a high-end athleisure catalog. Long platinum hair pulled into a bun on top of her head, clear skin with a smattering of freckles over the bridge of her nose, long limbs folded effortlessly as she's staying with me on my level. Her phone to her ear, she's eyeing me warily, and I make an almost inhuman effort to smile and not pass out from the lack of oxygen. My breath still comes in short, sorry gasps, but I toss my head at her stubbornly. I'm okay. Don't need an ambulance. Come on, Jess. It's the basics. Deep breath in for 2, hold it for 2, breathe out on 4. I can't hold it to save my life, but at least I'm still awake and haven't passed out. My efforts seem to pay off.
She says she doesn't need an ambulance. The blonde speaks into the phone. With great reluctance, but still. Yes, she seems to have recovered a bit. It was just a panic attack, I tell her, and she passes my words along to the operator. I suffer from PTSD. The stupid plane triggered it. I nod toward the sky visible through my open window and gather the AirPods I lost during my fit. I'm okay now. Really. No need to waste resources on it. Finally, to my immense relief, my benefactor hangs up and motions to someone at the front door. Just now, I notice a black couple standing on the stoop and peering inside with anxious looks on their faces. I smile at them weakly, and they immediately respond with the same. You all right? The woman calls to me through the partially open door. My vision is still hazy, but I make out the fact that she's strikingly beautiful in her brightly colored headscarf and matching caftan. Her hand, stacked with bracelets, keeps worrying the wooden beads on her chest. Yes. I nod and haul myself to my feet with the help of my blonde savior. She's a bit older than me, but not by much, and is pretty in that wholesome, all-American way. I wonder if my attack pulled her out of a yoga session. She's dressed in aloe from head to toe and is barefoot. I'm sorry for all the ruckus. I address my words to both her and the couple at the door. I motion them in, but they just barely step inside without advancing further. I'm Jess, and I'm afraid I'm your new crazy neighbor. I'm on medication and in therapy, I promise. But I still sometimes have these panic attacks. Whenever my PTSD gets triggered, which hasn't happened in a while, but anyway, nice to meet you. And I'm sorry again. Not the impression I was going for on my first day in the neighborhood. All three chuckle politely and assure me that it was no trouble. Welcome to the community, Jess. I'm Emily, and this is Rob, my husband. My black neighbor gestures to her partner. Ah, so that's the Emily Mom mentioned in her phone call. It feels like it took place ages ago. We live next door, the White House to your right. Rob's hair, which once must have been deep black, is cropped short and streaked with silver. His sports suit sits like a uniform on his impressive frame. Sorry for the intrusion.
Sorry for the intrusion. The neighborhood changed quite a while in the past few years. We've lived here for over 20, but there are still gangs that hang around on corners and by the projects. Don't get me wrong, it's mostly safe here, and everyone's always looking out for everyone. But sometimes things still happen. We hear a scream, we come running to make sure everyone's okay.
That's great to hear, actually, I confess.
So great. Oh, sorry, I'm Bree.
My blonde benefactor introduces herself with a winning smile.
I also just moved into the basement apartment in the brownstone next door.
she says with a thumb pointing to the wall where my couch stands. I was so blessed to find something with a backyard. Good for you, Emily says, her head tilted slightly with certain curiosity. People like the idea of garden-level apartments. Well, yes. Bree doesn't argue. Technically, it's considered a basement. The front is halfway under the ground level. It gets a bit too dark in cooler months. My landlords warned me about it. But having a backyard makes up for it. I have my own yoga channel, and I usually record my workouts outdoors to synchronize them to the change of season. Bree's still chattering away, but all of a sudden I feel slightly dizzy. Yoga channel. Yoga retreat I was heading to on the day when the plane... I toss my head to clear it and dig my bare toes into the hardwood floor, simultaneously grasping the ties of my sweatpants. When you find yourself spiraling, doctor, echoes in my mind that is about to spin out of control again. Find a thing to touch. Cotton strings at the waist of my sweatpants, with little knots at the ends, frayed ends, braided cords. A thing you see. Emily's wooden beads, hand-carved with intricate designs and a tassel at the end. A thing you hear. Bree's chatter, her words, the meaning of which still eludes me, but she has a pleasant voice. A thing you taste. Metal. Blood from my own tongue that I bit. Doing your grounding exercises? I give a little start under Rob's inquisitive gaze. Not every day a virtual stranger can see right through you with such ease. With Emily and Bree chatting away, he steps further away from the women, as if to give me privacy. I was in Iraq. He confides in me quietly. All of 18 years old. PTSD is a bitch. I know, and can relate. We rent a cabin in the middle of nowhere every 4th of July, Emily and I, to avoid the fireworks. I nod, instantly recalling one of my former patients, also a veteran who also spent the holiday all the way up in the mountains. Fireworks reminded him of gunshots, too. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's life. I've been on desk duty for ages now. Rob doesn't look like he holds grudges against the ghosts of the past. I still have a way to go to get there. He doesn't pry further. It's an unspoken agreement among survivors, this respect for one another's privacy. But I tell him my name before I change my mind. I'm Jessica Walford, the Lucky 13 girl. Rob looks at me a bit longer this time. An emotion I can't quite name veils his eyes momentarily before he says, I know who you are. Chapter 4. I know I'm not supposed to. But in the aftermath of my panic attack, and the additional strain of feigning relative normalcy for my new neighbor's sake, I reach into the pocket of my handbag and pull out a vape pen. Back in the good old college days, Mira and I smoked weed quite often to offset the anxiety from particularly hard tests, and generally to just chill and take the edge off. But after the plane crash, Dr. Keller was more than adamant that weed could react in unpredictable ways with the assortment of medication I'm on. If you feel like the dosage is not working for you, you call me and tell me. Don't start self-medicating with marijuana or alcohol, and particularly alcohol. The worst thing that can happen with weed is a panic attack, which, I'm sure you can agree, is counterproductive to what you'd like to achieve. But with alcohol, let's just say I've had a couple of fatal cases. I pull on the vape, tasting guilt on my tongue, and hold my breath. Dr. Keller also said to listen to my body, so it's not really self-medicating if the body says I need something stronger than breathing exercises to untangle all the knots in my neck and shoulders. Is it? I recline on the couch, warm air from the HVAC unit caressing my skin. I should really connect the TV, but I don't have the internet yet. I should put that on my to-do list, but my panic attack sapped all the strength out of me. Through the windows of my living room, I watch the shadows gathering outside. Claws of the trees tap on the glass from time to time. The old wooden bones of the house creak and grow silent at once, as if bating breath. expecting my reaction. I take another pull on my vape. This one finally hits the spot. I feel my entire body slowly melting. Of course, just as I'm finally beginning to nod off, the doorbell chimes. I consider ignoring it, but then see a Spanish guy holding a rose bouquet on my phone screen's ring cam and heave myself off the couch. If he takes it back to the shop, he won't get paid, and I'm not taking someone's money away just because I'm too lazy to get up. Hi. I even muster a semblance of a smile when I open the door to the beaming delivery man. His face in his hands is wrapped in crisp brown paper tied with twine, a rustic touch that feels oddly comforting. The roses themselves are of such a ripe burgundy, each petal seems to pulse with life. The subtle, sweet fragrance wafts up to greet me, stirring something deep within. I suddenly feel warm amidst the cold shadows of my grief. Oh, wow, thank you. These are beautiful. You have Venmo for a tip? He thanks me, and then just as he's about to leave, he notices something on my porch and hands it to me. Someone left it for you here. It's an envelope without anything on it, probably a promotion for a local locksmith or a cleaning service. I take it and thank him again. It's eerily silent inside once I close the door, cutting off the noises of the street. My bare feet make no sound as I head to the kitchen, where the flowers will just have to stay for now in the absence of any other suitable surfaces. Leaving the envelope on the countertop, I pull the note out of the beautiful rose bouquet. It's from Mira, wishing me all the best in my new home. I smile at the unexpected surprise, snap a picture of the flowers, and shoot Mira a quick text thanking her for her thoughtfulness. I put the note back into the bouquet and open the unsealed envelope someone left on my porch. Inside, there's a single sheet of paper with, "Hope you enjoy your nice new home, bitch." I watch you from behind the shadows of the overgrown hedges, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves clinging to me like a second skin. The moon hangs low, a sickly yellow eye that casts a pallid glow on your new house. The one you don't deserve. You flit about inside, blissfully unaware of the darkness that festers outside your windows. You didn't put the shades up, as if to rub your good fortune into everyone's face. Only I don't buy even an ounce of innocence in your half-hearted imitations of an injured little dove. Your lies only stir a loathsome anger deep within me. You smell the flowers. You laugh. It's a high, tinkling sound that cuts through the night air, and I feel a shiver crawl up my spine. The laughter, like a siren's call, is so irritatingly joyous, so carelessly bright. How dare you be happy in this house? That should be filled with dread. I grip the rough bark of the tree trunk, my knuckles whitening as I watch you. But then you read the note I left for you, and it wipes that smug grin off your face. As you study it, looking for clues, the dimmed light of the floor lamp casts ghostly shadows on your face, illuminating your features with an unsettling glow. This is how I like you, almost a ghost yourself, 1 foot in your grave.
Chapter 5.
The cabin shakes violently as I sit frozen in my seat, the screams of passengers echoing in a cacophony of terror. I can feel the heat rising in my chest, an ominous dread creeping into my bones. I look to my side, and there's Leandro, his face pale and taut, eyes wide with an urgency that grips me. "Jess," he says, his voice low but frantic, slicing through the chaos. "You need to listen to me." But the words tumble from my mind like sand through an hourglass, slipping away just as he begins to explain. The plane dips suddenly, and the world around us tilts in a surreal dance of gravity and fear. Grasp the armrests, knuckles white, heart pounding in sync with the shuddering metal of the aircraft. The warning hangs in the air, suspended, as the cabin lurches again. I can't focus. The lights flicker overhead, casting eerie shadows that twist and contort against the walls. My breath quickens, and panic threatens to swallow me whole. I glance at Leandro, his eyes searching mine, pleading for me to understand whatever it is he's trying to convey. but I'm lost in the storm of uncertainty. Suddenly, the plane drops, the floor beneath us feeling like it's disappearing. I feel weightless for a split second, and then an eruption of metal screeching against metal erupts around us. I can barely comprehend what's happening as the cabin fills with smoke, acrid and suffocating, burning my throat. And then, the plane begins to spin. Time stretches and warps, and everything becomes a blur. Faces turning into shadows, screams morphing into a haunting melody of despair. I reach for Leandro, but he's slipping away, his figure blurring as the chaos envelops us.
Look out for...
His voice is drowned out, swallowed by the roar of the engines failing, the shuddering metal screaming for release. The last thing I see is his mouth forming words, a desperate warning that I can't grasp. Then, we hit the ground. The pain is not as bad as I would have imagined. And sighed and forced my eyes to unglue. The room is enveloped in twilight, my vape still clutched in my hand. Is it still the same day, or have I slept through the night? I check my wristwatch in a meager light of the street lamp outside. Just past 10 p.m. I was only out for a couple of hours. I rub my side once again and turn my head this way and that, hoping to work out the kinks from knotted muscles. My Birkenstocks, which luckily cushioned my head when I rolled off the library love seat and onto the floor, are still tangled in the throw I brought here from downstairs. Heart is still racing. I'm drenched in sweat. The remnants of the night, or to be more precise, evening, terror still clinging to me like cobwebs. It's dark and silent here, but the echo of Leandro's voice lingers in my mind, a haunting reminder of some vague, inexplicable danger. Together with the anonymous note someone left on my porch, it sends a serpent of fear down my spine. I paw around for my iPhone and find it inside one of the Birkenstocks. As the screen comes to life, I immediately see several texts from Mira. As it always is with her, it's a staccato of torn phrases devoid of any punctuation. Hey, sorry to bother. I know you're busy unpacking. Just wanted to see if you're available this weekend to come to the clinic. One of our therapists, Pete Jenkins, got flown to LA on a frigging private jet to one of his movie star clients. Sending me photos sipping champagne. The asshat need to do something with his clients. Totally fine if you're not ready yet. I completely understand. I smile and feel an unexpected twitch of pride at my heartbeat remaining steady at the mention of a plane. Another reason why I want to return to work, to be close to Mira. She's good this way. She doesn't coddle. Absolutely. I text her back and add, sorry, fell asleep. A cloud with 3 dots appears immediately. No worries, Tissam. You're a lifesaver. Saturday, 12 p.m. till 3, okay? I confirm before I chicken out. A finger at my mouth, teeth testing the cuticle but not quite biting yet. I pace the library floor, half excited, half terrified. Am I rushing into things? Am I actually ready? Returning to work is a huge step, much bigger than this house. I can't harm the house with the roaches in my head, but I can do damage to my patients. Someone's mental health is a tremendous responsibility. But then again, why am I freaking out? I'm good at this. I've been practicing for a few years. I have all the tools. I'm doing. I say out loud and listen to my own voice. I like the way it comes out, confident and believable. I know what I'm doing. I repeat once again, louder this time, and gasp at the sound of glass breaking somewhere below. Instantly on guard, I listen closely. There's no alarm system in the house. It's been standing empty. There was simply nothing to steal, but there's the ring cam at the door. I would have heard it chime if someone had approached it, let alone entered. Slowly, taking one step at a time, I make my way to the first floor. The front door is right at the foot of the steps. I check the lock. It's engaged. I check the lock. It's engaged. Cautiously, I peer over the rows of moving boxes, but see nothing out of the ordinary. Only as I step into the kitchen do I find the vase in which the flowers were delivered in pieces on the tiled floor. Wet petals are scattered around the shards like drops of blood. I'm absolutely positive I left the vase well in the middle of the counter. It's then that my gaze lands on the only set of stairs I ignored up until now. The basement. Unlike the rest of the house that stands lit brightly like a Christmas toy, the steps leading to the basement level are dark and uninviting. I head down them using my phone's flashlight. At the bottom of the stairs, the smell is slightly different. It's musty and earthy and somehow cold. The smell itself, not the temperature, though the temperature here certainly befits the half-submerged basement that real estate agents now refer to as garden level. As I locate and turn on the light, I see the same HVAC system unit that's installed in each room, but decide against turning it on. I'm only here to check for intruders. Thankful for the contractors removing any partitions to open the entire space, I see at once that the basement is empty and there's nowhere to hide.
Out of an abundance of caution, I check the locks on the French doors leading to the backyard, but everything's locked up tight. With my hands around my face, I try to see into the yard itself, but it's pitch dark out there, and particularly against the bright lights of the windows of the projects facing this side of my new block. String lights for the backyard. I type into the growing to-do list on my phone, and then, after a moment's consideration, add motion-activated lights as well. I almost turn on my heel to head back when I notice something under the staircase. The wooden planks are in such a remarkable condition, I almost missed the nearly invisible seams forming a rectangle about 10 by 12 feet and a keyhole to one side. It looks like a hatch leading into yet another underground level, but when I touch the seams, there's nothing that indicates that it may be opened, at least from here. The keyhole also looks ancient and varnished over time and again. Fishing the phone from my pocket, I dial my mom. It takes time for the call to go through, and when she finally answers, her voice sounds as if she's speaking from underwater. "Hey, Mom? I'm in the basement, and there's a hatch here." "Where does it lead?" She says something, but her speech comes through so garbled I can't make out what she tells me. "Don't hang up, okay? I'll take a picture and send it to you." Once upstairs, I shoot her a photo. "Oh, that's the old root cellar most Victorian homes used to have," she explains, her voice loud and clear once the line goes back to normal. They didn't have fridges back then, so milk, cheese, and most perishables went down there. Also potatoes, flour, sugar, and tobacco. They usually bought them in sacks and stored them in the cold all year round. There was also a coal chute, if I remember correctly. The contractor said he could replace the wooden floor with tile if we liked, but the original wood was in such pristine condition, I didn't have the heart to do it. I just told them to go over it with varnish or whatever they do and leave it as is. "But we can still do the tile if you like," she offers instantly, but I shake my head. "No, Mom, it's fine. I'm glad you didn't change it. There's an old keyhole on the hatch, though." "Oh, it's not functional. The cellar was cemented over a long time ago," Mom says. "Nobody used it since the 30s. "So it can't be opened?" "Most certainly not," she laughs. "I've seen the plans myself, and the contractor said the same thing. But if you don't like the idea of—" No, Mom, really." I try to sound as unconcerned as possible. "I don't care. I was just curious. Kind of bummed now that you told me that I can't get down there with a Ouija board. Talk about Halloween plans ruined." We hang up and I immediately open my Grubhub app, just now remembering that I haven't eaten all day. I was diagnosed with ADHD in high school, which means my memory is sketchy as hell as it is. Well, sketchy for a neurotypical person. I can easily recall the weirdest and mostly useless facts, but for the life of me can't remember why I walked into a room. As I said, sketchy. But after the crash, sketchy instantly graduated into rudimentary. I suspect the handful of pills I swallow every morning don't help things either. Dr. Keller, however, promised that it was all temporary and advised me to use lists. As I wait for my sushi to be delivered from some local spot, I open my notes and begin making one for tomorrow. Number 1 is get groceries.
Number 2, get a new vase. As gently as possible, I gather the roses and separate them from the shards of glass. In the absence of a better alternative, I fill my electric kettle with water and put them there.
And put them there.
The vase was generic, nothing irreplaceable, but it still bugs the hell out of me. How it could have tumbled off the counter. The same person who left you that welcome note knocked it off. My vivid imagination cackles gleefully, rubbing its little hands in a cartoonish villain manner. I shut it up with a Xanax and toss a glass of water on top. That'll teach it.
Taylor, September 2021.
The walls of the hospital room close in on me, a suffocating embrace that feels more like a trap than a sanctuary. The antiseptic scent hangs heavy in the air, mingling with something else. Fear. I blink against the harsh fluorescent lights, my heart racing as I slowly become aware of my surroundings. My head throbs, a sharp pain radiating from a swollen welt above my brow. What happened? Panic sets in as I try to move, but my limbs feel heavy, as if I'm submerged in molasses. I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the glass window, and I hardly recognize the woman staring back at me. Is disheveled. Dark circles under my eyes tell a story of sleepless nights, and my skin is pale, almost ghostly in the bright light. I can feel the weight of the world pressing down on me, a burden I've been carrying since the day my daughter was born. Taylor? A voice pulls me from the fog, and I turn to see my husband sitting in a chair by my bed. His expression is a mix of concern and something else I can't quite place. How are you feeling? Rain. My voice is a hoarse whisper, each syllable a struggle as I utter our baby girl's name.
Where is she? What happened? He peers at me more closely, the shadows from the hallway stretching across the floor like dark fingers reaching for me.
You don't remember?
His tone is soft, but there's an edge to it, a tension that thickens the air between us. I shake my head and immediately regret it. The pain in my temple is white hot, but at least it distracts from the weight of dread stirring slowly to life in my stomach. No? Did I fall? I've been struggling with dizziness and brain fog, among other side effects from the number of medications my new therapist put me on after diagnosing me with postpartum depression. Prescribed for my insomnia has been particularly hard on me. I sleepwalk when I take it and don't remember a thing afterward. My husband and we wanted this baby more than anything. But as soon as Rain was born, all I recall instead of joy is the suffocating weight of despair that has become my constant companion, punctuated by the cries of my baby girl, a sound that has twisted into something I dread rather than cherish. He could escape to the office, spend a night or two there, while I was left fending for myself with her. One day, I simply lost it. Shaking her back and forth as I yelled at her to just shut up. Just shut the fuck up for 1 fucking second. This was where Hannah came in. Our new nanny he imported from out of state because her credentials were stellar and her voice soft like honey, putting Rain right to sleep in her arms. Me, I hid from them both, the child and the nanny who was a much better mom to her than I was, in the home office. It would all pass, my therapist assured me. She seemed very in control. She seemed to know what she was talking about. I wanted so desperately to believe her, so what am I doing here? Did I fall? I ask, out loud this time. You did.
Dresser.
My husband's gaze piercing into mine. Outwardly, he's perfectly calm, but his jaws are locked, just like his hands clawing at the armrests. He's barely holding it all together.
Hannah had to push you away from the crib. She walked in on you, trying to.
I watch his Adam's apple bob around the words too appalling to utter.
Hurt Rain.
Hurt Rain? The words crash over me like icy water, freezing every thought in my mind. What do you mean? I force out, my pulse quickening. The room begins to spin, and I clutch the edge of the bed, grounding myself in the reality that is slipping through my fingers like sand.
Rain was crying.
Trying to smother her with a pillow. Hannah had to stop you. She didn't know what else to do. You wouldn't listen to any reason. You must have been sleepwalking again. Hannah said you were completely out of it. A wave of horror washes over me, and I recoil as the image flashes unbidden in my mind. The soft fabric of the pillow, the weight of it pressing down, the muffled cries. I can't breathe. The walls closing in tighter, suffocating me with the reality of what she's saying. I would never, I cry, desperation lacing my voice. I know I've been a shitty mother to Rain, but I still love her to death. I would never have hurt her. I can't, I stammer, the words catching in my throat. I can't be that person. I love my baby. But even as I say it, I feel the tendrils of resentment creeping back into my heart, a dark cloud that looms overhead, threatening to choke out the light. Tay, I was thinking, maybe it's best if you take a little break. Go on a little vacation or a retreat. I know postpartum hasn't been easy on you. He's still talking, but the world feels foreign, a distant memory of something we once had. The room feels smaller now, the walls closing in even more, as if they're listening, judging. The shadows gather in the corners, whispering secrets I can't grasp. Panic rising again, a tidal wave threatening to drown me. What is happening? What is happening to me? Chapter 6. Jess. The morning dawns sunny and bright. I reach down to the floor and fish my phone out of its makeshift Birkenstocks nest. It's just past 8, but someone is already working a leaf blower. There's a text from my mom. Don't mean to bother you, just wanted to see how the first night went. And Dr. Keller confirming the appointment time for today. There's also a notification from the online survivors group my therapist insisted I join. However, I swipe it away. Some other time. I promise myself, only to be called a liar by my own treacherous inner voice. She can be a bitch sometimes. The grit out of my eyes, momentarily cringing at my physician's remark. You aren't still sleeping in your contacts, are you? And doom scroll for some time. War, tariffs, new COVID variant, some new beef between political parties. Of course I still sleep in my contacts. Yes, I remember how in the immediate aftermath of the crash they curled from the heat inside my eyes and nearly scorched my retina, but somehow my body must have ejected them because the first responders and the ambulance and the hospital are all a blur. You're lucky you didn't end up blind, girl. Michelle, one of my favorite nurses who tended to me at the Lenox Hill Hospital, reminded me on numerous occasions as she applied some salve to my scorched brows and other superficial burns I sustained. So superficial, not even a single scar left to carry around like a doubtful badge of honor. All of my scars are inside, deep and still angry red. You gotta take care of your eyes, though. Do you use single day or multi? Single? Even better. Make sure you take them out every night. Yeah, no. When you suffer from nightmares so real, waking up to actual shapes and shadows is not something I'd recommend to anyone. That is, unless you want another panic attack, and this time because you can't tell if it's a paralysis demon staring at you from the other side of the room, or just a robe hanging on the door of your closet. I yawn and pull out my to-do list for the day. Get groceries, get a new vase, string lights for the backyard, motion-activated light, internet, home security, Dr. Keller at 10. I shoot a text to my mom while the coffee is brewing. I answer truthfully that I did sleep just fine and lie about just finishing a full nutritional breakfast I had delivered. Good. Dr. Keller said it's important you don't skip meals and don't take your pills on an empty stomach. And if you make coffee today, make sure it's very weak, she texts back. Dr. Keller in 10 minutes. A reminder chimes on my phone screen, making me jump. I utter a curse, rhetorically wondering why I have the time management skills of a canary. I trot into the bathroom and quickly check myself in the mirror. The girl who stares back at me could have easily made money as Lily Rose Depp's stand-in in Nosferatu's final scene. Just as deathly pale,
with purple rings around her eyes and lips devoid of any color. Plus, I haven't washed my face or brushed my teeth since yesterday morning. Shit. I curse again, quickly rake my hand through my hair and tie it into a bun. I pinch my cheeks and bite my lips to force at least some color into them. Precisely at 10, I FaceTime Dr. Keller. Unlike me, she's a picture of excellent mental health, seated at her desk at her office on Madison, with all of her awards and qualifications lining the wall above her perfectly done head. I'm familiar with her routine, and so I know that, also unlike me, she rose at dawn, did her Pilates, showered, had her nutritious breakfast, and likely meditated before doing her makeup French style, barely there but oh so perfect, and styling her hair into an effortless yet elegant do. Good morning, Jessica. Even her voice is perfectly pitched and soothing. You today. Great. I lie so enthusiastically my voice hitches a little. Without breaking eye contact, she marks something in her notebook. I feel my cheeks redden. I mean, a couple of hiccups, but otherwise, good. I decide on a more neutral word. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good for the most part. May I ask what the hiccups were? Oh, nothing really. I wave her off with a nervous chuckle. Scared myself a little when I heard the first plane fly overhead. Oh dear, she says sympathetically and marks something down again. Dr. Keller is the ultimate Egyptian sphinx. It must go against her professional and personal nature to pass any kind of open judgment. But I can sense her disappointment all the same. She never said that moving into a new house on my own wasn't a good idea. She only asked if I was sure I was ready for it. She never said that moving into a house only 30 minutes away from the airport was an even worse idea. She only asked if I felt the decision was right. She definitely never said, "Don't throw all your windows open on your first day in a new home next to the airport without anyone being present if you have at least half a brain cell still functioning." But this much was implied. For anyone who actually wants to get better. But it's not like I'm sabotaging my progress on purpose. I promise her that it was just a moment's fright and nothing major, and brag about my first night devoid of any nightmares. But then she asks if I took my medications this morning, and the slight pause in me flushes the entire rosy picture down the toilet. It's all right. Dr. Keller is all well-bred graciousness. You can take them after we hang up. No, I'll just forget again. I'd rather take them now. I mumble as I head to the kitchen counter. She notices the flowers in the kettle as I pop one prescription bottle's cap after another in front of her eyes. See? I'm taking them. What an interesting arrangement you have there. She makes it sound like a compliment, but to my ears it sounds more like an appeasement of someone definitely fallen off their rocking horse. Yeah, they came in a vase, but it broke, I say, too busy with my meds to concoct a quick lie. The strange note I choose not to mention altogether. Instead, I swallow the pills in one handful, washing them down with coffee. Oh, just remembered. I had the weirdest dream about Leandro when I took a nap between unpacking yesterday. Dr. Keller's perfect brow arches. Tell me more. Thought you'd like that, Dr. Freud. I grin and swallow more bitter coffee. Feeder coffee. Together with Adderall and antidepressants, it hits like a drug. I instantly feel awake and alert, blood rushing through my veins, my mind suddenly light and clear. It began like the other ones. We were on the plane and it was falling, but this time he was trying to tell me something. I noticed Dr. Keller's right hand moving quickly as she's taking notes. What was he trying to tell you? I give a disappointed shrug. I wish I could remember that part. I couldn't really make it out behind all the noise and screaming. I think he was saying something about danger, and that I needed to look out for something. I wave the rest of it off as I shake one of the orange prescription bottles at the phone. Shall I lay off some of these? My smile comes out twisted and dark in the small square on my screen. Your nightmares have nothing to do with your medication, Jessica. As a psychiatrist, I know this much. Still, it was worth asking for a second opinion. Technically, it was a daymare. Does it mean anything, or is it just my brain being weird? I also know the response to the question I'm posing her, but I'm asking it nevertheless. Tell me in your own words what you think it means. Doctor. My patience. I shrug as I consider it. It's likely a simple projection. Real memories layered on top of current psychological struggles. I finally made a first big step out of my comfort zone, and Leandro, as my real-life savior, warns me of some supposed danger that my own brain has concocted for no other reason than change in the environment. Dr. Keller nods and removes her glasses. Is she actually smiling? Excellent, Dr. Walford. Though I didn't expect anything less from a fellow psychiatrist and a former 4.0 GPA student. Your analytical skills are great. She pauses before replacing her glasses. But now, tell me how it made you feel. I stumble over this one. Sore? I fell off the love seat. You're deflecting. I puff out my cheeks. The woman doesn't give up. Validated. I blurt out, and the same second wonder why. Dr. Keller looks up sharply and scribbles a few furious lines before speaking in the same neutral voice. That's an interesting term. Could you elaborate further? No, I can't. I know what I feel, but not why. Even though I am myself a mental health professional, I tell her this much and hope that she will leave it at that. You look good, Jessica. Dr. Keller tells me at the end of our session. I'm glad to hear you're using lists. May I suggest you put a reminder to take your medication to your daily one? I feel it would help you keep on schedule. Yes, I definitely will, Doc. I also feel it would be beneficial for you to connect with people also navigating their PTSD after traumatic events. Drop into a support group's Zoom meeting this Saturday. You don't have to talk, you can just watch. If you don't feel it's the right way for you, you can always log out and forget all about it. I think I will. Just so you can stop nagging. Dr. Keller grins her sphinx grin at me. Thank you for listening, Doc. Of course. Of course. If you need anything, I'm always here. I disconnect just in time for the Ring app to chime on my phone alongside the physical doorbell. I see an Amazon delivery person in a blue vest holding one of my grocery bags to the camera and trot to the door to open it. Thank you so much, I say as he deposits the paper bags at my feet. The tip is on the app. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good one. You too. I pull the bags inside with one hand, close the door, engage the lock, and pause midway, retracing my steps. I pulled the handle open. I didn't disengage the lock. Or did I? No, I'm pretty sure that I didn't. I had the phone in my other hand. I'm still holding it. The first beads of cold sweat breaking over my back. The door was locked yesterday. I know it because I checked when I came down from the library, after I heard the vase breaking. It was not only locked, it was deadbolted. The familiar first echo of an approaching paranoia attack seeps into my fingertips, turning them to icicles, causing them to shake. I clench my teeth and head back into the kitchen, painfully aware of my own heavy breathing. After putting 911 into my phone but not dialing, I grab the biggest knife out of the block and begin to check every single room. If last night I was nervous, this morning, with a fresh dose of chemicals coursing through my bloodstream, I'm full of destructive energy and spoiling for a fight. I slam every door as I search the house from bottom to the top, not missing a single closet, a single half bathroom, a single built-in cabinet an intruder may hide in. The house is empty. Of course it is. I must have disengaged both locks without noticing and worked myself into a state without any reason. Still, as I slice into yet another box, I can't help throwing an occasional glance over my shoulder. The deadbolt is turned, just like it was last night. And I'm an idiot. That's all there is to it. Chapter 7. Wi-Fi installed and unpacking done after 3 days, I finally make myself at least try to get ready for my first day at work in the clinic. It's a beautiful day outside, sweet 68 degrees and sunny. Like turtles seeking a warm rock, several neighbors have already planted themselves onto their stoops with laptops balanced on their knees and tumblers with their drink of choice within reach. I follow their example and make myself comfortable on my stoop. The girl across the street, despite being on a work call, judging by the headphones and some serious discussion she's having, still offers me a momentary smile and a friendly wave. I wave back, open my laptop, but instead of beginning to work, observe the neighborhood for a while, my sunglasses concealing my snooping. Gentrification has definitely penetrated deep here. What used to be a predominantly black community where historic brownstones could have been bought for a measly 60 grand, back when I must have been a newborn, is in the midst of a construction boom as a new hipster haven. Just on my block, I notice at least 2 townhouses with green scaffolding around them and Spanish crews unloading construction materials from the trucks parked in front. Quite a few hipsters pass by, their colorful hair and unique clothing in wonderful contrast to the Victorian architecture surrounding us. A couple of dog walkers film their assortment of pooches, likely for social media, as they trot happily by. With an echo of longing for my late Kona, I notice an interesting fact about dogs here. They're either purebred, their coats groomed and styled to perfection, air tags dangling from their doggy Fitbit collars, or they're mutts, obviously rescued from death row at a kill shelter, 3-legged, blind, old, and clearly enjoying the new lease on life offered by their local animal lover/pet parent. In several windows, I notice Black Lives Matter and No Kings signs. From the Methodist church on the corner, a pride flag flies. It's obvious this is a tight-knit, welcoming community with a vibrant artistic life. It reminds me of the village, but with more parking spaces. Curious, I check property values for my zip code and nearly spit my coffee out when I see a renovated brownstone for sale for a mind-blowing $2.5 million. Is that how much my parents forked out for my new home? Too busy trying to survive each day, I never asked them for any details, but damn. I bite my lip and throw a glance over my shoulder at the beautiful new home I'm falling in love with, more and more each day. But now love is overshadowed by an overpowering sense of guilt. I could never have afforded it had a plane not gone down with me in it. I could never have been sitting on this stoop sipping coffee had all the people I shared the sky with for a few short moments not died a horrific death. And particularly, one of those people. Leandro, the man who offered me the seat that ultimately saved my life, but took away his. Sitting in it, the only seat which, by sheer chance, preserved its passenger from being impaled by the debris or incinerated in a cloud of burning fuel, he would have been alive today. But he shifted to the seat next to me, so I could have my window view, and they couldn't even find his remains. A few measly inches, not even feet, of difference separating us, separating the tiny safe haven from the maw of the grave. And he's gone forever, and I'm still haunting this world, plagued by infinite guilt. Hey, Jess! I see Bree, my blonde savior who pulled me out of my plane-triggered panic attack with a rolled yoga mat under one arm, waving at me with the other. Some yoga in my backyard, she says, bright as sunshine itself. Want to join? Totally no worries if you're busy. I just figured I'd ask. She's one of those girls who are almost intimidating in their glossy magazine beauty, yet who turn out to be refreshingly sweet and normal once you get to know them. I had a couple of friends like Bree at school. It's almost annoying how you can never say no to them just because they have pretty privilege. They attract everyone like a bright flame. And moth that I am, I close my laptop and, in that stupid trance I'm sure I'm not the only one to experience in the presence of something so magnetically perfect, I follow her through the entrance to her basement apartment. The lights are off in the hallway, with the staircase leading to the first floor, but Bree confidently leads the way, her blonde ponytail swinging in time with each step like a pendulum.
Leave your laptop here if you want, she tells me, pointing to the outline of a narrow table by the back door. Pushes the door open, and I notice that the table is obviously an original fixture, restored by some antique-loving hand. Above it hangs a light that also appears to be from the same era. It used to be gas, Bree says with her chin thrust in the direction of the light. Gas lights throughout the house. Imagine? That's amazing, I say, studying the glass. My landlords didn't want to gut anything when they bought the house. Bree tells me. The landlords must be the ones occupying the rest of the house, though I don't think I've seen them yet. There's electricity here already. The water heater, all conveniences, but they salvaged as much of the original stuff as they could. Before they bought this property, an old lady lived here all on her own, and she, in turn, inherited the house from her parents. So it's all pretty much in the same untouched state since the house was built. Mine was gut renovated, I admit, almost guiltily, even if I had no say, and frankly, no interest back then in the matter. But my parents salvaged whatever they could. Moldings, built-in wooden shelves, fireplaces. I'm so glad they did. House personality. I don't know. I totally agree. Bree leads me into the backyard, which is in a mostly natural state, unlike mine. Half tile and half artificial grass so that I don't have to fight with weeds, like my dad does to this day at our home on Long Island. There are a couple of trees in both corners of a wooden fence separating her backyard from mine, a bat house nailed to one of them. From the low-hanging branches of the second one, wind chimes hang, along with a bird feeder, and, for the sake of Halloween, a couple of obligatory skeletons. I had a choice between this apartment and the one in the new development, and I didn't even think twice about placing a deposit for this one. I mean, it comes with my own yard. My landlords don't use it. They're both too busy with work, so it's all mine. Perfect for me to make videos for my channel. Oh, right. You have a channel. Yep, a yoga lifestyle one, but I told you that much already. She throws the yoga mat down and laughs. Even her laughter sounds like wind chimes, sweet and easy. You take my mat? I'll go fetch another one for myself.
I'm so excited you're joining me. She squeals and goes for a hug before I know it, then leaves me alone, slightly bewildered but smiling as she trots back inside the house. We do sun salutations in companionable silence. I concentrate on my breath as I follow her lead, and by the end I realize that the tension in my shoulders and neck has dissipated somewhat. My mind feels much clearer as well, calmer somehow, finally at peace with itself. So, it's just you? Bree resumes our conversation once we're finished. I'm sipping my coffee, and Bree has a pineapple and peach kombucha she fetched from her fridge. Or will someone else be moving in with you? She instantly holds up her hand. I'm sorry. It sounds like I'm prying. You totally don't have to answer.
No, it's fine. Oddly, with her, I really don't mind sharing. Maybe because she's still technically a stranger, and it's always easier to share with someone who doesn't know you that intimately, someone who won't judge. It's just me, at least for now. I wanted to be on my own after... My story pours out of me with unexpected ease and the detachment of a bystander rather than the main hero. Not that I think of myself as a hero. Leandro is the true hero of my story. He's the one I owe everything to. I still can't quite wrap my mind around the fact that I walked away from it, barely with a scratch. I say softly into the pleasantly balmy air and let the breeze carry my words away. To her credit, Bree is a wonderful listener. She doesn't interrupt, just gazes intently at me, nodding sympathetically and tutting in all the right places. She'd make an excellent psychologist, it occurs to me. Or, hopefully, just a good friend. I owe my life to the man. There's a plaque at my clinic dedicated to him. You have a clinic? Bree brightens instantly. Yeah, my best friend and we opened it with the compensation money. I admit, somewhat guiltily. That's amazing. I mean, horrible that you had to have such a tragic experience happen to you for the clinic to open, but you know what I'm trying to say. I do. I assure her at once.
She's moving gently about the broken pieces of my life, trying her best not to disturb anything, and I appreciate it. At the same time, she's not shying away from difficult questions like my mom does, and that I appreciate even more. I need to talk this all out, and sometimes Dr. Keller is just not the person I can say it all to. I tell Bree everything about the setbacks and weed and memory lapses and general struggling. "Hey, you're doing your best to survive," she exclaims at once. With her, self-blame is apparently not allowed.
If you have to smoke an occasional joint, then do it. I keep my own stash for the occasional case of SADS. Sometimes meditation just doesn't cut it, and if it doesn't cut it for me, I can only imagine how hard it must be for you. It's okay. I'm managing. You're so amazingly strong. Seriously, she says, and I feel myself blushing. But tell me about your clinic. What kind of clinic is it?
Oh, it's a mental health clinic, but we work on a 50-50 basis. 50% of the clients pay for the services of the other 50. To those who can't afford treatment, we offer it for free.
For a fact, today is my first day returning to work. And I interrupted you with my stupid yoga?
Bree stares at the mats, looking dejected. I'm so sorry. No, I rush to assure her. It did me good, both yoga and the talk. I really appreciate you listening. Like the sun peeking out from behind a cloud, Bree's smile returns and warms me in its glow. I'm always here if you need anything. Friends? She offers me a pinky, and once again I'm taken back to school, only elementary this time. The days of innocence and only good things to come. Days without wickedness and death. I interlace my pinky with hers and seal the deal. Friends.
Chapter 8. The sun hangs high in the morning sky, reflecting in the windows of Atlantic Avenue skyscrapers as I drive toward Serenity Shared, my clinic, for the first time. It's an odd feeling, a mix of anticipation and dread spiced with some Adderall and black coffee. I feel like I'm going on a blind date, too afraid of the worst and too afraid to hope for the best all at the same time. My heart rate spikes when I glimpse the pale green letters upon the wooden frame as I circle the block in search of a parking spot. It's been over a year since the accident, months spent grappling with loss and loneliness, and now I finally stand before the doors of what should be my sanctuary, my new purpose in life. But seeing it in person is different. It feels like stepping into the pages of a book I supposedly wrote, but the plot of which is utterly unfamiliar. Serenity Share is nestled between a doggy daycare and a bookstore, its facade a comforting shade of eucalyptus green that blends seamlessly with the vibrant surroundings. I push the door open, and the faint scent of a custom-designed infusion greets me, something with notes of lavender, sandalwood, and ylang-ylang if I'm not mistaken. The waiting area is all clean open space, lined with wooden benches and soft cushions in pale green cotton for comfortable seating. Plants of all sizes and shapes fill the space with organic effortlessness. In the corner, a small waterfall is whispering along an artificial mountain as it falls into an artificial pond. Instead of magazines, individual Zen gardens. Instead of city noise, the sounds of the waves breaking lazily over the invisible shore. I could live here. Good morning. A girl at the reception greets me with a pleasant smile. Ada, a silver name tag reads on the breast of her pale green cotton uniform. Do you have an appointment? Okay, I deserved that one, for not showing up here once since the clinic's opening. I'm Dr. Walford, I tell her, hoping not to look too guilty. I'm substituting for, Jess, you made it. I turn to Mira's voice coming from the corridor where the therapist's offices must be. Her honey-colored skin is glowing in the soft light, accentuated by relaxed ringlets of her gorgeous hair. She inherited the best of both worlds from her black mother and Indian father. Almond-shaped expressive eyes, high cheekbones, and full lips women like me pay hundreds of dollars to achieve. Smile, briefly recalling how she fought with her heritage back in school, cursing at her unmanageable hair, plucking out her eyebrows,
buying tons of contouring cosmetics at Sephora to make her nose look shorter and narrower. But as we aged together, she grew into it all and truly blossomed in her natural beauty, a perfect person to teach others how to learn this elusive self-love. Again, ironically, unlike me. Of course I did. Barely any traffic on Saturdays, I say, knowing that she meant something quite different and purposely ignoring it. Mira rushes forward, enveloping me in a hug that feels both grounding and surreal. The warmth of her embrace is a stark contrast to the chill that has settled in my bones since the crash. I'm so glad you're here. I missed you. Aida, this is Dr. Walford, the owner. Jess, this is Aida, one of our receptionists. Nice to meet you, I murmur, forcing a smile as I take in the familiar yet foreign surroundings. I can feel the weight of my return to work pressing down on me, reminding me of the fractures within me that still need mending. After a quick tour of the clinic, I settle into my new office. Yep, Mira actually kept it unoccupied and locked this entire time, patiently waiting for me to crawl from under my rock to rejoin the living. There's nothing personal on my desk. The folder with notes is fresh out of Staples, not a single crease on the organic cotton cushions. The room is anonymous and almost clinically cold. I feel like a child on her first day of school, the space too big for me, too alien, too intimidating. But there's little time left to panic. Dr. Walford, your 12 o'clock, Ethan, is here, Aida says, after knocking on the door I left partially open. Shall I invite him in? Certainly no time to run. I gulp the thought down and respond with a bright, sure. When he arrives, I can't help but notice the way he walks in. His movements are deliberate, almost calculated. Late 30s, dressed to the nines in a cashmere sweater with the starched collar of a shirt peeking out from under it, and trousers that look as if they were just ironed. His eyes, behind rectangular lenses, are sharp and probing, scanning my office as if he's assessing the territory rather than seeking help. Good morning, Ethan. I'm Dr. Walford, and I'll be substituting for your therapist, Dr. Jenkins, today, I say, forcing a smile, but the warmth of my greeting feels strained. Please, take a seat. What brings you here today? Instead of answering, he tilts his head, studying me. I didn't believe it when Ada called and said you'd be the one working with me. I thought you quit. For good. His tone is casual, but there's an underlying tension that sends a shiver down my spine. Yes, as I said, I'll be substituting for your regular therapist, Dr. Jenkins, today, I reply, trying to redirect the conversation away from myself. If you'd rather reschedule your appointment with your regular provider— Oh, no. He interrupts with a strange chortle. I'm glad it worked out this way. This is going to be a fascinating experience. I don't like the predatory gleam in his slate-gray eyes one bit. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, I have no idea what he's here for. I feel at a disadvantage. Damn, I'm really rusty at this. The outward signals the inward, I remind myself. I square my shoulders, sit up a little straighter to occupy more space, and smile blandly as I stare him in the eye. I'm here to listen to whatever you'd like to share. What's been troubling you? He leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Tell me, Dr. Walford, how does it feel to be the only one to live after everyone around you died? My stomach flips. My first instinct is to bristle, bite back. I wait for it to pass. He's a patient. He's here because he needs help. I am the one who can provide it. I am the one in control. Why did you ask me that, Ethan? I lean back into my chair, crossing my legs, observing him dispassionately with my head tilted slightly to one side. Is it fear of death that bothers you, or is it the fear of losing control? Losing control, he repeats slowly. Yes, that's what terrifies the human mind about accidents, and particularly freak accidents like plane crashes, train derailments, hurricanes. It's not what's happening in itself, it's the feeling of complete and utter helplessness. So, I poise my pen over the paper. Which one is it? Ethan nods at long last, reclines back as well. He's arrived at some conclusion about me. I can tell by the way the unhealthy, searching gleam has left his eyes. They're half closed now, aimed at the miniature rake from the Zen garden he's picked up from the table.
"You're much better at this than Jenkins,"
he says, drawing designs in the sand so pale they look like ashes. He's still trying to figure out what's wrong with me.
"What do you think is wrong with you?"
I'm a private eye. I stalk people for a living. What would you say is wrong with me? It feels like a trap, a question meant to unearth something deeper than surface-level boutique therapy bullshit.
My new patient definitely has some sociopathic tendencies, but then again, so do the majority of politicians, lawyers, and surgeons. Well-adjusted sociopaths thrive in those fields, whereas maladjusted ones go on murder sprees. Now, just to find out which category Ethan belongs to. Most private eyes are former detectives. Is it safe to assume you arrived at your current profession choice after leaving the force for whatever reason? I ask him in my most neutral tone. Instead of a response, Ethan makes a gun out of his hand and play-shoots me in the chest. Bingo. Was there an incident that triggered it? I ask gently. Do you feel powerless? Have you witnessed something that shattered your entire perception of the world order? Slowly, so very slowly, I'm beginning to question if I'm only imagining it. Ethan is beginning to smile at me, just at the corners of his eyes at first, and only then he allows the smile to reach his lips. It's obvious he takes pleasure in our little word fencing.
"The city and the airline company paid you handsomely,"
he says, also without much expression.
"Why come back to work at all? Or do you miss hearing people turning themselves inside out? Makes you feel less fucked up in the head after what happened?"
He presses, his gaze unwavering, hoping to produce some kind of effect in scrutinizing me, pulling me apart like a puzzle he's eager to solve. I find myself cornered. I've definitely lost my touch. I'm unsure of how to proceed with him. In the end, I decide on honesty. Isn't that what got Clarice Starling on the right track with Hannibal Lecter? I got tired of focusing only on my suffering when there's so much of it in the world. I felt the acute need to help people. Splendid.
"Of your help."
He sounds like he's mocking me. I don't sleep well. Prescribe me Ambien, please, and I'll be on my way.
"Is that how Dr. Jenkins conducts your therapy? By simply writing prescriptions?"
Ethan laughs as if I just said something immensely amusing. The ambient light from the wall sconces reflects in his glasses, obscuring his eyes entirely.
"You sound concerned. Why? Is it bad for the clinic? Good old Jenkins' way of doing things?"
Naturally, it is. We aren't a drug dispensary. Besides, something tells me you can afford a drug dealer without bothering putting a prescription through the insurance. My patient is positively delighted now.
"I like you, Dr. Walford. You got teeth."
I feel my leg twitching. I catch myself looking at the door like a wild animal ready to bolt. Are you going to play games with me, or are you going to talk, Ethan? Why are you actually here, besides insomnia? He folds one long leg over the other in one swift, elegant gesture.
"Why don't you tell me, Dr. Walford?"
It takes all my strength not to heave a sigh. I'm nearing the end of my tether with his games. You're highly intelligent and realize that therapy is the only thing that stands between you and prison if you decide to go the Ted Bundy route. Instead of another bout of scornful laughter, he considers me with his head slightly cocked.
"That's an interesting way to put things into perspective."
He lowers his gaze but brings it back up almost at once. Some ancient as the world, feral emotion churns in its depth, frightening in its potential to explode.
But quite accurate. I'm here because I found myself caring deeply for a person I'd gladly kill for. Someone is taking advantage of that person. I don't sleep well because I fear I may do just that.
By the end of our time together, I'm left feeling drained of all energy. Still, like a vampire, Ethan's trying to suck more out of me.
Time for me to go,
he says, rising, and adds, already at the door,
I want to hear about your nightmares next.
My hollow laughter echoes in his wake. I sit back in my chair, staring at the closed door, unable to shake the unease that clings to me, the weight of his gaze lingering long after he's gone. Taylor, October 2021. I stand at the window, the glass cool against my forehead, watching the scene unfold in the small yard outside our home. The sun is bright, casting a harsh light that feels unwelcoming, illuminating the space in stark contrast to the storm brewing in my chest. After the incident last month, my therapist upped my meds, and I'm usually so doped up I'm not allowed to hold my own daughter. Supposedly, it's to make sure I don't get dizzy and drop her, but I know the real reason. They're afraid of me being near her. My husband is kneeling on the grass, a broad smile lighting up his face as he plays with Rain. Laughter fills the air, a sweet sound that used to bring me joy but now feels like a distant echo, overshadowed by the gnawing anxiety clawing at my insides. And there's Hannah, our nanny, her presence like a dark cloud hovering just a little too closely. She leans over Rain, her hair cascading in soft waves, laughter spilling from her lips as she engages in some silly game. The way she looks at my husband, those lingering glances, how her laughter seems to be just a touch too bright when he's around, ignites a fire of jealousy within me, a flame that I can't extinguish. She's beautiful, confident, and far too comfortable in our home, as if she belongs here more than I do. I can feel the walls of the house closing in on me, the air growing thick and oppressive. My chest tightens, and I force myself to breathe. But each breath feels like a struggle against an invisible weight pressing down. I should be out there, joining in their laughter, at least as a simple watcher. But the thought of stepping outside fills me with dread. What if Hannah tries to take my place? What if she's already trying to weave herself into the fabric of our family, stitching herself in where I feel myself unraveling? I pull away from the window, my heart racing, pacing the confines of the living room, each step echoing in the silence, a reminder of my isolation. I wrap my arms around myself, a feeble attempt to ward off the chill creeping up my spine. I can't escape the feeling that I'm being watched, that there's something lurking just beyond my sight, and every time I peek outside, I see it, the perfect family, and I'm just a ghost haunting the edges. Chapter 9. Jess. You need help with that? Rob from next door notices me fighting with the unwieldy mattress box the delivery van left at the bottom of my stoop while I was at the clinic, and pauses in front of his car. He's dressed in a business suit, and I try to talk him out of it as I strain to pull the box at least one step higher, but he's already opening the gate to my front yard. You really don't have to. You'll make a mess out of your suit. I huff and puff, but he scoops the bottom of the box as if it doesn't weigh any more than a box of crayons, and before I know, we're lugging it up the stairs into my bedroom.
First night in a proper bed?
He asks after we prop the box against the wall. I assure him that I've got it from here. Can't wait. I roll my eyes as I stretch my back. The creaking from it proves my point. I love the couch, but it ruined my spine in just 4 days. Rob looks around at the bare walls.
I like that they took the wall down between the two rooms. Makes it so much more spacious and lighter. I love those Victorians, but damn, they loved their narrow spaces. We're still opening up our rooms one by one.
I laugh with him as he heads back to the stairs. He makes some polite chit-chat as he goes outside, and then, with car keys already in his hand, suddenly turns as if remembering something.
Emily mentioned it to me the other day and keeps forgetting to ask. Have you installed a security system for the house yet?
I blink at him for a few seconds, momentarily taken aback. Do you think I need one? He screws up his face just enough to make a point.
You're all on your own in a big house. I'd get one just in case. I install them and can give you a friends and family discount for the monthly service. Installation I'll do free of charge.
I thank him, one hand on the gate, as he backs the car a bit and lowers the window.
The window. Think about it. And for now, let me add you to our neighborhood chat. Folks are all super nice here on the block. If you need salt or have books or holiday decor you want to get rid of, this is the place to be. And to ask for help, of course.
I give him my number and get a WhatsApp notification as soon as he adds me, but can't shake an odd feeling of someone watching me long after Rob pulls away. Suddenly, my gaze lands on the old abandoned brownstone at the very end of the block, the one next to the coffee shop. Unlike its renovated, polished neighbors boasting a fresh layer of brown coating, paint is hanging off it like old patches of dead skin.
The windows that must have been busted a long time ago have been cemented with concrete blocks instead of plywood. A perfect hiding place for someone with nefarious motives. I head inside to grab my keys and phone and make my way toward the new, unsettling discovery. Up close, I notice graffiti staining its basement entrance, garbage piled in its front yard, and a few notices pasted to the front door, long faded in the sun. This is not something under construction. This property has been condemned. Without any more lingering, I dive into the coffee shop to investigate further and take my place in the line. The coffee shop is just as vibrant as the neighborhood itself. Against the backdrop of the subway tile, a wall of artificial greenery with neon lights. One seating area is facing it, each bar stool occupied with young people typing away on their laptops. The second seating area is facing the street, not a single free chair in sight. A velvet seating area in a lush emerald color weaves through the rest of the space with tables positioned across the floor. It's difficult to reconcile this brightly lit, swanky coffee shop with the monstrosity next door. I'll have a medium mocha and a croissant. I point to the display, which proudly boasts all the items are gluten-free and vegan. Would you like it warmed and buttered? A barista with colorful dreads under a bright green kerchief beams at me from behind the counter as she inputs my order. A name tag on her linen shirt reads Akasha. If it's not too much trouble, I hold my phone to the reader and add a tip. No trouble at all. As she sets to making my coffee, I quickly glance over my shoulder. Luckily, I'm the last one in line, and the nearest customer is bobbing his head to the music in his headphones as he's working on something on his MacBook. His MacBook? I'm sorry, I call out to the barista. Probably a stupid question, but do you happen to know about the property next door?
Are you looking to buy it? Don't, unless you're a developer and planning to just knock the whole thing down.
She offers her verdict before I get a chance to respond.
It's been in this state for as long as I can remember, and we've been here for 5 years now. From what I hear, someone was killed in there, but it's gentrified neighborhood gossip. Longtime residents are very tight-lipped when it comes to the community's past history. If you're looking for a cheap brownstone, there's still plenty around, but not condemned or anything.
Oh no, I'm not looking for a house. Actually, I just moved here from Long Island. How nice! She beams at me again as she hands me a delicious-smelling warm brown paper bag with the shop's logo sealing it. Welcome to the community. Which street do you live on? Thank you. Right here on Monroe. Nice. We have free Wi-Fi and we deliver, so if you need anything, we're here. Thank you. I repeat as I accept my coffee, also in a custom sleeve with the shop's logo on it. You'll definitely see me around. Sure, I hope I didn't spook you or anything. She makes a grimace. Squatters used to live there, but the police got them out.
That's why the windows are bricked in. Now we're lobbying the city to do something about it, but you know how it is. Akasha rolls her eyes. Anyway, it's empty now. Just ugly. Was that why Rob mentioned the security system? I can't help but wonder as I pass by the condemned townhouse on my way home. Because of the history with squatters? I quickly scan the property again and pause briefly as the front door catches my attention. It was maybe bricked in, but the only thing that stands in any squatter's way into the house is a flimsy lock. The type my father once taught me how to force with a credit card when we got locked out of our own home,
and he refused to shell out the money for a locksmith. "Girl, you're not that important," my inner voice pipes up, her usual sarcastic self. "People have been living on this block for years and nothing's happened to anyone. Even if there are squatters, they won't come visit you at night." "Bree? They might. She's pretty. You're a mental case with permanent circles around your eyes any raccoon would be jealous of. After you made a scene on your first day here, they're likely crossing the street when they pass by your house." "Bitch," I whisper under my breath, but grin all the same, comforted. Chapter 10. The night falls early these days. By 4, the curtain drops completely, sealing our little world off until tomorrow. I don't mind it, though. I leave my blinds open with my lights dimmed and hover in a twilight with a border washed off between the street life and my own. Someone who watches but is also watched. A shadow among moving shadows illuminated by the orange glow of Halloween orbs. As the time for the support/survivors group meeting approaches, I consider ordering sushi and putting on Netflix instead. It's an anonymous group. No one will mark down my attendance nor report my absence to Dr. Keller. But then I remind myself that if I want to become the old me, I will have to act like her. And that old Jess was never one to run from her fears. She tackled them head on. I take a deep breath, my fingers hovering over the keyboard on my laptop, trembling slightly. Doubts begin crowding in my head. Will they recognize me? Will someone leak my presence to the papers? Will it attract even more unwanted attention? "You're not that important," my inner voice pipes up just in time, and damn am I happy to hear her imaginary groan and see her imaginary unimpressed roll of the eyes. With that metaphorical kick in the ass, I finally click join, and a new window opens up, revealing a grid of faces. According to Dr. Keller, each group meeting is small, not more than 10 people, to ensure appropriate time for everyone to share. I kinda wish for it to have been bigger, just so I, the newbie, won't stand out like a sore thumb. I feel a mixture of apprehension and curiosity as I scan the faces, searching for something I can't even identify. Expressions of pain? Signs of resilience? Physical marks they carry through their daily lives? Contrary to my expectations, it's just a regular support group. It's diverse by gender, age, and ethnicity, and only then does it strike me. A revelation that pain spares no one. Not a fierce-looking Asian woman who is attending from what looks like a corporate office. Not a powerfully built, bearded man who could have jumped off the pages of a biker or tattoo magazine. Not a firefighter, according to his t-shirt, with a golden retriever in a service dog vest tagged Archie, grinning happily at the camera next to his owner. In an instant, my heart skips a beat at the memory of my own dog, Kona. What I wouldn't give to feel the support of her warm head under my palm just now. "Hi, Archie!" Members greet the pup one by one, and I can't help but feel like an intruder, an outsider peering into a world I'm still trying to understand. Archie's human. A young man with tousled sandy hair and expressive kind eyes. Ben, according to the name on his window, holds up his hand with a soft smile, calling the group to silence.
I know half of you logged in just for your weekly dose of Archie, but we have a new member today, and I would like to welcome them first. Welcome to the group, Jess,
Ben says, while the others nod and wave.
I'll just go over the rules real quick to get that out of the way. We're a support group, but we aren't guided by any therapist during our sessions. If you're looking for a group that does, this is not it. Just being transparent here.
Also, this is a group specifically for survivors of accidents/natural disasters in which others died. The reason why we had to create our separate group is that a big part of our experience is dealing with survivor's guilt. However, we don't discriminate. And if you're a sole survivor who went through something traumatic, we are more than happy to have you. Just a heads up that we'll be talking about survivor's guilt a lot. He pretends to wipe his brow and take a breath after rapping out all this information. and I can't help but feel a smile growing on my face. Ben asks his golden retriever, who makes a comically attentive face in response, his eyebrows moving as if he's pondering his reply.
Ah, yes. Every time we schedule a session, one of us volunteers to act as a host. But aside from setting up a virtual meeting, welcoming new members, and moderating the meeting itself, we don't do much. During the meeting, we usually mute our microphones, except for the person who's speaking. If you want to say something, just raise your hand, and once a host greenlights you to go, you say what you want to say. If you have a question about the group, feel free to shoot it straight to me in the private chat. If you have a question for the group, feel free to post it to the group chat. The main rule is, we don't judge, but we do offer advice if someone asks for it. Obviously, no recording of any sort permitted, and you don't have to share if you don't want to. I know how terrifying these first sessions usually are, so feel free to just chill and listen today. Or share if you feel comfortable. Everything is up to you. Oh, thank God. I nod and mute my microphone. I don't have to talk. Perfect. I'll just sit, listen, and look at Archie's pink-tongued grin. I can see why Ben includes his pet in the group. The dog's soft eyes and relaxed panting radiates warmth, and a sense of comfort as the group begins to share their stories. And damn, are the stories gruesome. I listened to a woman recounting her experience of teaching her 3-year-old daughter to swim in a hotel pool one minute, and being swept away by a tsunami into the debris-filled unknown the next. Gloria was just in my arms. She dabs her eyes, drawn skyward. I can't even remember the moment when she suddenly wasn't. Nothing was around anymore. The hotel, the pool, the palm trees, the people, everything was gone. An ocean of muddy water and broken branches, and it carried me further and further with such tremendous force. And all I could think of was she was just in my hands. She's still looking at her palms with a mixture of bewilderment and horror. And I rub my own chest that's aching with pain for someone I barely know. I listen to the guy I thought was a biker, but turns out to be a veteran who now teaches kids wood carving, and close my eyes as he describes witnessing the beheading of his 5 captured comrades. The worst part of it all is that it should have been me. He speaks softly with a voice that is controlled from breaking only with immense willpower. I should have died instead of them. I alone. His face is impassive, but I can see his Adam's apple bobbing several times as he fights with himself from falling completely apart. I know the feeling. My own eyes moisten from the visceral reaction to his words. I was injured during the ambush. He continues after allowing himself to take a short break. And instead of leaving me there and retreating as they should have, my squad mates decided to hide me. If only they'd left me there to die. He shakes his head, powerful like that of a bear, and doesn't bother to wipe the tears that disappear into the thicket of his beard. All of them would have been alive. 5 lives instead of 1. An ed of 1. What kind of fucked up math is that? As the meeting wraps up, I feel a mix of exhaustion and, oddly enough, guilt. Not survivors this time, but guilt for singling myself out, as if I'm the only person who went through hell and, for some reason, found herself to be spat right out. After hearing other survivors' stories, I'm almost ashamed of my own PTSD. Alice lost her husband and daughter, her entire family in the wake of that tsunami. Steve inadvertently had his comrades killed. Everyone lost someone close, whereas, as I'm wrapped in a protective cocoon of family, friends, and therapists, and still whining like a baby. I have nightmares in my new house. I need 2 sessions a week with my therapist at her office on Madison. What a spoiled, entitled girl. Thank God that the meeting is nearly over. There's no way I can share my story with them.
I wouldn't be able to utter a sound. That's how disgusted I am with myself. I'm still waiting for Ben to formally conclude the session when it suddenly hits me. The familiarity of his t-shirt that kept bugging me from the moment I saw its logo. He's not just any firefighter. He's FDNY. He's here, in New York, not thousands of miles away like some of the group members. On impulse, I shoot him a message. I'm also in New York, Brooklyn, and regret it the second I press send. The group is meant to be anonymous. I shouldn't be prying into anyone's whereabouts, last names, professions, or anything else they don't openly share. Besides, there won't even be any second meeting for me. I still feel like an imposter among all these people who truly lost something. But just as I'm about to log off, I see a message. Hey, I'm in Brooklyn too. Want to grab coffee tomorrow? Without really thinking, I say yes.
Chapter 11.
Ben lives in Williamsburg, and we agree to meet midway in Long Island City. I change several times before finally deciding on jeans, an oversized turtleneck sweater, and sneakers. Grabbing an umbrella before I leave. A weather check doesn't say rain, but the infamous NYC weather doesn't give a rat's ass about such predictions. I head to my car. Hey, Jess! Bree catches me just as I'm about to climb inside. Long time no see. Hey, Bree. I wave at her, still holding on to the car door. How've you been? Good, good. She's beaming at me as she exits her front yard, but I notice shadows under her eyes, the same kind I used to sport not that long ago. I just finished recording videos for the week, and I'm treating myself to some pastries from that French bakery under Broadway the group chat always talks about. Want to join? Up close and in harsh daylight, the effects of her carefully applied makeup fade somewhat. Bree's glowing, supple skin I've admired so much appears dull yet oily at the same time. Bree, I'm so sorry, but I'm meeting someone in LIC in 30. I hope that my expression reflects just how shitty I feel about saying no to her. That's so nice. Catching up with a friend? Bree tries to act her sweet, perky self, but as Dr. Lee pointed out, as a result of my PTSD, I have this weird, finely attuned brain now that instantly picks up on the smallest clues in constant search of danger and sees through such things. A flash of disappointment in Bree's eyes that she quickly averts to save me from the guilt trip does the opposite. I pull out my phone to cancel with Ben. No, someone from my support group, actually. We realized yesterday that we both live in Brooklyn, so we decided to meet up in person. I pull up my messages and begin to type. It's okay, I'll reschedule. Let's go get you some well-deserved pastries. But as soon as she hears about the support group, Bree catches my wrist. No, don't even think about it. Go see your support buddy. Pastries aren't going anywhere. We can always grab them next time. I search her face a little longer, but she's nodding with such sweet enthusiasm. I finally delete the message and put the phone back in my back pocket. How about a movie tonight? I ask her instead. My place. I'll make popcorn. Bree instantly perks up. That sounds nice, actually. I'd love to. Awesome. I slap the hood of my car and realize just how desperately it needs a wash. Ew. My girl needs a shower. Yeah, you got some leaves in between your hood and your windshield wipers there, too. Bree giggles and helps me pull handfuls of them out. Wait, she says, plucking something out of a crinkling mass. I think you also got a ticket here. It must have got wet in last night's rain. A ticket? I reach for the crumpled white envelope, simultaneously checking the parking signs. Just like every Brooklynite, I religiously move the car on street cleaning days to the other side, double parking by Emily and Rob's Jeep. Other than that, there are no bus stops or yellow-painted parking spaces on our block. I'm already working myself up in the mood to email the city a summary of my thoughts to dispute whatever it is they ticketed me for. But I freeze when, instead of a parking ticket, a typewritten note stares back at me from the dirty, rain-stained sheet. How does it feel being alive?
I'm not sure how long I've been rereading and processing the words anonymous and ugly, all caps. Neither can I say how many times has Bree called my name. Jess? All I know is that I jolt as if hit by an electroshock when she reaches for my hand, spooking her as well. She pulls back, releases a nervous giggle, and pales almost instantly when she sees the message. The four-letter curse that she utters is so unlike her, I would have smiled had I not been so petrified. Is that some stupid prank? Bree is the first one to break the silence. She's staring at the note like it's a poisonous snake. I hold it slightly away from my body as I scan the row of townhouses around me for clues. I don't know what I'm searching for. A tweak of a blind, a stranger loitering on the corner watching the block. A ping from my phone reaches me as if from underwater. Still on high alert for anyone suspicious, I pull my phone out and see an ETA message from Ben. Shit. Throwing it in the nearest waste bin. But as soon as she follows my gaze to the neighbor's garbage container, Bree begins to shake her head. I'd keep it if I were you. I mumble something about maybe teenagers playing pranks on everyone in the neighborhood, which even I, myself, don't believe. But Bree is adamant. Not in this neighborhood. They've been raised on gentle parenting. They wouldn't consider playing pranks on anyone because compassion and high-standard ethics is fed to them straight from their mother's breast. Also, have you even seen any teenagers around? 93% of the households are child-free. For few teenagers are left, their schedules are packed with all sorts of activities. They don't particularly hang around like they used to in old movies. Bree throws her pointed chin at the note. You should take it to the police. It's just a stupid note, I say, unsure who exactly I'm trying to persuade, Bree or myself. It's the second stupid note I've got from someone anonymous in just a few days. Still, I fold it in two and throw it in the general direction of the passenger seat. It glides off the seat and falls to the rubber mat. With it out of sight, I can't help but feel somewhat better. Relieved, even if just temporarily. I gotta go if I want to make it on time. School buses will start running soon and then the traffic will be insane.
It's Sunday today.
Jewish school buses. I'm afraid us New Yorkers don't get days off from the school bus routes-induced traffic.
Ouch. That's why I bike everywhere.
When it gets warmer, I will do the same. Bree gives me a brief hug and tells me to be careful. As I pull away, I see her in the rearview mirror gazing after my car. She's still scowling. Chapter 12. I get to the coffee shop just under the wire. Unlike in my Victorian-style Bed-Stuy, there's no parking among the high-rises of Long Island City except for loading and unloading trucks, so I throw my car in front of the fire hydrant and make a mental note to keep an eye on it at all times. As I enter the coffee shop, I'm instantly enveloped in the aroma of freshly ground coffee beans and the sweet scent of pastries. The air hums with a gentle buzz as sunlight spills through the large industrial windows, casting intricate patterns across the polished wooden floor. A chalkboard hangs on the wall, adorned with whimsical Halloween-themed doodles, and the day's specials written in flowing, artistic script. Lavender latte, honey cinnamon cold brew, and a rotating selection of single-origin brews sourced from far-off lands. Looking for Ben, I quickly scan the vast space, which is packed to the brim at lunch hour. But then again, most of my generation prefer working from coffee shops rather than our own homes. So post-pandemic, any place that offers coffee and Wi-Fi has been occupied pretty much at all hours.
Jess, over here!
I turn around. Ben spotted me first and is waving me, half standing from the table by the window. Along with him, his service dog Archie is waving his gorgeous fluffy tail. I nearly choke at the doggy hello and realize how sorely I've missed it ever since I lost my Kona. Of course, I could have gone to the nearest shelter and adopted a new pup, but it wouldn't be fair to the animal. I still have myself to figure out. I'm definitely in no shape to care full-time for someone else. I wave through the tapestry of tables and their laptop-immersed patrons and hope that Ben doesn't notice how I quickly wipe my hand on my jeans before offering it to him. Nice to meet you. We say at the same time and follow it up with an embarrassed chuckle. Wow, you're tall. I blurt out and inwardly bite my tongue, cursing my ADHD brain and its complete lack of impulse control. Sorry.
You're good.
Ben is smiling as he gestures to the second chair.
It's always best to get that out of the way first.
I suppose I may as well ask you if you play basketball. Don't answer that. I raise my hand, laughing. That was just a sorry attempt at a joke.
As a matter of fact, I used to play,
Ben says, and his smile falters a second.
Back in high school, not anymore.
I feel there's a bigger story to it, but I don't pry any further.
Instead, I turn my attention to his golden retriever, who's been observing our interaction with his soft brown eyes. And you must be Archie. It's so nice to meet you, too. I quickly look up at his dad. Full disclaimer, I'm dog obsessed. May I give him a quick pet, or is he working? Ben gestures to Archie with a help yourself expression. Full Archie disclaimer. He's a love sponge. Nearly failed his course because of it, but passed it by the skin of his teeth, fortunately for me. Feel free to love on him, but just know, once he feels you like him, he won't leave you alone.
For a few minutes, we break the ice over our shared love for dogs. I tell him about a whole line of Goldens my parents and I grew up and lived with, and Ben shares all the ways Archie changed his life for the better. A barista/waiter in a gray apron with leather straps comes over to take our order, and as soon as he leaves, we return to our dog conversation with the ease of two friends who've known each other for years. To my great relief, you can never tell with strangers after all, Ben is completely unpretentious and so very easy to talk to. He's also cute as hell, with that chiseled jawline, messy hair, and all-American smile thing going on, but perfectly, almost refreshingly normal in spite of it. I listen to you and realize that I missed out on so much growing up, Ben says, rubbing Archie's soft ear. Now that I have him, I can't imagine a household without a dog. But my mom, she's too Jewish for a dog. He mock rolls his eyes, smiling all the same. Hair on my furniture, drool on my rugs. I can't help but snort as he goes for a full impression of his mother, complete with a hilarious voice. She loves Archie, though. Ben continues after a pause. Archie was my therapist's suggestion, and let's just say, he's been a great help. May I ask what he does for you? I probe as gently as I can. You don't have to reply if it's too personal or uncomfortable. Arch is trained to react to rapidly rising cortisol levels in my body. Basically, if he senses a panic attack coming, he grounds me and helps me through it. When his trainer told me that dogs like Archie actually smell our hormones with their noses, I couldn't believe it at first. But it definitely tracks, seeing as they've been used as bomb-sniffing and rescue aids for decades. And hunting ones, that goes back like thousands of years. He pauses to thank the server for our order and breaks into a beaming smile as he turns his mug toward me. I pull forward and see a dog's face with a tongue sticking out, painted in Ben's coffee by some Michelangelo currently operating the espresso machine. Okay, promise you won't laugh, but I have to take a picture of it, he says, pulling his phone out of the pocket of his windbreaker hanging on the back of his chair. I'll show it to the guys tomorrow. They'll lose the plot. I won't laugh because I'll be taking a picture as well. We both snap several photos of the coffee and of Archie's face, which undoubtedly served as inspiration next to that coffee. Out of habit, I swipe the screen to the left to pull up my Instagram and feel my smile drop when an empty folder greets me, titled mockingly, Social Media. You okay? I look up and see Ben's frank brown eyes searching mine. He must suffer from the same people's emotions antenna Dr. Keller and I laughed about during our last session. His brow is creased ever so slightly with concern. I give a little shrug. Lying to a fellow survivor would be useless anyway. It's so cute I wanted to post a story, but completely forgot that I deleted all of my social apps after what happened. Ben considers his masterpiece of a coffee for a few moments, and after finally taking a reluctant sip, he looks up again as if having decided something.
Okay, so I'll just go ahead and say it.
He pauses a bit before continuing.
I recognized you right away during the meeting. Not because I'm one of those psychos with an unhealthy interest in anything morbid.
No, that would be me. I quip with a grimace and chuckle when he does.
Your face was all over the news for nearly a month after the crash.
Sorry about that.
Oh, God, no. You have a very TV-suitable face. I just meant to say that it was sort of unavoidable.
Also laughing, he reaches out and covers my hand with his momentarily. In spite of myself, my breath hitches. People haven't touched me much after the crash, not even Mom, and out of all people, she's always been the one for physical contact. It's as if they're afraid to break me or something. And now, with his warm palm over mine, I suddenly realize just how starved I've been for this ordinary, yet soul-warming human touch. Ben notices me looking at our hands and pulls away instantly. I feel as if someone tore a jacket off me, leaving me exposed to pelting rain and gusty October wind. He begins to apologize. He's not one of those grabby types and didn't mean to touch me without permission. I wave his apologies off. He didn't do anything wrong. I'm just not used to that sort of thing anymore is all. For a few seconds, we talk over each other with the urgency of two idiots trying to explain ourselves, and then both shut up at the same time and mumble, "I'm sorry, you were saying," also in unison, and finally throw our hands up, laughing so hard a few patrons peek at us over the screens of their laptops. Next to the table, Archie is thumping his tail, unsure of what's going on, but likely smelling serotonin emitting from both these weird humans. Conversation goes much smoother from that point on. I tell Ben about the crash and my rehabilitation progress, and he shares his story with me. It wasn't so widely publicized, but somehow sounds much worse than mine.
We were putting out a fire at an old row house.
Ben's eyes dim somewhat, and his voice takes on a mechanical cadence as he recounts the events of the day that altered his life forever. He talks about it with the neutrality of a mere observer, as if it happened to someone else, certainly not him.
We got there under 4 minutes after receiving the call about the smoke on the second floor. But by that time, the whole place was already engulfed. I don't know if you're familiar with those old Victorians, but they're basically hollow inside. Wooden floors, wooden walls, wooden paneling. Nothing fire retardant whatsoever. So when the fire starts at any point, it spreads rapidly between the floors. Landlord was renting it out by units. Cheap stuff for starving artists or immigrants that hadn't been renovated since the 30s. Neighbors barely knew each other. No one could tell who was accounted for and who wasn't. It was the middle of the day, and people could be at work or whatever. While the other team were working from the ground, me and 2 guys accessed the roof from the townhouse next to it. It seemed perfectly stable, and we advanced closer to the middle to hatch a hole in it. And that's when the whole thing just sagged under us. In the silence that falls, I find myself unable to take the next breath. His hand stroking Archie's head absently, Ben becomes completely still. I peer into his eyes, but he's somewhere far away from here, in a completely different place and time. I remember falling through, like in slow motion. He continues after a while, his jowls working. I'd say that was the most terrifying part of it. Realizing you're falling feet first into this raging inferno where you will die a very agonizing death in several agonizingly slow minutes. I remember trying to grab onto something, anything, as I was falling. But what was there to grab onto? Suddenly, Archie is on high alert, paws on Ben's lap, wet nose nudging under Ben's chin. Blinking a few times as if just coming up from under a spell, Ben hugs the golden retriever, who is dead set on making eye contact with his human. I'm okay, Arch. His own eyes softening, Ben rubs the retriever's ear. Thank you. Once again, he can look at me, see me. I won't give you any more nightmares by offering you a detailed account. To sum it all up, I was the only one out of my roof team to survive just because I landed on the part of the floor that was still holding by some miracle. The guys who were with me fell even further through,
all the way down, hacked my way to the window and got out onto the fire escape from where they rescued me. He looks at his hands, pain from losing his friends etched into his features. I read it, clear as day, between the lines marring his brow. Just like you said, not even a scar to show for it. Whatever burns I sustained were so superficial, they healed over in a couple of weeks. Yeah, but it's what stays inside, I say and let the thought trail off. Ben follows it instantly, nods like a toy running out of wind, slower and slower. And then your outside doesn't match your inside, and you can't even tell who you are anymore. And you go slowly mad. And every day becomes a battle for survival. I finish for him. Every single day, you have to actively pull yourself out of that madness and will yourself back into living. But you look so obnoxiously fucking normal, most people don't know, don't see. I look down and realize that we've been clutching hands for some time, only now I can't tell who reached out to whom first. Over the pastries and more coffee, I share my madness with him, and he shares his. More than 2 hours fly by without either of us noticing. By the entrance and part ways with "thank you for listening," and "we'll definitely do this again, soon." When I get to my car, there's an orange slip with a ticket under my windshield wiper. Nearly $200, and I'm not even mad. Aren't you a little hypocrite, feigning helplessness for appearance's sake? But I know just what you are. Murderer. Already found your next victim, haven't you? And you look so very innocent, sleeping in your new bed, your hand under your cheek, lips slightly parted. I lift up your other hand and let it drop. My, you're really out cold. Under the silver light of the moon, I check the label on the orange pill bottle on your nightstand. Ambien. No wonder. I could slit your throat right now and you'd sleep right through it. I hold the blade to your neck to see how it fits. It takes all my strength to pull it away. No need to involve police in our little personal business. I'll let you do the deed. I'll guide you to it, step by step. In the end, you'll be so terrified. You'll welcome the exit strategy I'll gently nudge you toward. I've already sent you a couple of greeting cards, but I think tonight I'll dial up the tension a notch. Ready? Chapter 13. It should have been you. Gasping for air, I sit up in my bed and listen closely. My head is still full of fog caused by Ambien, but I'm almost positive I haven't dreamed the wrathful scream that sounded as if it came right from here, my own bedroom. I scramble for the phone, nearly drop it because my hands are ice cold and shaking, and finally flip the flashlight on to scan the room for intruders. I'm not even sure if the voice I heard belonged to a man or a woman. My window is closed. The landing just outside my bedroom door is full of light, just as I left it. In my ears, blood is pounding with such force I don't hear my own frantic whispering. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. The landing is only a few steps away, but I'm paralyzed with visceral, all-consuming fear. All I can do is circle the bed with the flashlight. I'm hyperventilating, swallowing air by the mouthful. My entire back is wet with cold, sleek sweat. The blood is pulsing so wildly in my temples, I'm sure I'll die of a heart attack right here and now. People do die from fear, don't they? Sure they do. Just like I will. Just like I should have. The voice said so. The voice said so. And suddenly, my brain comes up with something other than conjuring up monsters from the depths of its recesses. Siri. Of course. I have Siri. Hey, Siri. I call into the phone and nearly faint with relief as the screen lights up with the familiar rainbow. Call 911. The flashlight app turns itself off, and for a split second, I'm alone with the darkness ready to consume me. But then the female voice breaks through it like a beacon of light. 911, what's your emergency? I burst into tears of relief. I think
There may be someone in my house.
I listen to the words as they issue out of my mouth. I sound like a bad radio reception, distant and distorted even to my own ears.
Her my address, and with the phone against my ear as quite an illogical means of protection, drag my stiff body out of bed.
The police are on their way. Stay on the line with me, ma'am. Is there somewhere safe you can wait until the unit arrives? I sniffle. I don't know. I don't know where safe is. With a wooden hand, I flip on the bedroom lights and force myself down to my knees to finally check under the bed. I don't have to bend far. With a high bed frame and the absence of a bed skirt, I can see right away. There's absolutely nothing there. Of course there isn't. And lights on, the strange shout that woke me up recedes further and further into the realm of night terrors and hallucinations. Someone's knocking on the door. I tell the operator as soon as I hear it.
Yes, the unit is there. Do you think you're safe to go downstairs and open it?
I think the stairs are clear. By the time I stop at the front door, I regret my impulsive decision to call the police, but there's nothing doing. They're here now. I unbolt the door, turn the lock, and pull the door open. 3 officers, 2 men and 1 woman, are standing on my "come back with the warrant" welcome mat. On the street, I notice not 1 but 2 squad cars and 2 other officers waiting by my gate entrance.
Miss Walford, you called about the possible intruder?
The tall Hispanic cop holding a flashlight asks me. His brass name tag reads Dominguez. I nod.
May the officers check your backyard while we talk?
He gestures toward the 2 policemen by the gate. I nod again and step away, inviting them in. 1 remains by the gate, but the second trots up the stoop stairs and heads down into the basement, where the sliding door leading to the back of the property is located.
So what happened?
Officer Dominguez asks me as I shuffle to the kitchen to get a glass of water. I let him and his 2 colleagues do their thing around the living room. Having their flashlight beams searching everywhere is comforting. I woke up after I heard a scream, I say, opening the faucet.
What kind of a scream?
A voice. It screamed, "It should have been you." That's what woke me up. The glass is only half full, but I'm so hoarse and thirsty, I begin gulping from it right away.
That's oddly specific,
Officer Dominguez comments. It kind of makes sense considering that I shouldn't even be alive, I say and cringe inwardly, already knowing just how ridiculous my explanation is going to sound. Offer it to them, starting with the plane crash and ending with my diagnosis of PTSD. I also watched a horror movie with Bree, my neighbor, last night, which probably wasn't the best choice in my current circumstances, but it's Halloween, so it may have been just a nightmare, I admit with a sigh at the end. I'm so sorry I called you. Back in my bed, I was 100% sure it was real.
Would you like us to check the house?
Dominguez asks. I exhale again and give a shrug. To their credit, none of them exchanged any glances or looked at me like I was an apple short of a fruitcake. Instead, they left their male colleague downstairs and trooped to the second floor, flipping on the lights and checking every crevasse with a diligence I felt I didn't deserve from them. In my bedroom, Officer Dominguez pauses near my bedside table, on which my water bottle and an orange bottle of sleeping pills stand. It's Ambien, I say, guilty for some inexplicable reason. I suffer from insomnia. It's from the pharmacy. I have a prescription.
No, it's not that.
Officer Dominguez tries to conceal it as best he can, but the look in his eyes is the same one would have seeing an abandoned puppy on the side of the road. Sheer pity.
Sheer pity.
My mother used to take them, but had to stop because they make you do things. As in, she could get into her car and drive to get a shake from Shake Shack in the middle of the night and not remember it the next day. And in my 12 years on the force, I've seen other examples. People hear, see, and do stuff like you won't believe. It could have been your medication. Absolutely not saying you should stop taking it, he rushes to add, but just something to keep in mind. One of his colleagues clears his throat on the landing and announces all clear on all other floors and the yard.
There doesn't seem to be any signs of forced entry.
All windows are secured. Dominguez even shines his light at the tree branches through my bedroom windows.
Nope. These are all too thin to support a human. Doesn't look like anyone could have climbed close enough to the window to spook you with a shout. And besides, the neighbors would have heard.
He doesn't have to explain. I have already realized myself that I'm an idiot, plain and simple. I'm so sorry again, I mutter, swiping at my eye with the back of my hand.
Oh no, don't apologize. You did everything right, he assures me.
It's better to be safe than sorry, his female colleague adds with a kind smile. You're all alone in such a big house.
Especially after living through what you did. She shakes her head. I can only imagine. You're doing great, all things considered. Don't hesitate to call again if you hear something, Dominguez adds. The precinct is only 7 blocks away. We don't mind taking a trip to make sure everything's all right. I escort them downstairs, thank them again, and close the door. It's 3 a.m. I only have 3 more hours left to sleep. Doubt I'll be able to close my eyes again. And I have to be back in the clinic in the morning. Chapter 14. The unpleasant taste of last night's events still lingering in my memory, I'm spooning coffee into the coffee maker when Bree FaceTimes to ask me if I'm coming over for a morning yoga session. I'd love to, but I can't, I say, popping the lid closed and pressing the brew button. It's my first official day at work today. Not as a substitute, but as a full-time therapist. I groan, regarding myself through the camera. I'm paler than the witch hanging on Emily and Rob's gates, and my hair is even stringier. Not even going into the whole black-rimmed red eyes situation. Oh, exciting! Bree livens up. I didn't know you were planning to get back so soon. Just make sure your manager doesn't press you into things you're not ready for. Still, return to work? That's so fantastic. She claps her hands, her blonde ponytail bouncing as she does a little dance. We have to celebrate. My treat. I can't help but begin to smile. Bree's such a ray of sunshine. It's impossible to be near her and not succumb to that all-encompassing warmth. Just not tonight. Feeling even uglier against her image on my phone, I turn away from the screen to pull out all of my meds for the day. I barely slept last night, so I'll most likely crash once I get back. Why didn't you sleep? Had a nightmare, I reply without looking at her. Oh no. I knew I shouldn't have asked you to put on Friday 13th. It wasn't the movie. Oh. Bree covers her mouth as the realization dawns on her. Was it about the plane? She asks quietly. No. Well, I heave a sigh, palm the meds, and swallow them all at once. Who else can I really discuss it with? Definitely not Mira. She'll never let me get back to work if I can barely keep my own monsters under the lid. Dr. Keller? She will say nothing, but I just know she'll be thinking, I told you so, as I recount my story. You're pushing yourself too far and too fast, Jessica. It's a gradual process, Jessica. You'll only upset your recovery, Jessica. No thank you. I heard a voice last night. I tell Bree in the end, the only person who's here and now and is listening without judging. And she is listening, nodding and reacting in all the right places, and not once looking at me with that pity I've grown to loathe seeing in people's eyes. We talk for over an hour, and for the first time in months, I feel accepted and understood, bonding with the new neighbor as if with a long-lost sister. I only remember about Serenity when a reminder pops up on my phone, leaving me just an hour to get ready. Break a leg, or whatever they say for when you get back to work. Bree waves at the camera with her usual contagious smile. And let me know when you're ready to pop that champagne. Of course. I hang up and put my phone back on silent. The house is so still and quiet without her cheery voice. I feel my own energy suddenly drop, as if Bree is my new crutch, and functioning without her is harder than it should be. Upon my arrival at Serenity, the office smells faintly of wood polish and citrus-scented disinfectant, Mira's signature one ever since the pandemic.
I grin as I recall her wiping every single item we used to bring home from the supermarket during that year. She also used to wash her hands with more dedication than any surgeon.
Arranging my things atop the immaculately wiped desk, I can't help but feel for the clinic's cleaning staff. Mira must really keep them on their toes, and particularly now, during the flu/COVID season. It's then that I notice a wrapped rectangle tucked neatly in the corner, in between the file cabinet and a tall potted plant. I only have 10 minutes left before my first appointment, but curiosity gets the better of me, and so I tear into the brown paper. It's a painting, I realize, when I see the white back of the canvas and a wire attached to the wooden frame. A smile growing on my face, I turn it over and feel the blood immediately drain from my extremities. Rendering of a plane about to crash into a busy highway, cars just visible at an extreme angle through the plane's oval windows. Their faces masks of utter terror. Passengers are screaming or praying in various positions as they prepare for imminent death, including my savior Leandro Riviera, who is on his knees, eyes drawn skyward. And at the center of this nightmare, an image of me gazing directly at the viewer, a glass of champagne raised as if in a toast, the most disturbing, self-satisfied grin pulling at one corner of my twin's mouth. With a strangled yelp, I hurl the painting away from myself. It hits the wall and flips onto its belly, leaving only the back of it exposed. "Everything all right?" Ada pokes her head into my office, her straight, glossy black hair hanging like a curtain over her shoulder. "Where did this come from?" I point a finger at the offending object buried in the remnants of wrapping paper. My entire body is tightly wound, on the verge of a panic attack, but not quite there yet. For a few seconds, the receptionist looks at me as if waiting for the punchline to a joke. When it doesn't come, she clears her throat, more concerned than amused. "I thought you ordered it." She looks at the back of the painting and the bare walls. And the bare walls. There was a note saying you wanted to start decorating the office? Seeing that I'm still rendered motionless and speechless, Ada dips behind the door and reappears after a few moments, holding a printed note to me she likely fished out of her wastebasket. "The office could use some spicing up. Jess." I read the note without touching it. Mira pokes her head inside then, quickly assessing the room with a trained manager's eye. "Everything okay?" Patients will start filing in soon. I let Ada go to tend to them, but tell her to leave the note on my desk. As soon as she pulls the door closed after herself, I point Mira to the painting. "What the—" I can only hear her reaction. I purposely avoid looking anywhere near the picture. After barely fighting off a panic attack, I'm not risking another one. Not when Ethan is about to enter my office any minute. Who sent this here? Now that the first shock has passed, Mira sounds pissed off. Supposedly me. I fill her in about the note and Ada's explanation. Was it someone's sick idea of a joke? Clearly they wanted not only to remain anonymous, but to make others believe I ordered that thing. "Are you okay?" With the painting pressed against her leg, facing away from me, Mira touches my shoulder. To lead the session, I mean. I should tell her that I'm not. I should cancel everyone and go home. But then I imagine all the consequences Mira would have to mitigate. Clients annoyed with a last-minute cancellation, free sessions to make up for their lost time, reworking of the entire schedule, and likely negative reviews on Google. I can't do this to her. I'm fine. It comes out brisker than I wanted. Just put it away someplace no one will see it until it's time for me to leave. I'll take it with me. I see that she's about to ask what I'm planning to do with it, but Ada knocks on the door to announce that Ethan is here. After one last look at me, the meaning of which I can't quite decipher, Mira leaves, hugging the painting to her chest. Chapter 15.
I watch Ethan like a hawk as he settles into the chaise.
You all right, Dr. Walford?
He arches his brow.
I feel like I walked in on a lover's spat or something.
Dr. Singh is a colleague. I keep scrutinizing him with the same intensity he's studying me with. I don't know for a fact that he sent the painting, but I decide to prod him anyway. Someone sent me a present, a bit unusual, but I appreciated the message. I'd thank them, but they didn't leave the return address. Ethan's colorless brows twitch a bit, gathering over the bridge of his nose. He looks at the door through which Mira just disappeared, pieces things together.
To a painting?
I keep a smile on my face like it's glued there. I want the message to be clear. If it was him, he didn't rattle me. A certain mirth glimmers in Ethan's pale eyes.
What was it of?
He holds up a finger.
Wait, don't tell me. It's your portrait. Was it good? Did you like it?
I shrug, unimpressed. It didn't quite capture the essence. He looks outright hungry now.
May I see it?
Perhaps I underestimated him. Perhaps he's not so well adjusted after all. Keeping my face entirely neutral, I give a shrug. Maybe. After you tell me how and why you landed in therapy, something tells me it wasn't a choice. Time to get to know you, Ethan. It's me like some very intriguing specimen. For a split second, his gaze darts toward the corridor before fixating back on me. Something akin to appreciation flickers across his pale eyes before he hides them from me.
It was court-appointed,
he acknowledges at length, his elegant hand playing with the Zen garden rake.
I might have nearly driven someone to suicide.
He continues without even the slightest hitch in his voice, drawing an elaborate design on the pale sand.
The person is dead now, but not due to my efforts.
I feel blood momentarily freeze in my veins. I assume, since this is a recent turn of events, that it didn't happen on active duty? You'd left the police force by then? I ask, doing my best to appear unrattled. And committed this act in a civilian capacity. Ethan Sloane looks up from his miniature garden, a mischievous gleam in his eyes.
Is that what you really want to ask, Dr. Walford?
No. How did it happen, and why?
Now we're finally getting to the brass tacks.
Having abandoned the Zen garden, he leans back into his chaise, comfortable like a cat.
Formally ask Jenkins to transfer the court order to you, seeing as you're now my new shrink and all.
You do that, because I will need to mark your progress for the judge. However, I'd rather hear it from you directly. Ethan closes his eyes, his voice taking on a vaguely dreamy tone, as though recounting a tale from memory.
A client came to me, looking for proof that her brother-in-law drove her sister to suicide for life insurance. His company's finances weren't in the best shape, and he decided that doing away with his child's mother would be a fine idea. Long story short, I did find the proof.
Wanted to go the court way or my way? By your way, I understand, you mean doing the same to the husband that he did to the wife? He nods, a picture of serenity.
She didn't even hesitate, just told me straight out to go for it.
His pale eyes snap open and fixate on me.
So I did.
A smile of extraordinary charm appears on his face, chilling me to the bone.
I'm a firm believer in an eye for an eye, Dr. Walford. And now, your turn. Show me the picture.
Mira watches me slam the lid of the trunk down, the painting inside. It's evening rush hour. Along the street, the traffic barely crawls. In the doggy daycare next door, pups are pawing at the glass, trusting brown eyes seeking their humans out of the swell of the crowd. Grubhub delivery people flock around bars and restaurants, eyes glued to their phones as they wait to grab a new order. What are you going to do with it? I barely hear Mira's question over the ruckus. Burn it? Take it to the cops? Keep it as evidence? The thing is, I'm not sure myself. Not yet. Not until I know the exact purpose of it all. The notes, the painting, my stalker's sinister love language. I'm a firm believer in an eye for an eye, Dr. Walford. Ethan's words replay in my mind. More and more, I'm inclined to believe that it's him who's behind this all. Only I haven't the faintest idea why. Up until our first session, I never even knew the guy. What could I have possibly done to him, or even one of his clients? I haven't killed anyone. Not intentionally, you didn't. Another thought flashes through me. I chase it away with a toss of the head. Don't know yet. I wipe my forehead and lean my shoulder on the roof of my car.
To grab a bottle of wine and come over for a housewarming party? It'll be a riot, the whole two of us.
Like the good old days? Mira grins at me, a shadow of the old NYU imp I used to share an apartment with flickering momentarily through her eyes. Sounds tempting as hell, but I'm afraid I'll have to take a rain check. Visiting the women's shelter today, and tomorrow I have to be up early for that podcast thing. What podcast thing?
I didn't tell you?
Mira pinches the bridge of her nose as she squeezes her eyes, and only as the sun falls a certain way do I notice dark circles under her eyes, carefully concealed by her experienced hand. Sorry, it's been a crazy week.
Few weeks. Few months.
She laughs, but it sounds hollow and forced.
A podcast about the conception of Serenity Shared, its mission, and basically what we give back to the community. Do you want me to do it? I offer, before I realize what I'm doing. Damn my brain and its lack of impulse control. It's too late now. My best friend is watching me with such relief in her eyes. I wouldn't have the heart to tell her no anyway. Really? You think you're up for it? Absolutely not. Oh yeah. Just shoot me all the information when you get a chance. Chapter 16. When I get back home, the first thing I do is take the painting downstairs and shove it into the narrow space between the dryer and the wall. Out of sight, out of mind, until I decide what to do with it. Next, I message Rob and ask him about the home alarm system. He promises to send me an email as soon as he gets home from work. Good. That's sorted. Still unchanged from my work clothes, I check all the locks and all the rooms, starting from the basement up. I don't believe my secret admirer would risk breaking in. So far, all of their presents have been left either at my door or the office, but better safe than sorry. Naturally, the house is empty, spare for a rat in the backyard, which quickly dives under the wooden fence separating my home from Bree's landlord's. Relieved and slightly annoyed on account of a rat, now I'll have to add an exterminator to my growing to-do list, I head to the shower. The adrenaline boost is running out. As the first streams of hot water hit my skin, my body remembers that it's been running on stimulants, coffee, and only 3 hours of sleep. I need rest. I need to ease into this new routine, not dive in head first. I'm taking on too much work. I'll burn out and break down. Trying to reason with myself as I step out of the shower when, on the sink, my phone lights up with my mom's face on the screen. The conversation feels like so much work right now, but I'm a dutiful daughter and press the button to accept. Hi, Mom. I try to wave at her with healthy enthusiasm, but from a smaller rectangle of the screen, a pale, manic-eyed mental patient wrapped in a towel is baring her teeth at me. Mom is not smiling. If anything, her pinched, anxious face is in stark contrast to her playful pink scrubs with ducks on them. Jessica, are you okay?
She's not in the nurse's rest area from where she usually calls me when at work, but at the nurse's station, squatting under the desk against all protocols. Yes, of course, why wouldn't I be? I try to reply as breezily as I can, but I sound unnaturally shrill. My mother observes me silently for some time, like a cop waiting for the suspect to crack. Only I stare right back at her, my mind still too out of it to even register that something may be out of order. Jessica, I wake up to the neighborhood chat saying there were 2 police cars at your house last night. They saw officers going in and were trying to make sure everything was okay with you. Morning session with Dr. Keller. She also just called me asking if you were okay. I tried calling you before clocking in for my shift, but you wouldn't respond. I nearly drove myself crazy with worry. Shit. Dr. Keller. Shit. I close my eyes and exhale slowly. I completely forgot. I'm sorry, Mom. One of the therapists on staff had to leave, and Mira had no one to replace him with. I had to pick up his patients Saturday and today, and the appointment just completely slipped my mind. I'll call Dr. Keller later and reschedule for tomorrow. You're back to work? She looks so alarmed. You'd think I just confessed to robbing a convenience store at gunpoint. Yes, I'd been planning on returning to work eventually anyway. In the background, the speaker above the nurse's station garbles something incomprehensive. My mother waves my last remark off and nods at someone out of the frame. I'll be there in a sec, she says to them and turns back to me. Why were the police at your house in the middle of the night? Oh, that was just a little misunderstanding. I try to laugh it off and nearly cringe at my own bad acting. I had a nightmare and scared myself into thinking that someone was in the house. Another nervous giggle escapes my lips. The police were super sweet about it. They checked everything top to bottom and said it was likely my Ambien. I'll ask Dr. Keller to get me off it when I speak to her next time. Honey, you can't sleep without Ambien, she reminds me. I shrug. I'm going to have to learn to live without it eventually. Even though I claim my call is not at all urgent, Dr. Keller's receptionist schedules me within the next 40 minutes. When the Zoom connects us, I look like a wet hen in contrast to my therapist's immaculate, elegant form. She doesn't mention the missed session, just asks me how my day is going. I look anywhere but the screen, wondering where to even start, and if I should start at all. Jess, it's a simple enough question. You're not exactly helping your case here. I'm sorry I missed the session. I mumble instead. I had a shift I needed to pick up for a colleague, and I got my schedule all mixed up. I didn't sleep that well last night either. Why not? Her designer glasses go down to the bridge of her nose, and the Mont Blanc pen is already poised. I hate her a little bit at this moment. Shall I tell her the truth? I'll sound crazy if I do. But then, if I want to get off Ambien, I do need to tell her how they're affecting me. But what if it's not Ambien? What if it's something much more sinister at play? Though the idea of Ethan sneaking into my house just to scare me stiff is a little overboard. Or is it? Didn't he just confess to me that he was playing with some guy? Not that he didn't deserve it, like a cat with a mouse? Jessica, I see you're feeling a bit overwhelmed. Sometimes it gets tough to gather your thoughts when you have so many of them. Dr. Keller is changing her tactics. She'll empathize with me and validate my feelings without judging them in order to help me open up. I know precisely how it all works. It's okay to start from the middle if you can't pinpoint the start. We'll untangle it all together. That's what I'm here for. I finally gather myself and recount the entire story with every detail I can recall, starting with my unscheduled return to work, Ethan, the events of the last night, and ending with the present I supposedly shipped to my office. To her credit, Dr. Keller doesn't call the ambulance on me. She writes furiously, though, for some time after I'm finished. At last, she removes her glasses and clears her throat. Thank you for being open and vulnerable with me, Jessica. It takes a lot of bravery and strength, and I want you to know that I appreciate it. That's the good news. I finish for her with a lopsided grin. The bad news is, I belong in a mental institution, don't I? Dr. Keller smiles. She's one of those rare women who can pull off dark hair, pale skin, and burgundy lipstick without looking like a vampire, but a picture of Upper East Side sophistication. Her dark green blouse with a snakeskin print and a black pencil skirt are also something out of vogue. I suddenly wonder how well she would have held out if she were in my place. For some reason, I feel like she would have walked out of that crash cool as a cucumber, with only her stilettos slightly dusted. Am I going insane? I ask before Dr. Keller has a chance to reflect on my first assertion. No, Jessica, you aren't going insane. I release a breath I didn't realize I was holding. The words are oddly reassuring, coming from a fellow licensed psychiatrist. Your brain is dealing with a lot, though.
You're also on quite a list of medications, and they are known to react unpredictably in different cases, Ambien in particular.
Ambien doesn't explain the painting. I tell her, gathering my still damp hair into a high bun. Dr. Keller makes a doubtful grimace.
It is known to cause hallucinations and performance of uncharacteristic actions without retaining any memory of them.
It also stays in your system even after you're awake. So it could have been that. So what you're telling me is I could have ordered and shipped the painting to my office without remembering it.
I stare at her. It feels like gaslighting. And coming from her, it also feels like a betrayal. Though if the roles were switched, isn't that exactly what I would have said to a patient of mine? Dr. Keller regards me with the slightest incline of her head, which in her case passes for sympathy.
You want me to wean you off it, you said.
I'd rather deal with nightmares than whatever that was, I confess, though I've been sleeping okay lately. I can always smoke weed before going to bed. Going to bed knocks me out like a charm and doesn't make me hear people's voices. Or order and ship paintings to myself. I keep that last thought to myself, though. Dr. Keller makes a note and promises to email me a schedule of a safe weaning off the sleep medication. Looks like it will take a week of gradual lessening of the dose. I rub my hands in relief. A week I can do without breaking a sweat? I'm much perkier and clear-headed by the end of the session. Everything is explained with cool, fear-defying logic. Medications are adjusted, feelings validated. All of my suspicions and nightmares are sorted by Dr. Keller's pale hand, tucked away neatly under a lock and a key. She even praises me for returning to work that couldn't have been easy for me. But promise not to overdo it today, okay? She says in the end. You had a very busy day and a poor last night's sleep. Too late for a nap now, but I suggest taking a walk in a park nearby or reading a book. Just make sure it's something neutral, none of your usual dark stuff. I know you also mentioned Bree, your new yoga partner, but I wouldn't recommend working out today. Just relax. Breathe and relax. Will you do that for me, please? I nod at her, shoot a text to my mom, telling her about the successful session, make myself a healthy smoothie, and march obediently to the library. The fully stocked thriller section looks super appetizing, but instead, I pull out a book on brownstone architecture. The house is quiet and swaddled in warm sunlight as I learn about its past. I'm getting to know it little by little, so we remain friends. So it keeps me safe within its old wood-paneled walls. Did you like your painting, Dr. Walford? I sneak a step closer to your French doors, the crunch of gravel beneath my feet echoing in the stillness as I watch you stuff it behind the dryer, fear delicious and tantalizing on your face. It fills me with a giddy thrill, this game of cat and mouse. You turn suddenly, your eyes scanning the empty night. And for a heartbeat, I think you might see me. I hold still, every muscle taut, letting the shadows wrap around me like a protective cloak. Aglow with the light of your basement, you move closer to the window. I can see the way your brow furrows with concern, your lips pursed in an adorable frown. It's almost charming, the fact that you consider yourself safe, a firm believer that lightning doesn't strike twice and all that. As you turn away, the moment lost, I retreat back into the shadows, a specter haunting your every step. Of my disdain, the lengths I'll go to ensure you understand that joy is a fleeting thing, easily snatched away. Today's present was just the beginning. I will be watching, lurking, waiting, until it's time for you to face justice. Chapter 17. The next morning, having hastily arranged my hair in a messy bun, I take my MacBook to the library and use a login sent to Mira by the podcast's communication team. Grace, the facts, stranger-than-fiction podcast girl, is dramatic and memorable, with her long, bright red hair and Japanese motif tattoo sleeves on both arms. As per my request, the podcast isn't going out live but is being recorded instead. It's my first outing of this sort, and I'm just not sure how well I'll handle it. Grace thanks me for the exclusive and immediately puts me at ease concerning any possible hiccups. Don't worry about anything. I hadn't even dreamed of interviewing you, so the fact that you're here, I'll make it as easy on you as possible. If it gets too much, I'll just press pause and we'll pick up from what you're comfortable with and when you're comfortable. There's absolutely no pressure. I'll edit whatever needs to be edited, so just treat it as a chat between two girlfriends. I'll try. I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear and hope that my NYU sweatshirt is thick enough to conceal the wild beating of my heart. The piercing gaze of Grace's bright blue eyes lands on the logo as she introduces me to her subscribers. Tell me to fuck right off if it's too much and too soon. But I just have to ask, is this the same sweatshirt you were wearing? I remember it so vividly on the photos. Ah, yes. The photos of me, frozen like a fawn strapped to a gurney next to an ambulance. The only ambulance out of many that actually brought a survivor to the hospital instead of bagged remains. The flashback is so powerful, it takes a lot to get my emotions under control. No, it's not. I respond and surprise myself with how even my voice comes out. I told the hospital to get rid of the clothes I'd been admitted in. I didn't want to see them ever again. I don't blame you. That I'd probably do the same, but I can't even imagine myself in your shoes. What it must have been like to go through all that. I don't really remember the crash itself. Just the loud noise from one engine and then, almost right after, the second and the fall. The sensation of a fall. So rapid, your stomach feels like it's jammed into your throat from underneath. The panic, the screaming, and then I was on the ground. Small fires burning all around, twisted metal, spilled luggage. People in pieces, half burned, limbs missing. But I can't bring myself to utter this particular memory. I'm nearsighted, and the fire scorched the contacts right out of my eyes. I saw things at a hand's distance, but everything else was blurry. I couldn't really tell where I was going, but some people helped me away from the site. Then paramedics came. Grace is grave, her mouth pressed into a tight line. Did you realize back then that you were the only survivor? Once again, I'm transported back into that day. Did I realize anything? I don't think I did. I just kept staring at the scrapes on my hands, black with soot, and wondering how I'd got out of my seat. I was wearing a seatbelt, I remembered that much. I'd have thought that if I survived, someone else must have as well. But I think I was in too much shock to actually process it all. I know that Grace wants more of an answer. For some reason, speaking to her and her invisible audience is therapeutic in a sense. It feels almost like purging. It was later in the hospital that I began to realize that I was the only one. I kept asking for my dog, and Leandro Riviera, the guy who gave you his window seat in business class, correct? Yes, I was hoping that if I made it out, so did he. I pause and let the words float for a while in the air between us. The silence is just as loud as back in my hospital room, whenever I searched the doctors' and the investigators' faces for just a promise of hope. For some time, they were hopeful too, because they couldn't locate his remains, just the luggage. They thought he might have wandered away if he was in shock, but they never found him.
According to the investigation, they never even recovered his remains.
No. I hide my face behind the mug of coffee I brought with me from downstairs.
I've been fascinated by your case ever since the crash, if fascinated is the correct word here.
No, you're good. I'm a ghoul myself. I chuckle softly. I used to listen to your podcast all the time before the crash.
Okay, so thank God you understand where the interest is coming from. I was wondering why you agreed to speak with me.
Yeah, big fan. I'm not even exaggerating. When I just agreed to do this for Mira, I didn't know who the podcast host was, so discovering Grace Gray as my interviewer was a pleasant surprise. Oh no, I am a big fan. Girl, you are seriously such an inspiration. A real warrior. And the fact that you decided to help others in the wake of your own tragedy? Seriously amazing. Tell us about your clinic, Serenity Shared. How did you come up with the idea for it? I opened my mouth and shut it closed almost at once, unsure of how to respond. The truth is, I didn't. I wanted nothing to do with that blood money, as I called it. Whatever my parents didn't invest in my new home, I transferred to Mira with an instruction to distribute it among charities. We could do that, she said, and it will be gone. Or we can found something that can generate money for charities for as long as we run it. She was always better than me with these practical things, Mira. I begin to tell Grace all of this, but hear myself trail off as she pauses the recording on her end. There is no. Shifting her position in the chair, Grace appears to be searching for the right words. Nice way to put it, I guess? But since the whole idea of the podcast is to promote Serenity and its mission, it would really be best if the audience thinks you came up with it, not Mira. Noticing my discomfort at the suggestion, Grace rushes to assure me that they discussed it with Mira beforehand. Not about personal vanity, it's about the clinic and its mission, as it's always been, right? I guess it is, but it isn't. It doesn't sit right with me. Let me text her real quick, I tell Grace as I pull up my phone. Sure, take your time. Grace is all grace. Mira doesn't respond. The thing is, I can't wait for her answer forever. Grace needs to finish the interview and edit it before it goes on air tonight. Her time is also pressing. Shit. Double shit. All right. I finally surrender. Okay, press record. Take 2. I simulate a clapboard to Grace's visible relief. I first came up with the idea of Serenity Shared back in the hospital. The lies slide uneasily off my tongue, but Grace is right, I suppose. It's not about Mira or myself. It's about our common goal and how we can help others. We have a plaque at the entrance. The clinic's mission of helping others is also dedicated to Leandro Riviera, I say. It's the least I can do for him. Without his kindness, Serenity wouldn't have existed. I wouldn't have existed. I know that some people are still wondering what you mean when you say that he saved you. Could you expand on that, please? There's not much to expand on, I'm afraid. I smile wistfully at her. It was just one of those instances of dumb luck. 1 in a million scenario in which, at that particular height, on that particular plane model, there was that one lucky seat that didn't get crushed by the debris or incinerated by the flames. I like to call it fate, I guess. Like that proverb in Shakespeare's The Tempest, "He that is born to be hanged shall never be drowned." After Grace nods, I continue. That Indian guy, I keep forgetting his name, who survived 9/11 despite physically watching the plane head directly at his office on the 90-something floor. He came to in the middle of burning debris and felled walls, and despite the smoke, found his way out to the staircase and made it all the way down before the tower collapsed. Or some of those unfortunate people on the ground, who may never have taken the plane out of fear and yet still died from that very plane when it crashed down onto their home or business. So, yeah, that's all there is to it. The sheer luck of sitting in the right place at the right time. Though one may argue that, according to the same theory, it was just not my time to go. Or the way. Or the way. I nod. Still, I wish Leandro Riviera made it out as well. From what I know of him, he was one of the good ones. Grace asks me what he was like, and I try to paint him the way I saw him, knew him for those short few minutes before takeoff. He had gorgeous hair and deep, soulful eyes. He was so handsome, he could have been a model, but must have been too brilliant to get paid just for his looks. He developed a company whose aim was to keep the air cleaner, planes more efficient, their routes greener. He held my hand when we were falling to our deaths, till the very end. Till the very end. Thank you for talking about him.
Grace's voice cuts into my flow of memories, pulling me back to the present. I'm pausing the recording, so this is off record. I just wanted to say, I hope you're not taking personally all the online hate. You're a really nice person, and I'm really glad you survived. I'm sure Leandro would have been too. For a few moments, I just stare at her, dumbfounded. Online hate? That's certainly news to me. Though it's no wonder I'm so blissfully unaware of any such things. Blocking anything connected to the crash on my browser has certainly helped me remain willfully uninformed. Grace must gather that much from my expression. Just stupid comments from really insensitive people unburdened by intellect, or online trolls who get off on those things. She fills me in, her nose wrinkling with distaste. What are they saying? I ask, the events of the previous night suddenly gathering like an avalanche before my eyes. Grace looks like she'd rather not repeat it, but I keep staring at her till she does. That Leandro should have never put you in his seat. That you're the reason his company is left without its visionary, and his child is an orphan now, and things to that extent. I manage a wooden nod and mumble through the last few minutes of the interview, my mind miles away. He had a child? He wasn't wearing a wedding ring, that much I clearly remember, but the child? And I'm the reason why this child is left without a father? My blood runs cold in my veins. The notes and the painting suddenly take on a much more sinister meaning. Someone, in search of revenge, hired Ethan, the same way his previous client hired him. Taylor, December 2021. He thinks I don't, but I see the glances he's throwing my way. My hands may shake from the chemical cocktail I'm on, but I won't drop my own daughter. There's nowhere to drop her. We're both on the floor, on a thick blanket covering a memory foam mat. The worst that can happen is for Rain to plop on her round little behind, cushioned by her diaper. Still, instead of concentrating on decorating the tree, he's watching me like a hawk, watching my hands holding Rain by the armpits as she tentatively tests the strength of her little legs. There's a wall of mistrust between us, and with each passing day, it's rising higher and higher, like he's cutting me out of his life. Slice by slice. For months now, I've been on medical leave from the company we both founded. I'm denied access to any files, just like I was denied access to my own child. Up until now. He had to cave in. There was no good reason for him to keep me away from her now that I'm doing better, according to my therapist, at least. Still, I'm always under someone's supervision, either his or his new girlfriend. Our nanny. Janice says I'm imagining things, but I know I'm right. He denies it as well, but I see the way she's looking at him. All the small things, the brush of a hand, the shared jokes about Rain, the pictures from the park they show me upon their return. Rain's first snow. She tried eating it, silly little thing. A picture-perfect family, the three of them. Only, I'm still in the way. Chapter 18. Jus. Leandro Riviera had a child. It's the first thing that flashes across my mind as soon as I open my eyes for the next couple of days. Even though I now wake up without an Ambien hangover, listen to a short meditation while still in bed, and do my daily affirmations, I still have to head to the shower to wash off the night sweats. The nightmares are still here, but now a new layer of guilt over an orphaned kid, in addition to the palpable threat of someone still invisible, still unknown, turns them into a colossal shit sandwich. He had a child. Rings in my ears in the background of the Rammstein blaring in my headphones as I make myself breakfast. I fight the intrusive thoughts with attempts at healthy routine, but no acai bowl or vitamin-enriched shake can fix the black hole of my newly gained knowledge. Each morning, Bree keeps inviting me to a yoga session, but I find excuses to ditch her. I'm self-isolating instead of finding strength and support in family and friends, and I know it. But damn, it's so much easier to dispense mental health wisdom from the height of a psychiatrist horse than actually follow through with it. The podcast was a hit, though.
We even got a few mentions on the local news and an op-ed in the New Yorker. Lucky 13 girl gives back. I cringed at the undeserved accolades when my mom sent a screenshot to me, but Mira posted the link to it on the Serenity social media, stopping the barrage of my text messages mea culpa by dialing me mere hours after the New Yorker op-ed showed up on my newsfeed, along with Mom's picture of it. Just wanted to tell your obsessive ass in person that I'm not mad. She grumbles through the noises of the train in the background. I'm glad you did that podcast instead of me. I'm heading to the meeting with the managing agency that will be handling hiring of the new personnel for us. We'll likely have to expand, girl. A couple more locations minimum.
My LinkedIn is swamped with applications from therapists who want to work for us. Sorry for not telling you before, but it was all still in the air with the agency and... She exhales audibly. I'm sorry. I just can't do this on my own anymore. No, of course not. A crushing wave of guilt nearly knocks me off my feet. Poor Mira. Once again, I dumped it all on her shoulders. I should have told you about the meeting. Why? You can make these decisions. I rise from the dining table and approach the window behind which a car is idling. Double parked, right next to mine. I think I just saw a man diving back inside, head covered with his jeans jacket, either to hide from the rain or to conceal his identity. I think there's something under my windshield wiper. You're an equal partner. I'm more of a manager in the eyes of the law. I haven't invested anything in the business. I mumble something in protest, but I'm not quite here with Mira anymore. I try to see through the car's windows, but they're tinted. All I see is darkness staring back at me. Earth to Jess. Hello. Sorry, I mutter, tossing my head as the car pulls away. The spell is broken. Some asshat decided to idle next to my car when there are at least 3 parking spots on the opposite side. I'm wondering if it was Ethan. He did say he was stalking people for a living, didn't he? Even if in a private detective capacity. Odd question, but by any chance, do you know what car Ethan Sloan, Jenkins' patient, drives? I hear hesitation in Mira's voice when she finally says, No, why? No reason. I open the door and head outside toward my car, rain pelting my head. He's kind of an interesting case. I'm sure there is something under my windshield wiper. I see the folded piece of paper clearer and clearer with each step. The second I think I figured him out, he throws me a curveball and... I lose the train of my thought as I fish the paper out, my pressure spiking. Expecting another note from my stalker, I break into a bark of nervous laughter when instead I read, Are you ready for solar panel installation? In happy blue letters. The car with tinted windows is idling further down the block, its driver putting more solar panel promo materials under my neighbor's windshield wipers. Talk about paranoid, Jess. I snort at myself again. All at once, all the theories about the plane crash and someone hunting me down to avenge Leandro's death seem ridiculous to the point of caricature. I'm simply too heavily medicated, and sometimes unable to tell fact from fiction due to that. That's all there is to it. How are you feeling, by the way? Mira pulls me back to the present once again. It's not too much pressure, is it? No, it's all good. I lie and wish her the best of luck at the meeting. Let me know how it goes, and whatever you need, I'm here. Not 5 minutes after we say goodbye, the doorbell chimes, and I see Emily's face in the Ring phone app. When I open the door, Emily greets me with her brilliant grin and a printout of some kind of a map attached to a clipboard. Hi, Jess. I'm in charge of scheduling a trick-or-treat route for the neighborhood children this year, and I was wondering if you would like to participate. Rob said you'd likely want to skip. She grimaces guiltily, but I figured I'd still ask so you wouldn't feel left out. If she asked me on my first day of moving in, or even a week ago, I'd have definitely said no. But now that I'm easing back to work and almost successfully faking being a stable member of society, I really believe that I can manage Halloween. It is my favorite holiday, after all. The little monsters who will appear at my door will just be kids.
Nothing like the hell-spawn creatures Mira and I would run away from on our annual haunted house excursions out of state. I don't see how anything can trigger me here. You know, Em, I'd love to, and I'll make sure to decorate the house for the big day. I don't want the kids thinking the house doesn't participate. Oh, don't you worry about that, Emily assures me. We always tie balloons to the porches of the participating houses so that the parents and older children who trick-or-treat alone know which doors to knock on. Also have the full map with them once it's complete to make sure the balloons and the addresses coincide. You know, safety first. Speaking of safety, could you ask Rob if he can squeeze me in sometime this week, after that night? I don't specify which one. I read the neighbor's entire conversation about the police presence in front of my house in the group chat after my mom's frantic call. I think I'm ready for the home alarm system. Emily nods with a look I'm not quite sure how to interpret. Good call, especially considering recent activity on the block. Huh? I'm honestly confused. She can't be talking about me. Mine was a one-off incident, certainly not activity. On the night I thought I heard that voice, there was no actual intruder found in my house or anything. Check the group chat, is all Emily says before heading down the steps. Sticking to Dr. Keller's advice on structure and boundaries, I've muted most notifications and check them only occasionally when I have enough headspace for them. Needless to say, the block chat hasn't been first in the list of my priorities. Settling in the dining room chair and picking up my coffee mug, I open my neglected WhatsApp app. Are the police aware? Not the message you want to see as soon as you log in. Still, I instantly click on it. There's a whole new thread there, but it's the message from Bree that turns coffee sour in my mouth. So I saw the padlock and chain gone from the front door of the abandoned house on the corner. Looks like someone's recently been inside. Know if someone bought it? Akasha Kofi. Not that any of us at the coffee shop are aware, and we're literally on the corner. Red. Ugh, not the squatters again. Last time they were here, it was next to impossible to get anything delivered. They stole every single package. Angry face emoji. Bree. For the time being, I work from home, so if anyone has any packages coming, feel free to have them delivered to my address. They'll be safe and sound with me. M. Same here. Feel free to use our house as a package holding center. In all seriousness, though, I just hope it won't end like last time. Bree. At M. Sorry, newbie on the block. What happened last time? M. At Bree. A knife fight. Quickly close the app, cutting off the rest of the messages. Just what I need right now. Once again, my face is glued to the window, on guard. In front of me, the iconic Victorian skyline of Brooklyn looms, partially shrouded in mist. The tall brownstones stand resilient against the elements, their stoops adorned with carved pumpkins. Rain glides off the remaining tree leaves like mercury, softening sounds, muffling the usual clamor of the city. But it also amplifies the silence, creating an unsettling cocoon of tranquility that feels almost too quiet, too still. And in the dead center of this unnatural stillness, the condemned property. The condemned property. Its windows are boarded, but today I'm keenly aware of something or someone staring back at me. Hello, darkness, my old friend. It's so easy to use you to move around this quiet little block. Only street corners adjacent to the projects are teeming with life. The rows of old Victorians crisscrossing them are silent and half asleep, swaddled in the warm golden cocoons of their designer porch lights. Unlike the project population who just got off work and huddle near liquor stores with their minibar versions of the strongest liquor and scratch-off lottery tickets, the privileged inhabitants of the townhouses lounge in their warm living rooms, fireplace crackling, carefully picked-out Chianti swirling in their glass, cashmere blankets cradling their feet. So secure behind their bolted doors, under the protection of cameras and home alarm systems. How come you haven't gotten one yet, Dr. Walford? Not that it will stop me, but still. You make it too easy for me, slipping in unnoticed, moving your things around, messing with your thermostat setting just for the hell of it. I sniff the air and smile to myself. Smoking weed, are we? Just a vape, not a physical joint so as not to reek of it when you head back to clinic, but it's still oh so very telling. I'm getting to you, aren't I? Turning you, little by little, into a paranoid, nervous wreck? Good. Less questions asked by the police when they find you unresponsive one of these nights. Your little bone in the meantime. You wouldn't mind if I borrow your phone for a moment, would you?
Chapter 19. I wake up to gray clouds blanketing the sky, casting a heavy, oppressive light that seeps into the room. Eyes still blurry with sleep, I reach for my phone on the bedside table but feel only the round shape of a charger in its place. Lifting myself on one elbow, I blink at the charger before pawing under my pillow. I know I smoked some weed last night and fell asleep on the couch in front of the TV before eventually migrating to the bedroom. But as it usually is with most of my generation, at least according to my mom, my phone is always glued to my hand. Annoyed with myself and rubbing grit out of my eyes, I head downstairs. The shift in the temperature hits me as soon as I enter the living room. It turns out the wall unit is off, even though I never shut it completely before heading to bed, only lower the temperature slightly so as not to have a room just 1 degree away from making my breath come out in vaporous cloud. Was I that high and half asleep last night? Unable to locate the HVAC remote, I shake the throw until the familiar rectangle finally tumbles out of its folds, together with my phone. Figures. I set the temperature to a toasty 75 and shiver with pleasure when the first wave of hot air blasts me right in the face. My hand, I shuffle to the kitchen to make some coffee and pop an Addy to wake me up. The clock on the coffee machine shows 9:17, which leaves just a little over a half an hour for me to get ready before I leave for the clinic. Frankly, I feel like canceling my 2 patients today, and particularly taking into consideration that one of them is Ethan. I pause at the window overlooking the street, fingers drumming on the sill as I consider staying home. Outside, the streets glisten like polished ebony, reflecting the dull hues of the buildings and the occasional flash of color from a passing umbrella. Rivulets of rainwater run toward the gutters, their surfaces rippling with the rhythmic patter of rain. An uneasy stillness hangs in the air. A few pedestrians venture out, their hurried footsteps splashing through the shallow water as they rush to make their morning bus. With the coffee machine grumbling against the wall, I check my notifications. There's a text from Ben, and it's a photo of Archie in a blue raincoat patterned with yellow ducks. The first one since our lunch. He's happy as a clam standing ankle-deep in water and smiling his doggy smile at the camera. Late for my shift because someone discovered a very nice puddle and refused to go back inside. How's your morning so far? I can't help but smile, genuinely, for the first time in days. Busy with the madhouse of my life. I can't describe it as anything other than that, in all honesty. I completely neglected our budding friendship. At least Ben didn't, I think, smiling even wider at his very gentle text nudge. I missed his sweet little face so much yesterday. I'm so sorry I missed the group. Had to decorate the yard for Halloween. It's my first year on the block and I want to make a good impression. I text Ben back and I head upstairs to change into something presentable for work. I leave the phone on the bed while I quickly swipe on some deodorant and change into slacks, shirt, and cardigan. By the time I pick it up, not even 2 minutes later, there's already a response from Ben. No worries, we're not mandatory or anything. We missed you too. I feel the silliest grin appear on my face once again as my chest warms with unexpected pleasure. But I'm not in the headspace for anything romantic right now. I have too much baggage to even consider a possibility of entering a relationship. I'm too much, too difficult, too starved for some normalcy. And Ben is so refreshingly normal, so upfront with his emotions, so I feel like I know him. I feel like I've known him for years now. And then the dog. He has the dog. So,
Despite my reservations, I type, "Lunch when you have a day off?" A bubble with dots appears almost instantly. God, I forgot when the last time was that I dated someone who responded back so fast. Is the invitation for Archie only, or I can come too? I snicker, towing for a pair of flats on the floor of the closet. Fine, I guess you can come too. I text back and attach a roll eye emoji and a laughing one as I slide my feet into the flats. Yay! Woof! Another photo of Archie's lolling tongue grin in front of the fire truck. I save it to my gallery before shooting a response. Could you make my day and keep sending these every hour or so? I've got a difficult patient today and I need some doggy endorphins.
You dog it. I mean, got it. LOL.
My chest explodes into a cloud of butterflies. I brush my teeth, wash my face, and apply some tinted moisturizer. The brown nest on my head is tamed with dry shampoo and a hair claw. With 10 minutes left, I run downstairs to fill my thermos with coffee. No time to drink it at home. Who knows how long it's going to take to find a parking spot by Serenity. As I'm pouring the aromatic brown liquid inside the stainless steel container, my phone screen lights up once again. Thinking it's Ben, I pick the phone up to check it. It's not Ben. It's a block chat. I almost ignore the message, but something gives me pause. At Rob Morrison, does the company you do installations for offer a home alarm system that doesn't work through Wi-Fi? Someone disabled ours by some sort of signal and tried to break in while we were away on vacation. The lock has scratches all over. They didn't get in, thank God, but damn. Red. At Chloe. OMG, so sorry you had to go through this. Anita. Wow, terrifying. Santiago.
Got my dry cleaning stolen from my car 2 days ago. Forgot to take it from the back seat.
Palm face. M. At Chloe. I'm so sorry it happened to you, but glad you're safe. I just texted Rob. He'll message you directly. I bet it's coming from the condemned property on the corner. Red. Ugh. When are they going to get rid of it already? I twitch at the sound of an incoming video call and spill a bit of hot coffee on my hand. Hissing a curse, I put the carafe down and wipe the back of my hand on a paper towel as I accept the call. It's Dr. Keller. Weird. Today is not our scheduled session day. Good morning. My expression in the small rectangle window is confused, but at least presentable.
Everything all right?
Dr. Keller asks by way of greeting. For some reason, she too looks concerned. Yes. I twist the lid closed on the thermos, sealing the coffee inside. We haven't rescheduled anything, have we?
No.
Dr. Keller peers at me much too closely.
But I called as soon as I saw the email you sent me last night. Needless to say, I was concerned for your well-being.
My heart pops into my throat and lodges itself there, cutting off my breathing for a hot moment. An email? I repeat like an idiot, blinking at her. I'm on my way out, car keys in one hand and the phone in the other, handbag hanging on the crook of my elbow with the thermos sitting snugly inside. You should have called me at once. Jessica, where are you going? I open my mouth and, too confused with whatever it is going on, close it slowly. I'm relieved you're all right. Dr. Keller continues, a sharp line between her dark brows smoothing slightly.
How are you feeling today?
I'm okay. It sounds like a question. I really sent you an email last night? Dr. Keller's green eyes narrow just enough for me to notice.
You don't remember?
No, I admit, searching my memory and coming up with nothing at all. It's a frightening realization. Could you hold on a second? The phone is shaking in my hand as I pull up the list of my recently sent emails. Sure enough, there is one to Dr. Keller, sent at 2:49 a.m. I open it and feel myself falling deeper and deeper into a rabbit hole because this simply can't be real. I shouldn't be alive. I don't want to be alive. I should be dead. Dead, 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 dead. I didn't write it. For the first time since I answered the phone, there is confidence in my voice. I steady my hand and look into my psychiatrist's eyes. I can't explain it, but I didn't write it. I swear, I'm not suicidal, I underline. Confused, scared, but not suicidal. I've just been planning a lunch with Ben, joking with him about Archie. Dr. Keller contemplates this for a few beats.
If it wasn't you, who could have emailed it to me?
Her tone is even, conversational. She tries her damnedest to believe me, but even to my own ears, my denial sounds implausible. I pull the door open and step outside. I slam the door closed and lock it. With Dr. Keller on my case, I forgot my trench coat. Shit.
Jessica, where are you going?
Dr. Keller repeats. To work, where else? I grumble, heading down the steps. Stop treating me like someone going through an episode. Whatever's going on, it's not it.
Jessica, I strongly recommend you call off for the day.
Yeah, well, some of us have a business to run. And particularly after the influx of therapists and patients after the podcast. I'm not leaving Mira to fend for herself. Not again. You're in no condition to treat others while you're dealing with the possibility of a relapse yourself. I pause by the gate, huff into the screen. I want to get to the bottom of this more than she does. But as I consider what I'm about to say next, I wonder if claiming memory lapse would be easier. Because if I didn't send it to her, then someone else did. Someone who hacked into my account, who sent it from my phone, who was at my house last night. And I know for a fact that no one was. The door was locked. Besides, no one breaks into someone's house just to access their phone and send an unhinged email to the homeowner's psychiatrist. It would sound like the ravings of someone with paranoia. I push the gate open and close it after I step onto the sidewalk. I honestly have no explanation for it, Dr. Keller. All I can say is that I don't remember sending it, and I'm not suicidal.
Are you taking any medications other than the ones I prescribed to you?
Drugs. She means drugs. And a little bit of pot is not a drug. A teeny voice pipes up, and like an idiot, I listen to it. No.
Did you take an Ambien last night, perhaps? With drugs like Ambien in particular, after patients take a break from them or begin taking them initially, side effects are much stronger than after continuous use. Sleepwalking and sleep acting especially.
Dr. Keller doesn't give up so easily on finding a logical explanation she can put into her notes. Not that I blame her. Not really. After all, I'm her star patient. If I attempt, or God forbid, commit suicide, it will mar her perfect record. She needs to cross all the T's and dot the I's. The car fob chirping in my hand, I consider the possibility of what she's just said. I don't like how it fits. I'm sure that I didn't take anything, but at the same time it does sound plausible. Would explain the lost phone, that's for sure. I don't remember doing it, but it's a possibility. I surrender, after all, because it's easier this way. Satisfied, Dr. Keller nods and leans back into her chair after sitting ramrod straight the entire time. She goes into her usual spiel about us needing to talk this through. Survivor's guilt is buried deep in my subconsciousness and is clearly affecting my recovery process. It's all right. We'll work our way through it. I bob my head up and down, yesing her to death as I climb into my car. Right away, I sense something funny about the way it sits. I climb out again and groan at the cherry on top of the day already barreling full speed straight into the shitter. Gotta call you back. Someone slashed my tires. Chapter 20.
You look like shit, Dr. Walford.
I glare at Ethan, who's observing me somewhat gleefully from his chaise. I'm sorry for making you wait, I say, as I drop my bag onto my desk. I had to take an Uber here.
What happened to your very good-looking Audi?
I don't even humor him by asking how he knows what I drive. Someone put the business end of a nail to two of my tires. Ethan whistles softly, his brows climbing higher.
Who did you piss off, Doctor? Your business partner?
Now that gives me a pause. I hesitate before taking my chair opposite him. Why would you say that? Ethan lifts his shoulder, lets it drop again.
You kinda did her a dirty on that podcast thing, claiming it was all you behind Serenity when no one has even seen you up until a week ago. Would have given me a reason to slash your tires if I were your partner.
Mira is not like that. I bristle, rather to his amusement. Why am I being defensive? He's getting to me. Ignore the bait, Jess. Stay in control.
Maybe she isn't.
Ethan lets the word hang in the charged air. Suddenly, he's very interested in his nails. But someone who cares a lot about her very well may be. I mentally finish his thinly veiled threat. My very breath is snatched away from me. He's trying to provoke a reaction out of you. Don't let him do it.
Conspiracy theories to the fringes of the internet, where they belong, Ethan. What would you like to talk about today? He's perusing me with eyes half closed like those of a cat, a half smile dancing on his pale lips. Paranoia, he says at last, rolling the word like warm caramel on his tongue. I'd like to talk about paranoia. I can't treat him. I'm sorry. It takes Mira a few moments to focus her attention on me, let alone understand who I'm talking about. I've waited the whole day, didn't want to distract her from work before it was over. Now, with both of us in the back of an Uber heading to my place, is not an ideal time either, but I just can't keep it bottled anymore. Ethan Sloan, I say, and notice something flashing in her eyes before she quickly averts them. He'll have to go back to Dr. Jenkins, or anyone else.
Why? What happened?
Mira tries her damnedest to sound nonchalant, but we lived together too closely and for far too long for me not to know what really nonchalant Mira sounds like. He keeps, I don't know, goading me, like literally provoking me every single session, as if he has some kind of personal vendetta against me.
He can't have any vendetta against you.
I know you until I asked you to pick him up as Jenkins's patient while Jenkins was away. She's staring out the window instead of looking at me. Mira? I call her name. Don't minimize what I'm trying to tell you, please. I'm not exaggerating. I have serious reservations concerning him. A white BMW cuts sharply into our lane, and our driver lays on the horn. I would never have sent anyone to you knowing they were dangerous, Mira says at long last, but her eyes are still refusing to meet mine. But if you're uncomfortable treating him, fine.
Transfer him back to Jenkins. Jenkins doesn't counsel him. He just prescribes him pills for his insomnia and signs his court-ordered hours. I'm actually trying to understand what's wrong with him. So, do you want to keep him on as your patient or not? She sounds exhausted. My guilt overpowers my discomfort after all. I guess I will. I shove my reservations down my own throat and let the subject drop. We spend the rest of the drive in silence. Mira perks up as we turn onto my street and I begin pointing out neighbors' homes to her. She's back to her normal, lively self as we climb out of the Uber next to my poor car. Wow, that's one gorgeous piece of property, she says, admiring my new brownstone from the sidewalk. Milady. With the exaggerated gesture of a lackey of bygone days, I bow and swing the gate door open before her. By the way, did you know the reason for all those stoops on the townhouses here and in Park Slope? So that all the rich ladies could step off their carriages and straight onto the stairs of their houses without muddying their long skirts in the horse manure that was virtually everywhere. And there were even those little wrought iron thingies welded into the guardrails here. I indicate the space as we climb the stairs, for the gentlemen to clean the soles of their shoes. Insane, right? And those side entrances that lead to the basement, those used to be servants' quarters, which now go for over $3,000 a month for Ohio transplants. Mira grins knowingly as I work the lock. California transplants, too. Hi, I'm from San Diego. We both turn to the perky voice. Bree, dressed uncharacteristically, in a pair of old black sweatpants and a hoodie that's seen better days, is waving at us from the neighboring front yard. Her hands are smudged with something black. I notice a couple of smudges on her temple as well.
Hi, Bree, I greet her, wondering what she's been up to. This is my partner and best friend, Mira. Mira, this is Bree, my new neighbor and the yoga buddy. Well, a single-time yoga buddy as of yet, I admit with a self-deprecating smile. But I hope to fix that in the coming days. Nice to meet you, Mira.
Sorry for looking like such a mess.
Bree laughs, a little self-conscious, demonstratively raising both hands and spreading her fingers.
I was editing my last video, saw what a jungle the yard was, and decided to do some weeding. I promise I don't usually look like a homeless person.
No, she doesn't. I join in with Bree's laugher. As a matter of fact, this is the first time she's not in her aloe uniform and a cashmere sweater.
Oh, it's always that way.
Mira rolls her eyes in agreement.
Whenever I'm all put together, my hair and nails just done, no one I know is around.
But as soon as I make a quick run to the bodega with the pimple patches on and in old sweats, it's a friggin' high school reunion with all of my exes present. We all laugh together. I offer Bree to join us, hoping she'll decline. She does, all kind smiles and good manners. No, some other time. You two catch up. I need a shower anyway. I mean, look at me. After a couple of last, nice to meet yous, Bree leaves us to our own devices. She seems nice, Mira says in the absolutely normal voice, but I know in her mind she has already classed Bree as a Malibu Barbie, old sweats or not. Stop being jealous. I'm allowed to have friends besides you, I tell her, pushing the door open. Maybe I'll get myself a boyfriend too. Laughing, lost in our old banter I so sorely missed, I let Mira in. However, instead of advancing further inside, she stops suddenly. I right myself after nearly colliding with her back and feel the smile on my face turn into a grimace as I see what she sees, what made her halt in her tracks. That ugly painting that I remember perfectly stuffing into the space between the dryer and the wall in the basement is hanging on the wall by the dining table. Girl, what the fuck? Mira half turns to me, visibly alarmed. Put it there. I have not the faintest clue where the lie came from, but I'm grateful for it all the same as it slips off my tongue. What else can I say? I didn't put it there? Someone broke into my house and did? After that confession, Mira wouldn't let me near any patients. I had it standing by the wall right here in the hallway, and she must have thought that I wanted to put it up and decided to help me. She's a super sweet girl and always goes out of her way to please me. Made me fresh orange juice the other day. I'm amazed at the origins of the fairy tale, but I see Mira's posture relax, watch the smile return to her lips. You didn't tell me you got yourself a maid. Yeah, well, it's a big house. Don't worry, I'll take it down. I'm already crossing the room to take the atrocity off the wall. I'm burning it tonight, right in my backyard. To hell with keeping it as evidence. Not something we'd want to look at as we're eating. Yeah, it doesn't go well with Merlot, Mira agrees, pulling the bottle of wine we purchased at the trendy liquor store near the clinic out of her bag. The laptop follows, but she leaves it on the kitchen counter, for now. We have a ton of things to go over after the meal. I turn the painting's face to the wall just in time for the Grubhub guy to arrive with our dinner. Mira snorts as she traces her finger along the restaurant's name on the napkin while I'm arranging the dishes. As we settle down and begin shoveling in the food, I carefully release a breath of relief. The painting is forgotten. But not by me.
Chapter 21.
Rob comes over early the next morning, and boy, am I glad to see him and his box of instruments.
How much do you want to wire?
He asks, scanning the windows and the front door with the trained eye of a professional. The entire house, I say without hesitation. Every single entrance, every single window, the roof and the basement, the works, whatever it costs.
Want me to connect it to the local fire department and the police? That way, if something triggers it, the system will call the corresponding department itself.
Yes, please. Rob nods, mentally calculating things.
Will take a few hours.
It's okay. Working from home today. He gets to work, and so do I. Only instead of going over the expansion proposals Mira left me, I begin researching Ethan Sloan and Leandro Riviera's private life, my main suspect, and the possible motive. Because the notes didn't put themselves on my stoop and under my windshield, and neither did the painting nail itself to the wall. And the suicidal email certainly didn't spontaneously compose itself before heading directly to my therapist's mailbox. Someone is messing with me, and I need to find out who and why before things escalate from vaguely intimidating pranks to something more dangerous.
With my fingers poised over my laptop's keyboard, I realize that I'm not sure what I should be Googling first. Taking a deep breath, I close my eyes and mentally log out of myself and try to put myself in my stalker's place. Who am I? And what would move me to do what I'm currently doing? It has to be connected to the crash, and it has to be connected to Leandro. The contents of the notes, the poster, and the email told me that much. Someone is blaming me for surviving, and not just surviving, but surviving at Leandro's expense. So it has to be someone close to him, someone emotionally connected to him. And who is the closest to a man with an orphaned child? The wife.
It would also make sense for her to hire Ethan, just like that guy's sister-in-law hired him to avenge her sister's death. My eyes snap open, with purpose burning in them. I open my first tab. As of now, Ethan is a known element, at least to a certain extent. Let me try to find out who Leandro was married to. And if it's she who may have possibly hired Ethan to mess with me. Nothing on LinkedIn except for Leandro's professional information. CEO of Elev Infinity, followed by a short but impressive resume. His Instagram is also dedicated solely to his company, with the 3 last posts swamped with comments on his untimely passing. Vic 4760. Rip Angel, you wanted cleaner skies for all of us, but God wanted you for himself. Lissa on point. Why good people die so young? Crying face emoji. Prada lover. At Lissa on point. And money-hungry bitches get to live instead. Frankie ya boy, 27. Don't get me started on that bitch. I have to bust my ass off at fucking Walmart unloading trucks and barely make rent. And she got enough money from the government to open a fucking business and rub everyone's face into volunteering services to underprivileged. Submit an application for her free services. But I ain't got the time for a therapy session since some of us gotta work. Cleopatra, 1993. Leave Jess alone, and more than deserved good things coming her way. Pat Rat, 67. At Lissa on point. Good? That Riviera guy? He was MS-13 before he came to the US. Pablo not Picasso. For those of us not from the US, TF is MS-13, LOL. Pat Rat, 67. At Pablo not Picasso. Latin American gang operating on our soil. Prada lover. At Pat Rat, 67. Some gang member living in suburbs with a wife and a kid. Roll eye emoji. Y'all just mad that an immigrant worked hard and owned his own company before he turned 30. Pat Rat, 67. At Prada lover. You clearly don't know about his wife. He was a gang member. She was an outright psycho. Prada lover. Without pointing any fingers, let's respect the late man's wishes and leave any mentions of his family members out of his Insta. He was private about his personal life for a reason. Now that he's gone and can't protect them, even more reason to leave the Riviera family alone. So there is a family. There is a grieving widow whose child's father's life I stole. Twisted logic, I know, but revenge isn't choosy when it comes to logic. Only, no matter how hard I try, I can't find the woman or the child's information anywhere. Leandro was serious about keeping his private life private. So she remains faceless and elusive. Mrs. who, in my mind, fits better and better into the role of Ethan's employer.
Are you okay? I jolt in my seat at Rob's question. Lost in my thoughts, I have completely forgotten that my neighbor is in the house.
You look a bit pale.
Rob speaks again, watching me closely, his drill in hand.
Everything all right?
Yes. My fingers colder than ice. I close the Instagram and scramble for my handbag. Will you be okay by yourself? I really have to run somewhere.
Sure.
Rob doesn't sound certain, but I'm already on my way out of the door, car keys in hand. I climb into my car, happy to have my girl back with all 4 tires intact, thanks to Miguel, the auto shop guy who does house calls and came highly recommended on the block group chat, and head to the city, determined to find Leandro's wife before she finds me. Ethan Sloane's private eye agency popped up as soon as I input its name, pulled, extremely unprofessionally, from his private clinic records. The gods of fortune seem to be on my side, at least so far as traffic is concerned. After only 40 minutes, I'm parking my car just 2 blocks away from a crumbling building in Hell's Kitchen. The place is sketchy as anything. The exterior is a patchwork of peeling paint and graffiti, and the windows are so grimy they offer little hint of what's going on inside. I ring the bell with the simple Sloane next to it, sandwiched between a psychic and an accountant named Chen. I'm not really expecting an answer, but the door buzzes and admits me inside. As I'm passing a door with red police notices slapped over a padlock, restraining order, stay out of the premises, prostitution, my patient himself materializes at the end of the hallway.
My, Dr. Walford.
He's all smiles and charm, ushering me inside with exaggerated gallantry.
To what do I owe the pleasure of your company in my modest abode?
I temporarily lose the faculty of speech as I take in the meticulous world within. I didn't expect much after the first glance at the ugly exterior, but once I'm inside Ethan's office, I'm a bit thrown by the unexpected juxtaposition. An austere, almost clinical environment where every surface gleams with a sterile cleanliness. White walls and a small battered desk piled neatly with documents. The air is punctuated by the faint scent of disinfectant. I find that this entire setup is very much like Ethan himself, deceiving in both appearance and nature. You always come to me, I say, unraveling the scarf from my neck. I figured I'd come to you, see where you work. Sometimes it can be helpful in therapy. Liar, he offers with a twinkle in his eye. The insult comes out, strangely, like a compliment. Allow me. He gestures toward my coat, chivalry personified. No matter how much I mistrust turning my back on him, I do so nonetheless. Why this place? I ask while he's arranging my things on an old-fashioned rack by the door. Why not? You wear suede and cashmere. Something tells me you can afford someplace better. Better, as in more expensive? He asks, circling around the desk to take his chair opposite me. As in more trustworthy. My eyes dart in the general direction of the padlocked office on the opposite side of the hallway. Doctor, you aren't judging sex workers, are you? Ethan arches a mock-worried brow. He's toying with me again, even if it was me who came here in the hope of catching him off guard. Only, it looks like off guard and Ethan Sloane don't exist in the same time and space. Time and space. He's like a vulture, always above you, always watching, waiting. I assure you, I have absolutely nothing against sex workers, Ethan. And you don't have to address me as doctor. Jess will do just fine. He leans back, positively delighted. Are you flirting with me, Dr. Walford? I decide to get straight to the point. I want to employ your services as a private detective if there is no conflict of interest for you. I know there isn't for me. Romantic relationships between a patient and a therapist would rid the latter of their license, but professional ones? I'm in the clear. Now, if he can only trip himself up, as I'm hoping he will, even if the hope with someone as sharp as him is incredibly slim,
and admit that he can't work for me. Even if he doesn't reveal the reason, the denial itself will prove the fact that someone has already hired him, and I'm the subject he's watching. Ethan steeples his fingers, the index ones just touching his chin as he studies me for some time. In my chest, my heart is hurling itself against the confines of the rib cage.
It depends,
he offers finally.
What kind of service would you be interested in?
I want you to find out everything you can about Leandro Riviera's wife. I may be mistaken, but for a split second he appears surprised. Not quite the reaction I expected, especially considering that just an hour ago, I was so very sure that it was she who hired him to stalk me.
Riviera.
He draws out the name as if tasting it, even though I'm 99% sure he knows perfectly who I'm talking about. After all, he knows far too much about me to claim ignorance now. Is that the guy from the plane? Again, not quite the phrasing I expected from a party complicit in some elaborate revenge plot.
Yes, the guy from the plane.
Instead of making up an excuse or something similar, Ethan simply gives a small shrug and produces a Mont Blanc pen out of the desk drawer.
You know her name?
No.
How far into her life would you like me to dig?
Unprepared for the question, unprepared for this entire turn of events, if we're calling a spade, I quickly consider it. Starting with when they got married, I guess? They also have a child, I add, watching him write down the information in an elegant, slightly slanted cursive. I'd like to know what I can about that child, too. I can't help but bite my lip at the mention of Leandro's orphaned offspring. No matter how hard I try to force the guilt out of myself, it's always there. A dull pain like that from a splinter each time you brush up against it. He tells me how much his services cost.
He charges either by the result or an hour, if surveillance is involved. You have a budget?
You do that for me and I'll sign your paperwork for the judge, saying that you successfully completed the program. How does that sound?
Ethan's eyes gleam momentarily, like those of a cat. Dr. Walford, I'm actually beginning to like you.
May I ask why the sudden interest?
I meet his gaze, fully aware of the fact that he still may very well be the very person behind all this. The man is a sociopath. They're most excellent actors. You may. Someone has been stalking me, threatening me. He doesn't even blink.
Say what they want.
Me, pushed to the brink, whatever that means. He marks something down, unfazed in the slightest.
Do you have a home alarm system? Cameras?
Yes, to both, as of today. And I want you to know it.
Good. Don't just take off like you did today, and particularly into unknown locations. Always share your location with a person you trust, and make a will when you get a chance.
Ethan folds his hands atop his papers and gives another shrug at the sight of my gaping mouth.
I'm just being practical. Stalkers are dangerous people.
Chapter 22.
I know it's super last minute, but do you want to meet up for a quick bite? I text Ben before pulling out of the spot in Hell's Kitchen.
After the meeting with Ethan, I'm desperate for someone I can just talk to, without any of the mind games. He calls me back almost instantly.
Everything okay?
I don't know if it's a survivor thing making us so attuned to other people's emotions, but he somehow read my distress between the minimal lines of a simple text message. I am, yes, I say, and hear my voice shaking. I realize that I'm on the verge of tears.
Had a rough day. Angry with myself, as if tears are a weakness, and not the most natural body's response to stress, I swipe at my face. I really want to spill all my beans to him, but end up blaming it all on work. We don't know each other so well as of yet. No need to dump it all on him. I was supposed to gently ease myself into work 1 hour at a time, and now there's an expansion and some new management company, and I'm just so lost.
I feel for you.
Ben's voice is soft.
Really, I do. After my accident, I thought I'd be easing back into it as well, working just as an EMT, providing only medical help, not going into any burning buildings. He pauses.
On my first day back, I am pulling a dead kid off the top of the train he was surfing. Hit the overhead beam with his head as the train was crossing the Williamsburg Bridge. I don't need to tell you what he looked like. I'm so sorry, I tell him, and I mean it. I'm also sorry for bothering you at work. I should have asked. Oh, no, you're fine, really. He rushes to assure me. I think I can even make that quick bite happen. The only caveat, you'd have to come into the forehouse. In the background, I hear someone cheering Ben's idea to invite me over. Looks like it's quiet today, and Ben's guys could use a break in the routine. Close to the fire station, I leave my car double parked, emergency lights flashing, and trot inside the coffee chain store. I order 3 dozen assorted donuts from a tired-looking Indian man and add a couple of big boxes of Joe to it. My little detour pays off when I see the firefighters' faces light up with childlike delight at the sight of the coffee and comfort food I'm balancing in my hands after knocking on the station's door with the tip of my foot. Archie is also here, his golden feather duster of a tail wagging furiously as he noses at my knees. You must be Jess. Come on in, come on in. I can feel the energy shift as the firefighters greet me, their smiles genuine and inviting. They're a rugged bunch, with soot-streaked uniform trousers and muscular arms under dark blue t-shirts, yet there's a kindness in their eyes that melts away any apprehension I might have felt. Dunnies! Oh, Jessie, you're the best. And coffee's still hot. Take the truck keys, Jess. It's yours for the night. Honk the horn all you want. Ben's colleagues, who talk over one another, take the boxes off my hands before he has a chance to introduce me. Not that any introduction is needed. In a camaraderie fashion, he elbows his way through. Is for this sorry excuse of a battalion who act like they haven't been fed in weeks. He grumbles, but in a good-natured way, ushering me in. As I step inside, the air is thick with the scent of smoke and the faint hint of burnt rubber. The gleaming fire truck dominates the space, its chrome shining under the fluorescent lights. On the wall to the left of it is a 9/11 memorial plaque with the etchings and names of the battalion's perished heroes carved into the bronze. Fresh flowers are adorning its sides. Ben catches my gaze and shifts his to the plaque as well. One of the reasons why I wanted to become a firefighter, he says quietly. Ungrateful business, that was. An older man, who materialized next to us as if out of thin air, offers. I'm guessing it's their fire chief. He's burly and fearsome-looking with his thick, sandy-colored whiskers, but his eyes, lined in the corners, have the same kindness in them as the rest of the team. We lost 12 of our men that day, many more in the years after, while those damn politicians in Washington decided if they deserved compensation or not. We breathed that poison for months on end. Smoldering. Always smoldering. Molten metal. Wiring. Insulation materials. His chest heaves with a rumbling cough, but he suppresses it with a practiced fist at his mouth and sheer willpower, if I were to guess. Not that we would have done any differently, had we known. We're New Yorkers. That's what we do. For the city. For the people. He lifts a mighty shoulder and lets it drop. That's why this pup is here instead of Daddy's law firm. Right, pup? You talking to me or Archie? Ben asks, deadpan. His fire chief jerks his thumb at him with a chortle. See how he mouths me off? Should have been a lawyer. A damn great lawyer he would have been. He strolls off, and the familiar sounds of laughter and banter fill the space. As I make my way through the common area, I notice the bulletin board plastered with photos of past heroics, smiling faces of the crew, and handwritten notes of gratitude from the community. Each piece tells a story, a moment frozen in time, and I can't help but smile at the camaraderie displayed. The kitchen, just off to the side, buzzes with activity. They have already poured the coffee and set the table with the open boxes of donuts at the center. It's an inviting chaos that feels like home. They offer me a seat and someone's mug with the "World's Best Dumpster Fire Putter Outer" on it. As I settle in, the laughter continues around me,
and I can't help but think that this firehouse, with its worn-out charm and heartwarming spirit, is exactly where I belong today. They're naturally curious about me, and I answer their questions, despite Ben reminding me that I don't have to. Quite a few of them whistle in astonishment when they learn just how Ben and I met, what I had to survive to earn a life pass to the support group.
This is nothing compared to what you guys do on a daily basis, I say in between bites of a jelly donut. I could never go anywhere near a burning building. Fire is one of my biggest fears. After most donuts are gone and everyone's on their third mug of coffee, Ben calls me aside under the pretext of showing me the inside of the truck. So, what's up? And, what's really up? He asks, once he helps me inside the red chrome monster. The smell of fire is even stronger here, but the cabin is spacious and warm, reminding me of the privacy of the treehouse Dad built for me and my childhood friends what feels like ages ago. Archie climbs in after us and instantly curls into a donut on the floor. What's really up? Everything. I don't want to scare him off with my stalker and my theories, but it's been such a long week and I'm so very tired. Besides, I just can't find it in myself, the ability to lie to his face. To hell with it. If he decides I'm certifiable, so be it. I take a full breath in and begin telling my story. The notes, the painting, the email sent to my psychiatrist from my phone, the tires, the painting again, the condemned property which my stalker is probably using as their watching place. The works. After I'm finally finished, there's a very long silence hanging over the cabin like a dark cloud. I can hear myself breathing. Alerted to my own cortisol levels, Archie wakes, sniffs the air, and puts his face on my knees, initiating eye contact. I nearly dissolve into a puddle of tears, but contain them all the same with some inhuman effort. Distracted by the pup's unexpected action, Ben smiles. Wow, he says at long last. Yeah, I know. I swipe at my face, hoping he won't notice. Wow. Ben repeats and scratches at his forehead. That's some big-ass dumpster fire you have going on there. I snort through the last of my tears and then feel actual laughter bubbling up inside. Lucky for you, Ben says, rising his mug in mock cheers with me. I'm the world's best dumpster fire putter-outer. Taylor, March 2022. My blood turns to ice as I lift the lid off Hannah's secret box she's been keeping, hidden in a vent in her live-in nanny room. It used to be my home office, but instead of the dedicated working place I arranged with such love and care, it's now all things Hannah. I've been hunting for proof for quite some time, and it looks like I finally have it. And it's worse than I thought. So much worse. I pick up a lock of my husband's hair lovingly tied with a red string and drop it back into her little treasure chest alongside the other love token she's kept. His old razor she must have fished straight out of the bathroom garbage bin. His t-shirt he was so bummed about going missing is also here, still smelling faintly of his deodorant and unmistakably his body smell. Clear as day, I remember Hannah's hand on his arm. Taylor must have put it into a donation box without realizing. Don't be mad at her. It's not her fault. It's the medication. Medication my ass. I see everything much clearer now, without a single pill in my system clouding my judgment. As far as anyone is concerned, I'm still taking them all. I act like I am, so she wouldn't suspect anything. She won't take it too well, the fact that I'm clear-headed and ready to fight for my family, for my daughter, and for my husband she's clearly obsessed with. How foolish it was of me, suspecting him of nefarious motives when all he wanted was to protect Rain from myself. And while doing so, has been falling straight into the trap she's set up for him. I doubted him for so long. I imagined things that weren't there. I was so convinced he was just as interested in her as she was in him, I nearly pushed my own husband away. Forever. Until a scene I saw unravel one night opened my eyes once and for all.
and gave me the strength to fight for what is rightfully mine.
My body must have grown used to the side effects of the meds I was on, and instead of going out like a light at 10 o'clock sharp, I lay awake listening to my husband taking his evening shower, drying his hair, chatting with his mom quietly and briefly over FaceTime. And then, basking in ice-cold sweat and silent horror, listening to Hannah telling him that Rain was in her bed, that she made hot chocolate with marshmallows for the two of them. Like a thief in my own house, I stole after their retreating steps and squatted on the dark stairs to see for myself the ugly scene of betrayal. Betrayal? Would they have a quickie on the dining table I picked out with such love? Or on the kitchen counter we used to have breakfast at back when we'd just bought the house, when the rest of the room stood empty save for a few boxes holding our meager possessions? Who would make the move first, he or she? Would he kiss the same spot on her neck, just under her ear, that used to drive me wild with desire? He was still in his bathrobe. She was wearing nothing but a silk one. It was she who stepped close to him, traced her fingers along the length of his forearm. For him to suddenly yank it away, as if scalded, told her that night, in no uncertain terms, that he has a wife who he loves very much, and as soon as that wife can take care of their daughter, Hannah's employment will end. He's sorry if she has different ideas, but she's here solely in a nanny capacity, nothing else. I cried with relief, silently, into my pillow after he lay next to me not 2 minutes later and kissed my shoulder, his lips light as feathers, thinking I was fast asleep and afraid to disturb my slumber. Apparently, Hannah did have other ideas. She began visiting our bedroom when my husband was in the shower, standing over me, silent and frightening. I'd feel her hateful gaze burning through my skin even with my eyes closed. She picked up and put down the bottles with my medication as I lay inches away, pretending to be fast asleep, giving me even more reason to ditch them forever. She began wearing his hoodies when she took Rain for her walks, and drinking from his mug when she thought I was so heavily medicated that I was not paying attention. Only, I was sharp as a knife since that night. I was also watching her, just like she was watching me. But I could never have imagined that her obsession with my husband had gone this far. After taking photos as proof, I replace all the objects back in the box and put it back in its hiding place. It's almost time for Hannah to return from the park with Rain. I'm not yet prepared for a full-on confrontation, but I'm getting there, as long as she doesn't suspect anything. Chapter 23. Jess. My eyes snap open at just past 7, despite the fact that I went to bed after 1. When I check it, my Aura Ring symptom radar warns of some major signs of something straining my body, but I ignore it. I feel perfectly rested and full of energy. My entire body is thrumming with it as I jump in the shower, blend myself an acai bowl for breakfast, and finally join Bree for a morning yoga session. I've been promising her for long enough. The air in her backyard is crisp and cool on my skin. I smile as I do my sun salutations, ready to take on the entire world. I feel Bree's occasional glances on me, but just like I did with Aura, I let them go. Feel like going for a coffee? I ask her as soon as we rise back up from our shavasana. Or a park? I've still got time till my patient comes over. Another reason for my restless energy this morning. Ethan sent me a text after just 2 days saying that he has interesting news for me. Gentleman to the core, just as many well-adjusted sociopaths are. He even offered to bring the papers over. Only in the shower did it hit me, the fact that he knew both my phone number and home address. Can't say I was surprised. Yes, but then again, I don't expect him to attempt a murder on my own territory in the middle of the afternoon, fully aware of my new alarm system and cameras outside the property. Her hands pausing on her half-rolled mat, Bree studies me closely, concern marring her otherwise perfect features. Jessie, don't take this the wrong way, but are you okay? After a moment's pause, I break into laughter. It cuts through the silent morning air like a knife.
Honestly, I've never felt better. I straighten to my full height, rolling my shoulders back. In her squatting position, Bree looks like she's cowering before me. Again, don't take this the wrong way. She almost whispers. But my dad was manic depressive. He was just like that, like you are, just before his suicide. Her words land like a slap. I feel myself pulling back slightly. Bree, I'm very sorry about your dad, I hear myself say, but I'm not manic depressive, and I'm definitely not suicidal. This is the second time in less than 7 days that I've had to persuade someone of this simple fact. Okay. Bree's shoulders slump. Without looking at me, she's rolling her mat, dusting grass or the odd twig off its surface. I squat next to her. Again, Bree, I'm really sorry. May I ask how he died? Hanged himself. Her voice comes out strangled. I found him, she adds, and I feel my stomach clench. I was 12. On an impulse, I reach for her and grab her in a tight embrace. I've been drowning in most of my regular clothes in the past year, thanks to the absence of an appetite and the survival mode my body's been existing in. But even to me, Bree feels so very fragile, I'm afraid to accidentally crush her ribs. She's frozen in my arms, barely breathing. I ask her what she needs. Hot coffee? Warmed-up cookies? Just to talk? But the more concern I display, the further she falls apart in my arms. She lets me lead her inside, one arm around her shoulders, both mats under my other arm, but stops me short from staying with her. You have a patient coming over, she says through her tears, wiping them with the back of her hand, an oddly touching, childish gesture, and tries to smile the best she can. I'll be fine, I promise. It's something I have to deal with on my own. Leaning her mat against the wood-paneled wall, I touch her shoulder briefly. I'm here whenever you need me, I remind her, already at the door. Just text or call. It feels so damn good saying these words again instead of hearing them all the time, like a broken record. Ethan arrives precisely at 12. When I open the door, he is surveying my new home alarm system with a professional's eye.
Was that your decision to go with Physical Wires or the company's?
He asks by way of greeting. Mine, I admit, stepping aside to let him in. Someone had their Wi-Fi system hacked while they were away. Their decision to switch to Physical Wires influenced mine, I guess. Smart, Ethan comments. He carefully wipes his feet, despite it being perfectly dry outside, on my welcome mat, and only then steps inside. As I'm about to close the door, I see Rob pausing whatever work he's been doing under the hood of his car and stare after Ethan. Noticing me watching him, Rob raises his soot-smudged hand in a friendly greeting. I wave back and close the door, breathing a little easier, knowing that he's just steps away in case I'm in a sudden need of assistance. Ethan is dressed in Italian wool and silk, his black scarf perfectly matching his herringbone peacoat. The gloves on his hands are also the finest, thinnest leather, each knuckle outlined on the hand hugging the folder. For some reason, they unnerve me. Noticing my uneasy glance, Ethan grins and demonstratively removes the gloves, finger by finger. I reach for his coat. He allows me to take it. Would you like something to drink? I inquire politely, hoping that the question will signal that he doesn't intimidate me.
If you have coffee, I'll take that, if it's not too much trouble.
While I make a fresh batch, Ethan settles at the dining table, the folder in front of him. My patience runs out before the coffee is ready. Good news or bad? I half turn away from the countertop and the coffee machine, eyes on the folder. Ethan considers my question with his head slightly inclined.
It really depends.
Oh, quit with your mind games. Just give it to me straight. He looks at me even longer this time, again, somewhat appreciatively.
You know,
he says at last,
you're braver than I thought. Or more reckless, I haven't decided yet.
He pauses, allowing the beginning of a coy smile to appear again.
You thought I was your stalker, didn't you? Maybe you still do. And yet you still came to see me. Alone, I might add. Agreed to meet inside your house instead of a public place. Another pause. I'm beginning to respect you, Doc.
Doc? I nearly fall over with incredulity. Have we finally progressed to Doc? Is he establishing connection with me at long fucking last? And it's not a therapy session that did it, but the fact that I allowed a potential killer into my home? Whatever. I'll take it. Thank you, Ethan. I play it cool, busying myself with our respective coffees. How do you take yours?
Just black is fine, thank you.
That makes two of us. I bring the coffee mugs over and settle opposite him. Polite guest that he is, Ethan takes a sip and commends the quality before finally opening his file.
So, Taylor Riviera.
He places a driver license copy in front of me, from which a striking yet somewhat startled brunette is looking at me.
Born here in New York in 1993.
Another copy, this time of a birth certificate, lands on the table.
Graduated with a bachelor's in electronics and engineering from DeVry.
A photocopy of the aforementioned degree, along with some other school-related papers.
Likely where she met her husband, Leandro Riviera.
The familiar face looks back at me from Leandro's driver license copy. I can't help but feel a pinch of guilt. I almost forgot how strikingly handsome he was. What a kind person.
The company called Elev Infinity, which has to do with clean fuel and greener solutions for air travel.
A separate thin folder is sliding my way, with the company's logo on it.
Married in 2019 in a private ceremony.
Damn, he even obtained their wedding pictures somehow in just 48 hours. I'm both impressed and slightly frightened by such efficiency.
And had a child, Rain Sophia Riviera, in May of 2021.
Oh no. Something breaks in me as I touch the photo of a dark-eyed, grave-looking angel who couldn't have been older than 2 at the time the photo was taken. The thought of robbing this sweet child of her daddy grasps me by the throat.
Scratch at it, but it doesn't help in the slightest. The lump is there, hard as a rock, making it difficult to breathe. I almost don't blame Taylor for wanting to kill me. I whisper, guilty as sin.
Ethan looks at me for an unbearably long moment.
That's the thing,
he finally says.
Taylor Riviera has been dead for almost 3 years now.
Chapter 24. When Ben calls to invite me for a walk in the park later that day, I jump on the suggestion right away. My thoughts have been in such disarray since Ethan's departure. I need a fresh set of eyes on this. And since I've already filled Ben in, I'll be there in about 40, I tell him, one arm already in my coat sleeve.
Domino Park by the water, right?
Yep, that's the one. Park by the south entrance if you can, where the dog park is. I always take Archie out for a romp with his buddies after he pulls a long shift at work. I nearly melt at such exemplary pet parenting. There's no parking anywhere near the Williamsburg Domino Park, so I leave my car at the paid lot. This way, I'll be sure no one will slash my tires again, or leave another threatening note under my windshield. I think with grim humor to myself as I head toward the park, head bent against the vicious wind that always picks up by the water after 3 p.m. It's already pitch dark, but the streets are alive with traffic crawling, people jogging, construction workers piling equipment back into their trucks, and lights, overhead lights, string lights hugging the trees, restaurant lights beckoning passers-by into their inviting, stylish interiors. It's a strange thing about New York, but it somehow makes you feel safe. More than my own house does, unfortunately. Despite the gusts of wind, the dog park is teeming with people and pups of all breeds and sizes. Before I pull open the gate separating the dog park from the rest of the Domino territory, I spot Archie in his red vest on the very top of an elevated dog mountain. Whoever designed the dog park area must have really loved them to actually create landscape for them. Wagging his tail at a chihuahua barking at him from below. Alerted to the newcomer, nearly all of the pooches swarm me as soon as I step inside to sniff at my legs and coat, likely wondering where my dog is. Same place where Leandro is now. I think with a treacherous twitch of the chin, and lower to my haunches, losing myself in a heaven of dog kisses and warm fur. God, how much I miss Kona. Hey. I look up and see Ben. Arch is also already bounding down the mock hill to greet me. Hey, I answer through tears. Not just my chin, but my entire face is crumbling into a grimace. Tough day. Ben asks me at the same time as Archie barrels through the crowd of dogs and begins to lick my face as if he's getting paid for it. I nod, close my eyes, and feel Ben's arms circling around me, holding me, rocking me slightly to the soft huffing of Archie's breath on my wet face. For a few minutes, we sit like this, right on the graveled ground, likely in dog pee and God knows what else, but together and, oddly, in peace. I guess I owe my neighbor, who thought I was on the verge of a mental breakdown this morning, a big-ass apology. I laugh as I wipe the last of the tears off my wind-bitten cheeks. I don't think you're having a breakdown. Sometimes people get overwhelmed, is all. She's worried about me. My guess is some unresolved trauma from her childhood. Her father was bipolar. He killed himself. She found him. She was only 12 at the time. Poor thing. Ben sounds genuinely sympathetic.
I can't imagine how traumatic it must have been for a young girl.
Yeah, I'll offer to talk to her about it later, though I'm not sure she'll seriously consider my services, given that I had a panic attack during our first meeting.
Her loss, then. Panic attacks don't reduce someone's professional capabilities in the slightest. I had a few before I got Archie.
Ben reaches for the pup's chest and gives it an affectionate rub.
Not one of the guys ever had an issue with that.
I wish I had someone like Arch. I reach for the Golden's chest as well, and for a moment, Ben's and my hands brush each other. Neither pulls away. We continue to rub the pup, pretending not to notice the shift in the atmosphere. Out of the corner of my eye, I see him look at me closely.
Do you think you will ever get on a plane again?
Just the question to ask a person with PTSD after a difficult day. I try to sound like I'm joking, but my knuckles pale all the same as I grip Archie's vest like a drowning person grabs a lifesaver. Not going to lie, just the thought of flying is enough to douse me in a wave of cold sweat. That's why I'm so shocked at what comes out of my mouth next. I probably will, eventually. There are far too many places on this earth that I haven't seen yet. A lot are quite worth risking dying for. Besides, I'm not a big fan of living life in fear, neither as a therapist nor as a person.
I thought you would say that.
I can't see him all that well in the shadows of the greenery blocking the streetlights from us, but I can hear a smile in his voice.
The reason I asked, the dog situation is pretty much the same. Yes, it hurts like hell when we lose them, but think of all the love Kona gave you throughout the few short years that you had her. Because of her, you didn't have to come into an empty apartment. Because of her, I bet, you made friends with many neighbors. Because of her, no Saturday night was ever lonely, date or no date. Because of her, you had to take walks, rain or shine, and I bet she made rain awesome in her own silly doggy way.
Devastating to lose them. I lost my very first own dog, too. But every single day with them is worth it. And swearing off them for the rest of your life just because they have to leave us someday? Ben leaves the thought unexpressed, shakes his head at himself.
I'm sorry. This is your own journey, and I shouldn't have...
No. I stop him right there. You're absolutely right, actually. I needed to hear that from someone. Thank you.
You're not even going to retaliate and ask me if I ever plan on entering a burning building again?
I'm not that petty. I smirk and play punch him in his forearm. But you will. I know you will. Ben doesn't argue. Had his fill of zoomies, he nearly collapses at Ben's feet.
Looks like it's time to take the child home, to bed.
Ben comments with a grin.
Want me to drive you guys?
It's not that far of a walk, but sure. He wants some more time with me. It occurs to me as we exit the park, and suddenly, the howling wind is not so vicious any longer. After pulling a few days' shift at the firehouse, Ben keeps yawning away on the drive back. He hides it as best he can, which is sweet, but I still notice. Needless to say, I tell him nothing of Taylor or any more of my problems. The man has had enough lives to save for the past few days. I'd be a right bitch if I didn't let him have his rest. Only the mess that my life presently is has other plans on this account. A ring notification from my front door camera chimes atop my phone screen, currently opened on Apple Maps. I know I have a perfectly good car monitor, but it uses its own navigation, and I'm much too used to Apple Maps. Hence, a phone holder making me look like an Uber driver it is for me. Making use of the traffic crawling to a near standstill near the Whole Foods market, I click on the live feed. The man in the camera lens is definitely not someone I've seen before.
Covers his eyes against the motion-activated floodlight with a grimy hand as he reaches for the Amazon parcel left by the delivery person while we were at the park. Up close, I notice several layers of frayed sleeves poking out from under the sleeve of his overcoat. It's so dirty, the original color is indiscernible. I breathe out in relief. Not my still mysterious stalker, then. Just a homeless guy hoping to pinch something he'll sell for a couple of bucks later.
Want me to yell at him? Ben asks, ready to activate the speaker. I'm about to say yes when the homeless man suddenly stops in his tracks and peers closer at something through the narrow strip of reinforced glass into my lobby. I've no idea what he sees, but he puts the parcel back down and hurries down the stoop stairs. The floodlight goes dark. A second later, the ring camera turns off, not detecting any motion any longer.
Must have noticed the "you're being recorded" sign,
Ben comments, making an effort to suppress another yawn. Yeah, I say, unsure if I have any such sign. Must have. I'm still puzzling over the occurrence when I pull up at Ben's building. I really hope he's so sleepy he won't invite me over for coffee or drinks.
I really want to get home and make sure everything's okay, that the home alarm system is working. Because if it isn't...
Is it okay if I don't invite you up?
He asks, much to my relief.
I'd love to offer you something warm before you head back home, but I'm afraid I won't be good company. I'll just fall asleep with my nose in my mug. Rain check?
How is it possible for someone to be so damn sweet and still have the guts to work in the same place that nearly took his life away? The guy is a literal angel. A tall, firefighter calendar material hot, death-defying angel. And now I'm beginning to regret that I'm not going up for that drink. Rain check, I agree nevertheless, and lean over to peck him on his cheek.
But instead of an innocent, friendly peck back, Ben catches me by the back of my neck, without any force, just testing the waters really, and touches his lips to the corner of my mouth. I'm not sure if my body has been too busy dealing with other stuff and has forgotten what human chemistry is like, but all of a sudden, as if releasing a valve, it floods my bloodstream with liquid fire. Yes, hold me closer, kiss me on my open mouth, really kiss me like you mean it. He does, without any hesitation. My very skin responds to his touch, waves of pleasure breaking on its surface in the most delicious goosebumps. I don't remember how to breathe anymore. I don't think I need to. All I want is his hands all over my body. Not just caressing my breasts through my clothes, but pulling those clothes off instead. I want him all, with raw, animalistic hunger. Something slams into my window, loud enough to spook us both.
Take it inside, will ya?
An elderly lady points her cane at the building's entrance, her face a grimace of contempt.
Kids can see you.
I don't think the teenagers coming back from their baseball practice even noticed us, but there's no reasoning with the local moral compass. I guess it's my cue. Ben is chuckling at me, his eyes still dark and hungry, just like mine.
I would invite you up, but I haven't even bought you dinner yet.
I haven't bought you dinner, you mean? I'm still trying to adjust my clothes under Ben's neighbor's beady-eyed stare.
Point is, no one is going upstairs without a dinner.
No, what would Archie think of us?
He'd pack his little backpack and go live with his grandparents. Ben responds with a grave look at Archie, who's panting happily in the back seat, but he can't hold the act for too long. He's still grinning when, after letting out Archie, Ben leans on my door through the open window. Let me know when you want to check out that abandoned house of yours, or have dinner. Whatever. Another wave of primal heat floods me at the playful suggestion. Oh, I will. I watch him enter the bright lobby and feel my dreamy smile slowly slip as I'm left alone in the car, with darkness all around me. Chapter 25. The house greets me with silence. First thing I do is check the alarm system, but it's armed. I'm still slightly on edge as I punch in the password. What did the homeless man see that made him bolt so quickly? After the lights come on, I scan the entirety of the first floor with a careful eye. At first glance, nothing appears amiss. I turn around and look at the thin stripe of glass. Ben was right. There is a small sticker with Rob's company's name on it. I let my shoulders relax, both relieved and, oddly, disappointed. Starved after a long day, I snatch a banana out of the fridge and scan Grubhub for local spots while munching on it. A Mediterranean place takes my fancy with juicy photos of its kebabs, and I place an order for dinner that could easily feed two. Fleetingly, I note how my appetite has been improving ever since I moved here, as if a new dose of stress injects a new taste for living into my veins. Speaking of stress, I bet there's a boatload of emails waiting for me, half of them from Mira, who's been pushing for signing on with the new managing company the sooner the better. Might as well get them over with while I'm waiting for the food to be delivered. But it's not Mira's emails that catch my attention the second I open my laptop. It's electronic duplicates of the files Ethan brought me in person, plus one new file titled Taylor Riviera's Postmortem. I was on my way to the couch, but after seeing it in my mailbox, I pivot midway and head back to the fridge. I'm going to need some of that leftover Merlot before I open it. After the day I've had, I don't have enough strength to put my hand into yet another hornet's nest without some liquid courage first. I pull the cork out and gulp right from the bottle. On an almost empty stomach, the pleasant, relaxing warmth spreads through my core at once. After another generous gulp, I make myself comfortable on the couch and press on the email. In just a minute, I feel my blood chill even further. Unlike Leandro's, his wife's death was no freak accident. It was suicide, at least according to the post-mortem. I don't know what strings Ethan had to pull with ex-colleagues in the NYPD, but he managed to acquire a copy. Looks like she really meant to go through with it, too. Besides twice the lethal amount of sedatives mixed with alcohol in her blood, she slit her veins, oddly while in bed instead of a bathtub, which is the classic of the genre. Vertically, not horizontally. This was no cry for help. This was thorough, planned, perfectly executed. Suddenly, I don't feel too comfortable within my own four walls. I feel my skin crawling from the almost physical sensation of being surveilled. Annoyed with myself, I leave the laptop on the couch and stalk toward the windows. Muttering to myself, I pull all the shades down, kick up the heat a couple of degrees, and settle back into my still warm spot, arranging the throw around myself. I pick up my phone and dial Ethan, somehow sure he'll pick up. He does, but only on the fifth ring. I hear muffled music in the background, the elegant Michelin star restaurant type, not a bar or, God forbid, a nightclub. Something tells me Ethan wouldn't be caught dead in one. "You'd better be getting murdered, Doc," he says in a clipped tone. If my guess is correct, then Ethan Sloan is full of surprises. Sorry to disappoint you, but not quite yet. Do you have a minute to talk? He huffs, but doesn't hang up. Just make it snappy and to the point, Doc. To the point. Concerning Taylor's suicide, any ideas as to why she did it? Was she in any kind of psychiatric treatment? She suffered from postpartum depression, but I assume it would have passed by then. She killed herself mere days after her daughter's first birthday. It would have. I confirm his suspicion. Unless it grew into a general depressive disorder. It happens sometimes. Not according to her psychiatrist. psychiatrist. I'm working on putting the clinic's file on Taylor together for you, but in short, her doctor was pretty sure Taylor was of sound mind as of spring of 2022. Prescriptions weren't being issued from May, around Rain Riviera's first birthday. Looks like they declared her healed. How the hell did he get his hands on a patient's private file at... You know what? Never mind. Was there anything else that had gone horribly wrong in Taylor's life? Something that might have pushed her to the edge? I'm a private investigator, Doc, not a psychic who can talk to the dead. Unless Mrs. Riviera had a diary in which she explicitly stated the reason for her suicide, and I suspect there is no such thing, else it would have been submitted as evidence in her death investigation. Your guess is as good as mine. All I know is that she spent the last 3 weeks of her life with her husband's family upstate, and upon her return, was planning to gradually ease back into work, at least according to her husband's testimonial. Wait, did you just say she never stated the reason? I sit bolt upright. Not even a goodbye note to her husband? Not a letter to her daughter, explaining why she did what she did? Not a single clue? As a psychiatrist, I'm familiar with the grim statistics. Most people with suicidal ideations display at least some signs of it. They talk about how they would be better off dead. They research ways to die. They withdraw from family and friends, give away treasured possessions, interact with social media pages with all things dark. In short, even if you don't know what to look for, there are still changes in behavior, something amiss. Thing on her computer or social media? No Google searches of how much of certain medications is lethal? Did the police investigate it? They did, after an autopsy declared the manner of death as undetermined. They looked very closely at the husband, but he had an ironclad alibi. He was at work during the window of her time of death. She did it in the afternoon? Early morning, actually, soon after Leandro left for the office and the nanny left with the baby on her daily park walk. Another oddity. Mornings are the rarest time of day people choose for suicides. The night, when the sun is gone, together with hope, and gin mixed with a lethal dose of Xanax tastes the best. What about the nanny? I ask him, grasping at straws at this point. She discovered Taylor in bed, with her wrists slashed. Called 911 right away. They questioned her as well. Her alibi was flimsier, but she had no motive. Fingerprints on the blade used to slice her veins are Taylor's own, just like the ones on the vitamin shake bottle discovered on her nightstand, and the empty medication bottles next to it. There was nothing to go on for the police to open a case. Vitamin shake? She had a vitamin shake? Before killing herself? This beats all levels of bizarre. It's like going for a facial and a full makeup session before shooting oneself in the face. Pills were mixed into it. They must have been too bitter to be mixed into regular water. Why mix them into something in the first place? Why not take them one by one? Detective's conclusion was that she wanted to take the max amount right away. Taking them one by one wasn't fast enough, and also, if she was taking them one by one, she could have gotten sick and wouldn't be able to slice her veins. She was thinking of returning back to work. It's just so strange. Ethan is silent for a few moments, during which I hear distant voices and the occasional clink of a dish. He is on a date. I thought it was strange, too. He offers at last, almost as if someone staged it. I feel my breath hitch in my throat. What makes you say that? The Rivieras had a firearm, perfectly legal. He got it for personal protection a couple of years prior. She had access to it. Wouldn't it have been easier for her to use that, instead of risk vomiting up the pills or the nanny returning earlier than usual and catching her sawing through her veins? Statistically, the most common suicide method in the US is by a firearm among both men and women. Second one, suffocation. In short, why bother with pills and a blade if you can be over and done with it? Vanity? She didn't want to ruin her face for the family's sake? Even I hear how idiotic that sounds. Ethan also rejects my version right away.
She could have shot herself in the back of her mouth, problem solved. No, the only conclusion that comes to mind. It's much more difficult to stage a death by firearm than by, say, poisoning and wrist slashing. Too many variables. The trajectory of a bullet, the position of a victim's dominant hand, the presence of soot particles on the hand holding a firearm, the blood splatter. Even if you shoot someone sleeping, the blood splatter will end up on you. Say you come prepared and use a plastic raincoat, but then the splatter will still be absent from the victim's hand.
The invisible to the naked eye soot particles will be absent from their skin, which must be present after a firearm was discharged. Ethan stops himself abruptly, and I can't help but envision a terrified waiter staring at my patient, blocking his passage while talking passionately about staging a murder.
Sorry, Doc, but I really have to go.
Yes, of course. Thank you. He hangs up before I can say, Ethan. Almost as if someone staged it. The doorbell ring puts an end to my ruminations, at least temporarily, but even as I settle at my dining table and sink my teeth into tender, juicy meat, my mind keeps returning to Taylor Riviera. Not my stalker anymore, but a fellow victim? Chapter 26. With Mira on speaker, I finish pulling clean laundry out of the dryer and leave the phone on top of the warm pile as I head back upstairs. With everything going on, I only had a chance to read through the new management company proposal early this morning. I set out to read it with a mug of hot coffee and high hopes. High hopes for the management company that would simplify at least the professional part of my life, so I can better concentrate on the personal part. Only the further I read, the more my mood began to sour. I'm just not sure it's the direction we want to go, I tell her, trying not to heave too loud a sigh. It all looks so commercial. They're proposing a board, which means we won't even be in charge of the main decision-making. I don't know, Mira. Certain things in the paperwork look... Once in my bedroom, I turn the laundry bag upside down. Well, fishy. I finish. After dumping the clothes on top of the bed covers, I begin sorting through them. All right, you're the boss. Mira sounds like she's decided to give up just because she's too exhausted to argue. I'm not the boss. For some reason, her words cut. We're partners. I just want to be thorough, that's all. I'm not undermining you at all, and I totally get just how tired you are after bearing the brunt of it all on your shoulders. I do understand, and I do appreciate you. Mira, you're my best friend. I love you. It's just... You're too exhausted to pay attention to minute details, and just want to get this deal over with. I want to say, but end up with, shit, god damn it. My favorite butter yellow sweater is smudged with some kind of soot, despite just coming out of the laundry. I also remember it being perfectly clean when I took it into my hands just now. What happened? I hear worry instead of exhaustion in Mira's voice. You okay? Yeah. Leaving the sweater be, I turn my hands palms up to inspect them. Just as I expected, my left hand is perfectly clean, but the right one is covered in soot-like residue. Issuing a groan of annoyance, I pick up the phone with my clean hand and head to the ensuite bathroom. I got into something and ruined my favorite sweater. No matter how hard I scrub, the grayish residue is persistent. What the hell is this?
What's it look like?
Some soap-resistant gray dust.
Maybe your maid was cleaning it and accidentally left some residue?
What I quickly bite my tongue. That's right. I have a maid. Yeah, maybe you're right. I'll ask her.
Jess, can you just meet with them and hear what they have to say?
We're back to that. I close my eyes and count to 5. All right. My voice is perfectly level on the mental count of 6. It won't hurt to hear what they've got to say, I guess. Thank you. I can hear Mira clapping on the other end. I'll call the management company's rep to schedule the meeting ASAP.
As soon as we agree on a date, time, and place, I'll text you right away. Thank you, and enjoy your well-deserved day off. And don't worry about the shelter. Today is our shared day, meaning we're volunteering our mental health services instead of working out of the clinic. Thankfully, the shelter we're scheduled with is only a couple of blocks away from me. It would have been more of a hike for Mira, who still lives in the apartment we used to share in the village. The situation coming this direction is abysmal. That's why I offered to pick up her shift today. I've volunteered at shelters many times before, but this will be my first time as a serenity therapist. I find that I'm actually excited at the prospect. I'll head there right after I take care of my afternoon appointment. Liar, liar, pants on fire. It's no appointment. It's you, taking up Ben on his offer to check out that condemned property on the corner of your block. Because your stalker has to operate out of somewhere close, has to know when to slash your tires without being noticed by any of the neighbors, has to know when you come and go, so they can put that picture on the wall and give you a week of nightmares. Has to know when to put threatening notes under your windshield wiper without being seen. But I tell Mira none of that. Nah, I'll still head to the shelter for a few hours, she says, rather to my surprise. I got errands to run in the area anyway. Mira doesn't elaborate further. Okay, I finally say after a pause. It feels like we're talking in omissions. She's not telling me things. I'm hiding stuff from her. When did it come to this? We used to be so close. One instantly knew what the other was thinking. And now there's this wall between us, and we both keep adding a new brick to it with each unspoken word. And it keeps growing, and I don't think I can see her all that well anymore. Well, see you at work then, I say into the faceless phone. See ya, girlfriend. This stranger on the other end sounds like the old Mira, and yet she doesn't. I see Archie leaping out of the immaculately clean truck before I see Ben. Proud in his red service dog vest, Archie stands for a few seconds, sniffing the air, and then unmistakably identifies my house with a single polite woof directed at his dad. I leave the dining table where I was working and go to open the front door. Archie's tail wagging redoubles when he sees me on top of the stoop, but being the well-trained boy that he is, he's walking by Ben's side instead of charging up the stairs toward me. Hi, Ben. Hi, Arch. My baby voice emerges by itself as I greet the golden who's rubbing himself all over me, his tongue lolling and eyes half closed in pleasure. Come on in. I made coffee. I slept like a bear all evening and all last night, but I'll never say no to coffee. Ben kisses me in the corner of my mouth, but even this half a kiss immediately ignites a fire in the pit of my belly. Don't want to start anything we won't be able to finish. Official business first. Always. I agree with the same mock-grave expression. Business first, pleasure later, Jessie girl. Archie's not allergic to anything, is he? I ask Ben after putting a mug with steaming coffee in front of him. Nope. I was hoping you would say that. Archie's velvet ears lift up comically as if he understands precisely what I'm about to do. He follows me with his alert brown eyes as I go to the cabinet and pull out organic bacon strips. I made a special trip to the supermarket prior to their arrival. As I'm tearing the top open, he's already drooling all over Ben's sneakers, but doesn't budge from the spot. Arch, you're just like the guys with the donuts at the firehouse. Ben chuckles, moving his feet away from the drool flood. Jess will think I don't feed you. He shakes his head at the speed with which the golden hoovers up the bacon strip before rising and heading to the kitchen. I tell him it's no trouble, but he still wets a paper towel and insists on cleaning up Archie's drool. So I assume that's the house, he says with a nod toward the monstrosity just visible out of my window. That would be it, yes. I join him by the window. It's boarded up, but neighbors have been saying that they saw jam marks by the front door. That's how they figured someone's been staying there. There's also been stuff going on the block. Car break-ins, stolen parcels. He already knows that much, so he only nods, scanning the property with a professional eye.
Squatting in a condemned row house is definitely a fire risk. Without moving a brow, he pulls out some paper from his inside pocket and hands it to me. When I open it, I see that it's a printed anonymous complaint he must have lodged himself last night. "Damn, you're good," I whisper, impressed. We exchange conspiratorial grins before he bumps me lightly with his elbow.
Ready to go check it out?
I've never been more ready for anything.
Chapter 27.
The moment we approach the condemned brownstone, an unsettling chill crawls down my spine. Its exterior looms in front of us, a dark silhouette against the faded Brooklyn sky, bricked windows like sealed eyes, watching, waiting. The peeling paint, once a vibrant shade of ochre, now hangs in tattered strips that flutter like the desperate fingers of the forgotten souls who might have called this place home. The air is thick with an acrid scent, tinged with mildew and the rotting garbage no one has cleared out from the property's front yard for, my guess is, years. I look over my shoulder and feel the need to wrap the trench coat even closer around myself, for the contrast between the beautiful historic block and the abomination before us is startling. Behind us, centennial trees rise over the wide one-way street in rich golden arches. Pumpkins and planters line the ornate stoops, in addition to the elegant and uniquely arranged Halloween decor. I shift my eyes back to the abandoned property. It has the look of a rotting corpse stuck in the middle of someone's wedding celebration. Archie is between us as we climb the stairs and pause at the front door. His usual happy-go-lucky expression is gone, focused and steady, ears frozen in their alert position as he sniffs the air coming from under the door. Once or twice he snorts and releases a low growl, hackles rising along his spine. Could just be rats. Then explains Archie's growl to me and snaps a photo of faded papers with official seals, nearly destroyed by the elements and no longer readable, before trying the lock. It groans, but opens without any further effort. Ben throws a glance over his shoulder at me before stepping inside. As I follow him through the warped, splintered door, it creaks in protest, echoing through the hollow silence, light to filter in through the bricked-up windows, and for a few seconds, we find ourselves balancing on a thin strip of grayish daylight, casting long, eerie shadows across the floor. The sensation is disorienting. And then there was light. Ben flicks on a powerful flashlight, and I find myself exhaling a breath I didn't realize I was holding. The interior is a labyrinth of decay. The wallpaper, once floral and inviting, now hangs in tatters, revealing the damp, crumbling plaster beneath. Ben takes a step forward that sends a shudder through the floorboards, as if the house itself is alive, breathing. Careful. He holds out a protective arm.
Try to stay right behind me. Button. If the boards hold my weight, they'll hold yours. If someone falls through, I'd rather it be me.
A worry twitches in my cheek. I want to ask him if he's okay with all this, if the unstable floor may trigger his trauma from falling through that roof that took his colleagues' lives and spared his. But Arch doesn't seem concerned with his dad's emotional state at the moment. I close my mouth. The musty air clings to us as we move in what was once a living room. An old, rusted fireplace stands at one end, still functional judging by the looks of it. Aiming the beam of light at its blackened hearth, Ben squats in front of it and squints at something.
Hold this for me.
He hands me the flashlight, pulls on latex gloves, fishes out a piece of wood, and inspects it in the light.
Yep,
he concludes after sniffing it.
Someone tried to have the fire going here in the past few days. They had to put it out, though. See this?
His index finger slides across the soot atop the formerly white hearth.
The chimney is blocked, so the smoke had nowhere to go. Ordinarily, you'd open the windows to ventilate the premises, but that was not an option.
Soot. My brain rings all the alarm bells at once. Soot that somehow found its way into my home and onto the railing leading to my basement. That was where I discovered it, after retracing my steps in the hope of pinpointing the exact location of its origin on my hands and sweater. But the railing was where it all stopped. Nothing on the French doors leading to the backyard. Nothing on any other surfaces in the rest of the house, and I went over the entirety of it with a white paper towel. I swing the light around, my spirit of adventure replaced by an acute sense of danger. Someone was here, just recently. Someone can still be here, now. The bright beam reaches far across the vast room. I see graffiti sprawling across the walls, chaotic expressions of fear and anger that seem to pulse with their own energy. But old gang signs are the least of my worries right now. Let's check the rest of the first floor. Ben's gloved hand closes on the flashlight, and I give it back, but hating the feeling of being robbed of light, turn on my phone flashlight. It's not as powerful, but it's something. In the narrow kitchen, shards of glass litter the floor, glinting like teeth in the dim light.
Arch, stay.
Noticing the danger to his pup's paws, Ben immediately points the retriever at a safe spot to sit while we investigate further. The sink is a grotesque sight, filled with rancid water and the remnants of something long dead. I catch a whiff of something metallic and sour, and for a moment, I can almost envision a sinister figure lingering in the shadows.
Shaft brushes against my neck, and I whip around toward the sound of a door being slammed, adrenaline surging through me. Back door. Ben gives his verdict before gliding past me toward the staircase leading down, Archie closely at his heels. I hate going down my own basement because it creeps me out, so ascending down rotten, rickety stairs into the pitch-black unknown almost keeps me riveted to the safe spot between the kitchen and living room, within a few steps of the opened front door. But it's my monster Ben's chasing. It's only fair I face it as well. "Ben?" I call, picking my way down the stairs. The stench of mildew and rotten meat grows more overpowering with each step. I curse as I kick a crushed beer can on my way down and send it clanking along the concrete floor. "In here." I find him in the narrow corridor. The door leading to the backyard is ajar, swinging ever so slightly on its hinges. I take a steadying breath and step cautiously toward Ben. In the heavy silence, my instincts are screaming that I am intruding upon a sinister space. The air feels charged, as if the very walls are holding their breath. "Just the wind, I'm guessing," he says, and motions toward the second door I failed to notice, despite knowing it was supposed to be there. These row Victorians are carbon copies of each other. So this basement level is the exact same copy of the basement Bree is renting next door to my house. This would be the door that leads to Bree's kitchen, only Bree's space is always basking in daylight pouring out of the window facing the backyard. This room's window, just like the rest of them, has long been boarded up. Floor by floor, we scan the dark corners, poking and prodding for clues. Whatever had any value, including any precious metals used in plumbing or piping or decorations, is long gone. The wooden paneling is also mostly torn off, likely for heating purposes, but not recently. Not according to Ben, at least. And we discover nothing of importance. Feeling both relieved and let down, I consider the situation together with him. My stalker was never here. He hasn't made the abandoned brownstone into his sinister headquarters to watch me. Have I imagined it all? Was Bree right in her own way, and I'm going through some phase while settling in the new place sooner than advised by my psychiatrist? But the painting, and the note, and my slashed tires, and today that weird soot. I toss my head, refusing to gaslight myself further. As long as I have physical evidence of my stalker, I know I'm not crazy. Well, at least I'll sleep soundly tonight, knowing that the house is empty, I say instead. Sorry this wasn't more productive, Ben says, following me into a narrow corridor, just to find Archie digging furiously at something under the stairs. What's that, Arch? Ben shines the light at the rotten, warped wooden planks and catches the dim reflection of something on the floor. Is that a keyhole? I squat next to him and poke at the ornamental metal opening. It's the same one as in the door to my root cellar. There's a cellar underneath a cellar? In his surprise, Ben accidentally swings his flashlight at me and nearly blinds me. Sorry. I'm okay. Apparently, they used them as refrigerators, I explain, blinking the halos out of my eyes.
Mom told me they cemented most of them back in the 30s.
I don't think this one is cemented.
Ben holds his hand against the wood for a few seconds.
I feel a draft, and Arch smells something down there.
Chapter 28.
With a swift, decisive swing, Ben's fire axe bites into the wood, splinters flying in every direction with a satisfying crack. Standing at a safe distance together with Archie, I watch him swing again. Broken open, the door gives way to reveal a gaping maw full of darkness. Like a demon released from its depths, a foul odor rises from it and slams into all of us like a brick wall. It's a nauseating, overpowering stench, a mix of rot and decay, something long dead and left to molder in the damp confines of this root cellar. I choke back a gag, forcing myself to inhale through my mouth, the taste of bile rising at the back of my throat.
Even Ben's throat sounds constricted, as if he's trying to allow as little of the poisonous air into his lungs as possible. In an instant, he produces 2 N95 respirators and hands me one before fitting the second over his face.
Arch, wait outside. I don't want you breathing it either.
Archie releases a plaintive whine, but Ben snaps his fingers toward the back door.
Sorry, bud. They don't make respirators for you yet. Out you go. Chase a squirrel or something.
With a huff that would have been comical if not for the prospect of something dead awaiting us in the root cellar, Archie click-clacks along the cramped hallway. I can't help but snort with amusement when he, after stepping outside as commanded, firmly plants his fluffy behind just outside the door, facing us.
Attitude,
Ben comments with a shake of his head, but I hear nothing but love in his voice, even muffled by the mask.
You better wait up here as well,
he says, shining the light down. It is instantly consumed by the eerie blackness, but I'm already at his side, trying to peer over his shoulder had he not been such a walking tower. No way. Is it deep?
I'll probably have to bend a little, but I'd say it should accommodate you just fine.
The floor looks like it's just earth, but at least I trust these steps much more. Peeking from behind his arm, I notice, with a hint of surprise, that the steps are carved out of stone. Slimy, moldy, and black with time and whatever waters flooded the area over decades, but stone nevertheless. Hold on to me so you don't slip and fall, Ben tells me as he begins his descent. He doesn't have to repeat it twice. I claw into Ben's shoulder like my life depends on it. Each step down feels like a descent into the bowels of a forgotten nightmare. But my fear occupies only half of my mind. The other half, the one involved with hormones and clearly not the instinct of self-preservation, is drooling over the rock-hard muscle I feel even through the leather of Ben's jacket. More images of half-dressed firemen posing for charity calendars with kittens and puppies in their enormous arms pop into my head before I order myself to get it under control. I get it. He looks and smells like a snack, but it's not the time and definitely not the place, Jess. We pause at the bottom of the stairs. My eyes must be as big as a cat's, all pupils, as they follow Ben's flashlight. Beam, we can make out remnants of another time scattered about. A rusted old lantern, its glass cracked and foggy. A wooden crate, rotting and half-collapsed, filled with what looks like dust-covered jars. The cellar is a time capsule, untouched for at least over a century. The eerie stillness wraps around me like the leathery wings of a bat. See anything producing that smell? I carefully peek over Ben's shoulder. Not yet. He continues to circle the surprisingly vast space with his light. Following its path, I make out several wooden barrels connected by cobwebs so thick they resemble funereal cloth. To the right, there is an ancient rocking chair, its wood warped and splintering. But it's what's next to it that causes Ben's muscles to tense under my fingers. Something shapeless lies in a heap behind that chair. Even through my respirator, I feel the stench emanating off it in thick, invisible tendrils.
I think we found it, Ben says. Hold this and mind the entrance.
His axe weighs a ton. I nearly drop it, miscalculating its heaviness. Once again, I don't listen and follow him closely. His new Archie sans the gorgeous tail. The shapeless something looks like a quilt, judging from what's left of the pattern. Fabric looks brittle and frayed to near nothing by moths and time. I almost expect it to fall apart at the first touch. After moving the rocking chair away, Ben scoops it up gingerly with the tip of his foot and throws it aside. I don't know what I expected, but I still recoil at the grotesque sight presenting itself to our eyes. Rats, over a dozen of them, lie in a heap, their bodies curled and desiccated. I can't help but wonder how long they've been here, feasting on whatever scraps of life once lingered in this dark space.
A rat nest.
Ben sniffles inside his respirator.
One of them must have gotten into a baited station and carried the poison to the rest of them. What Arch must have been smelling.
First, no stalker, and now no dead guy. I try to joke my way out of my frayed nerves as I step aside to give Ben more space. But my heel catches on something, and losing my balance under the weight of the axe, I fall backward with a teeny yelp before I land onto something softer than the stone floor.
You okay?
Ben is instantly by my side, one hand outstretched toward me, and the other shining the light in my direction. I'm about to tell him that yes, I'm perfectly fine, it's just my dignity that's suffered, when I notice the gradual shift in his countenance. He heaves me up, but his eyes are riveted to something on the floor, something I fell on. Mechanically, I dust off my behind. My hands moving stiffly and slowly as though treading water, eyes fixed on Ben's, glassy, unblinking. Ben? I call his name with what voice I have left. It sounds like a mouse's squeak. He blinks at last, steers me gently toward the stairs.
Why don't you go back upstairs and wait there? I'll be up in a minute.
I know what's behind me before I actually turn around to look. Chapter 29. The cops arrived at the scene in minutes. The flashing lights of their squad cars still flash with dizzying speed, bathing the area in a surreal blue and red glow. Ben and I stand outside the condemned brownstone, its crumbling facade looming over us. The autumn sun casts long shadows, and I can still feel the chill of the basement where we just found the body. The lifeless form of the homeless man I had seen on my Ring camera. He had been lurking near my home, his haunted eyes peering through the glass. And now here he is, being photographed by the forensic team, soon to be wheeled out of his last refuge on a coroner's stretcher, in an anonymous body bag. Can't help but feel for him. It sucks living like this, wandering the streets like an invisible ghost without a place to call one's own. It sucks even more to die this way, alone and without a soul to mourn you. Not die, get killed, I correct myself, because there was nothing natural in the manner of the poor man's death.
You okay?
Ben keeps checking in on me. I nod apathetically because it's the polite thing to do. Of course I'm not okay. Not after I saw two sightless, cloudy eyes staring at nothing and a neat black circle of a bullet hole under one of them. His mouth frozen open in a silent scream. Rigor mortis had set in by the time we discovered him. No, I'm not okay. The furthest thing from it. You? I ask him. Ben gives a shrug and a somewhat apologetic smile.
I hate to say it, but I've seen and retrieved so many corpses by now, it kinda numbed me out.
I know what he's saying. I studied the phenomenon at school. EMTs like Ben, police, ER doctors, if they stay with their chosen profession after the first few cases of extreme stressors, their minds learn to adapt and preserve their sanity by stopping reacting to such stressors at some point. I don't say it, but I envy him just a little at this very moment. It's only been minutes since Ben placed the call, and officers are already moving with urgency, quickly pulling out yellow tape to cordon off the area, transforming it into a stark crime scene. I follow their movements with indifferent eyes. I'm strangely detached from reality. The weight of what we've stumbled upon hasn't set in yet. It's the shock, the logical part of my brain describes with clinical authority. Your body's instinctual way to keep you alive. Later, when the danger has passed, the shakes will come, and with them, likely the tears. And later still, the nightmares. The new PTSD, as if I didn't have enough old ones.
Move over here, closer to the car.
A gruff voice commands, and I realize that we're in the way of the officer with the yellow tape. They're closing off the entire house, all the way from the broken front gate hanging off its hinges.
Come on.
Ben grips my arm, pulling me back as we retreat a few steps until our backs are against the squad car. I'm still trying to process what's happening, my mind replaying the scene of our ghastly discovery like a broken projector. "What do you think happened?" I whisper, not really in Ben's ear, more to myself. How long has the homeless man been staying here? What did he see yesterday at my house? And why does it feel like our lives have just shifted on their axis? Detectives emerge from the house, their badges glinting in the fading light. One of them, a tall woman with a sharp jaw and piercing eyes, approaches us.
Good afternoon, I'm Detective Harris, she says, introducing herself, her tone demanding yet calm as she checks her notepad. I understand it was you two who made the call? Yes. Ben clears his throat. May I reach inside my jacket to get my ID?
Detective Harris allows a tight-lipped smile. Sure.
Under arrest.
You're also a white male in a respectable part of the neighborhood with a golden retriever by your side, so reach into your pockets all you like. I fill in between the lines of her generous permission.
My name is Benjamin Gershwin. I'm an EMT.
Together with his driver's license, Ben hands her his firefighter's ID.
I was checking this property after someone filed a fire safety complaint. I'll interrupt you right there.
Detective Harris pauses, taking down his information, to point the end of her pen at me.
Who's this? Officers told me there were two of you at the scene.
I'm Dr. Jessica Walford. I live right here. I'm sorry, I'll have to take you to my house to give you my papers.
That's all right. We'll get to it later. Are you with the fire department as well?
The detective's quick glance at our civilian clothes, which she meant for us to notice, doesn't escape me. No, I pass my hand over my forehead. I'm suddenly sweating bullets. No matter how I spin this, the situation doesn't look good for me. Ben had good reason to be here. I didn't. Technically, I broke and entered. Also, I knew the guy. Well, not enough for a motive, but I do have a video of him peering into my...
Dr. Walford.
Detective Harris's pen is tapping impatiently on the notepad. I release a shuddering sigh. Oh well, I tell her everything. I saw him on my Ring camera just yesterday. I shudder at the memory as my story draws to a conclusion, the man's gaunt face hovering just outside my front door, his expression a mix of surprise and, ultimately, fear. And then he ran away.
Did you see what he was looking at?
Detective Harris presses, her pen scratching paper furiously. No, there was no one inside. Ben thinks he saw my security system sticker on the glass, and that's what spooked him. Ben doesn't escape her either.
You two know each other outside of... She gestures at the cordoned property looming over us. This?
Ben and I exchange glances and stumble over confused replies.
But not like...
Just met recently.
The same support group.
People had packages stolen.
Had her tires slashed.
Thought it was squatters.
So it was you who lodged the initial complaint.
Detective Harris flips her notepad closed. The scolding look she gives us reduces us both to feeling like two little kids in trouble.
And you,
she glares at Ben,
decided to impress the lady by investigating it outside your work hours, which is illegal. You can lose your license over this. I know. Didn't count on finding a body in there, did you? No.
Ben's head is hanging lower and lower. Detective Harris sighs in great annoyance, then glances at her partner. For intense interrogation, I entirely forgot about his existence. Meanwhile, he's been standing nearby, assessing the scene. Assessing us, in all likelihood.
Wait here so the forensic team can take prints of your shoes, your fingerprints, and samples of your hair and clothing.
Unlike Harris, he sounds almost bored, as if he's been doing this job much too long and seen it all. Their approaches may contrast like night and day, but I still feel like neither of them thinks us guilty of anything to do with the poor fellow in the cellar, thank goodness.
As soon as the officers are done taking your samples, you're free to go. For now. But I'm going to need you to come down to the station for an official statement and to answer further questions. Probably get charged. Harris makes both of us meet her gaze to really drive the point across. We'll need your contact information. Stay available for further questioning. Dr. Walford, an officer will escort you to your residence for that ID. Of course. I nod eagerly, my entire face and ears burning under her laser-powered stare. I'm so sorry, Detective. As she walks away, I turn to Ben, my heart pounding with unease. They're not really going to take away your license, I whisper, ready to kill myself for dragging him, an innocent bystander, into all of this mess. Into all of this mess. My mess. If they do, I can always get an office at Dad's place. Bet he'll be happy. He grins and pinches my cheek gently when I don't share his blasé attitude. Don't worry, Dad's boss plays golf with the police superintendent. I hate to sound like an entitled brat whose dad solves all his problems, but yeah, worst case scenario, one phone call and I'm pretty sure I'll be fine. And so will you. I'm still gnawing on my lip, barely aware of Archie nosing at the inside of my palm. We didn't do anything wrong, Jess. Ben shakes his head, joining Arch in trying to offer some comfort. We just found him. I nod, but the gnawing sense of dread lingers. The air feels heavier now, the shadows lengthening around us as if the building itself is watching, as if they're all watching, together with the people on their stoops. I can't shake the feeling that this is just the beginning, that whatever secrets these brownstones hold are not ready to be uncovered. As the sun dips below the horizon and the sirens fade, a different kind of noise fills the air, the sound of my thoughts, spiraling into a chasm of uncertainty. Who killed him? And why? Chapter 30. By the time the police leave my house, I'm afraid to check my phone. I know this was an extraordinary event, but I'm still late for work at the shelter. And, just as it has been for the past year, Mira is stuck there to pick up my slack. I call her instead of reading through her messages, although after the tongue lashing I just got from Harris, I don't think I'm ready for another one from Mira. Her voice is deceivingly calm when she picks up. Girl, you'd better be dead. I snort an hysterical chuckle into the silence of my home. I'm not, but someone else is. Check your Citizen app. In less than half a minute, Mira's attitude changes. Jess, are you okay? I'm watching the videos from the scene. Oh my God, is that you next to the police car? Who's the hunk with the dog? What the hell did you get yourself into? I laugh some more, finding it more and more difficult to stop. Phase 1, shock. Phase 2, hysterics. I force the grimace off my face and air into my lungs until they hurt. We found a homeless man dead in the cellar, but never mind that. I just wanted to tell you that they're done with me here and I'm on my way to the shelter. I should be there in 7 minutes. Are you insane? You're not coming here, not after... She hushes herself, likely not to spread any panic among the shelter population. Too late. System out the door now. Neighbors, still lingering outside, are all watching me with guarded eyes. My head down, I quickly race to the corner to get away from under this microscopic-like scrutiny. Jess! Heading along Marcus Garvey now, 2 blocks away. Damn, you're an obstinate donkey, aren't you? She hangs up. I understand Mira's reasoning, I really do. I should be nowhere near patience when my own nerves are strained like piano wires. But work is truly the best drug. It's easier to lose yourself in it than in a bottle. Fewer side effects. I'll expect her to wait for me at the entrance to the historic armory building, to hug me and rub my back.
to ensure that I'm okay like she always used to back in our NYU days. Only, as I'm waiting just a street away for the pedestrian light to turn green, I see Ethan, my patient/private eye, smoking a cigarette next to the car parked right in front. And then, as if she's escaping a building on fire, Mira trots toward him, steals a glance in my direction, doesn't see me, runs up to Ethan, kisses him on the lips, and slides into the passenger seat as he's holding the door for her. As soon as he's inside, the engine purrs to life. He makes a U-turn, issuing angry honks and curses from other drivers, and takes off in the opposite direction. I stand rooted to the spot, mouth dry, eyes wide, heart jackhammering in my chest. Shock surges through me like ice water as the scene unfolds in brutal, undeniable reality. Mira and Ethan, my main suspect, together. What a fine cherry on top of the shit show of a day. By the time I get back home at 9, my phone is about to explode with missed calls from my parents and frantic texts asking me if I'm okay. I curse myself silently. Should have seen it coming. Block group chat, and if my notifications on it are silenced, it doesn't mean that hers aren't. And boy, the neighbors have had a field day discussing the events of the past several hours. Read. What TF is going on with the condemned property? Why so many police there? M. Was there a shooting? Sorry, I'm not at home. ATM. Rob and I are heading to dinner with friends. Bree. At M. Def not shooting. I'm home and haven't heard anything. Santiago. I do see police tape. Something's up. Red. Just checked my Citizen app and they're saying a dead person reported? Shocked face emoji. M. Oh no, not another knife fight, is it? Bree. Oh God, I'm outside in the yard and they just wheeled someone out. OMG, OMG, OMG. Santiago. We should really petition the city to just knock the whole thing down. Nothing but trouble for the past few years. Not that I blame them. It's not every day that you see coroners wheeling out a body from the house next door. Before I even put a cup with instant noodles into the microwave, I dial Mom's number. She picks up after the very first ring, as if she's had the phone glued to her hand this entire time. Knowing her, she likely did. Yes, Mom, I'm fine. I pull on my vape as I answer her barrage of questions. I've been so good at avoiding the vape lately. But there's no way I'll fall asleep tonight without its mind-numbing comfort. No, I'm not hurt or anything. The man was already dead. No, I didn't know him. But I did see him before. She puts me on speaker so she doesn't have to repeat my answers to Dad. His first question is whether I'm a suspect. The one following it immediately is, who's the guy with the dog? We aren't suspects as of now, I tell them both, trying desperately to suppress a weed-induced coughing fit. Just persons of interest. Ben is a friend. He's from the support group. They follow this up by asking me 2 different questions at the same time. Mom, why are you coughing? Are you sick? Dad, how long have you known this guy? Can he be trusted? The microwave announces that my instant noodles are ready, adding to the cacophony in my poor head. Dad, I'm okay, I promise. I moan as I pull the hot cup out using my sleeves instead of mittens. I've had a hell of a day and haven't even eaten yet. Frankly, I'm pooped. Can we talk about all this tomorrow? Of course, honey. Mom finally gets me off speaker. Hey, Jessie, before you hang up, maybe you should spend Halloween home with us. Mom is not persuaded that I'm all that well. I can hear it plain as day in her voice. Plenty of neighborhood kiddies will come trick-or-treating. I'm making an apple pie and pumpkin cookies. Remember those jack-o'-lantern forms we bought? I got new ghost ones. I'll glaze those with white. I do remember her cookies, and it all sounds so delicious and safe. I almost agree to it when Detective Harris's card catches my eye. Something sharpens inside, a resolve that whoever is messing with me, whoever is behind this murder, they won't unseat me from this house. I'd love to, Mom, but I kinda have to stay close to the precinct in case they have more questions. Or decide to charge me with, if not breaking, then entering for sure. This last thought I keep to myself, though. Let at least one of us sleep soundly tonight. Love you, Mom. Love you too, Jessie. Be careful. I wish, Mom, friend hadn't decided to lie to me about being involved with the sociopath. If only that sociopath didn't have a court order for mandatory treatment after he nearly drove someone to suicide. If only that sociopath didn't, very nearly, persuade me of his innocence, claiming that there was no conflict for him to investigate my potential stalker, Taylor Riviera, because it wasn't her I had to look out for this entire time. What if it was Mira all along? My very skin begins to crawl at the very thought of it. Odd of it. What if they've been working together? What if this has nothing to do with the plane crash and Leandro Riviera, but everything to do with Serenity? What if Mira decided to get rid of me and have it all to herself and is using Ethan for this very purpose? Whatever it is, I realize that I'm not scared anymore. Mad, if anything, but definitely not scared. And it's good to be mad. Mad makes you want to fight instead of cowering in the corner and just waiting to be finished off. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Another innocent person on your guilty conscience, and all because he saw me inside your living room. He recognized me.
He's not the kind to go to the cops, but I'm not a person to take any chances. Still, watching you squirm under the police scrutiny almost made up for the inconvenience. The hatred is boiling within me, a molten core ready to erupt. I'm so close. You will never hear me coming. I'm in your house again right now, and you haven't the faintest clue. I hear you laugh from my hiding space, and can't help but relish the thought of silencing you forever. I'll watch the light go out of your eyes as life drains from your body by my elaborate design. You're not my first, you see. I've done this before, and I'll do it again.
Chapter 31. Jess. Mira meant business when she promised to schedule the meeting with the prospective managing company. Thrive Care Management, one word, as soon as possible. Just 2 days after I saw her leaving the shelter and getting into Ethan's car, I sit together with her in the sleek conference room in Dumbo. Only, I'm no longer sure who this person is, chattering away excitedly next to me as if she hasn't been lying to my face for weeks now. Or has it been months? I steal a glance at her slender wrist with an Apple Watch circling it, just to see her swipe away a text from someone named E. I can't pinpoint the exact moment when it began, but I'm questioning everything about her now. Had there really been a scheduling conflict? Or was there another reason to dump Ethan on my lap? Had she brought him to me on purpose, for whatever nefarious reason? A phrase he dropped during our very first session. I'm here because I care deeply for someone, and I'm afraid that I'll harm the person trying to take advantage of them. Pops in my head, along with other clues I ignored because I focused on the wrong lead. Talking about Mira? Did he mean me, taking advantage of her? Or did it go even deeper than that? What if Mira used his, one must say, remarkable ability with mental games to drive me to a breakdown, or even better, suicide, and gain sole ownership over Serenity? I remember her looking over my new house, the house I didn't deserve, didn't have to work for to buy. What was she thinking then? Trying it on for herself instead of our old apartment in the village? We started off on the same level. We made roughly the same salary up until that plane crash. And then suddenly I was the rich friend. How many times has money driven people to murder? Far too many to count. She should ask Ethan, the former detective. He'd tell her. I sip my coffee. Outside the reinforced glass, the wind is chasing torn gray clouds across the sky. Bright, cheery colors of different diagrams, brought to life by Thrive Care's tech guy, stand out against its leaden expanse with the subtlety of a circus tent. Shall we begin? The tech guy, with a name tag reading Tom, rubs his hands like a magician ready to pull the rabbit out of the hat in front of starry-eyed children at a suburban birthday party. Let's do it. Mira pulls up straighter in her seat, her almond eyes shining with excitement. Our party is ready, I declare formally. I'm still the owner of Serenity. They'll have to pry it out of my cold, dead hands. Across the polished table, ThriveCare reps arrange themselves in a tight semicircle, for some reason reminding me of a football defense position. After running our analytics, we've come to the conclusion that Serenity Shared has the potential to become a leading name in mental health care. Tom begins, his voice smooth and rehearsed. With our resources and your name, Dr. Walford, as CEO, we can expand into multiple locations within just a few short years. My stomach turns unpleasantly. Expansion. Profit. Those words feel like knives slicing through the very essence of what we've built.
It has never been just a business. First and foremost, it's a sanctuary. It's a lifeline for those who are struggling, not just a run-of-the-mill product to be packaged and sold. Not that I haven't expected the spiel, but hearing it now, out loud, turns the flow of my blood into the first wave of a growing revolt. With each new word, each new pump of my heart, more and more resistance. Oblivious to the tension building under my skin, Mira grasps my hand, all unbridled enthusiasm. Could she really betray me like this? She was my best friend, my most trusted person, my roommate. I clear my throat. So, I'm a little concerned at your proposal for managing Serenity.
From what I understand, you suggest forming a board of directors. Correct. Tom interrupts me with that perfectly rehearsed salesman's smile. We're offering you a stake in the decision-making process. 2 equal parties, each holding 50% of the votes on the board, with the CEO acting as a tiebreaker. I stop him right there. 50% held by your side, and 50% jointly owned by me and my partner, bringing our total share to 50, doesn't make the decision process equal. Assuming both partners are in agreement with the general direction of the company's expansion, we don't see why.
That's the thing. Partners aren't in agreement. I cut him off once again. I can't say it doesn't bring me a certain amount of vindicated pleasure. If we decide to sign up with you, I reserve the right as Serenity's CEO to hold 51% of the shares, with the other 49 shared equally between you and my business partner. I also reserve the right to veto any decision, be it financial or ethical, if I feel it goes against Serenity's founding principles. Jess? Mira's voice sounds strangled when she finally recovers it. She wasn't ready for this. I can see it plain as day in her eyes. I thought we discussed this. She hisses close to my ear. No? I reply in my normal voice. We didn't. You sent me the proposal and I told you that I had my reservations. We are here to discuss them and come to a compromise. If compromise is at all possible. I finish with a meaningful look at the ThriveCare reps. Jess, you promised to sign this deal. Mira's hot breath hits the tender skin of my ear. The harder she pushes, the stronger I become. I promised to meet with these people. I didn't promise to sign anything that goes against my interests. How does it go? Stopping abruptly, Mira rearranges herself, glancing at the representatives. Gentlemen, will you excuse us if Dr. Bird and I step outside for a moment? She suggests, her voice low but insistent. I can see the conflict in her eyes, but it's too late. I'm already on the edge. I rise from my seat, my chair scraping against the floor. She wants to talk? Fine. Talk we will. The hallway feels suffocatingly small, walls closing in on me. Each of my steps echoes with frustration. I can hear Mira's footsteps behind me, her heavy breathing. What the hell was that? She says through gritted teeth when we finally reach the other end of the seemingly endless corridor. Her arms are crossed over her chest, the
the sleeves of her black jacket taut with creases. Care is the best thing that could have possibly happened to Serenity. I could barely believe it when they agreed to consider us. Do you know how huge they are? Do you hear what they're proposing? I cross my arms as well, feeling the heat rising in my neck. Yes, and I don't care. I want to have a company that runs things. I want someone else to think about Serenity's future, not just me for a change. The future? I ask her, incredulous, my breath coming in quick bursts. What future? One where we compromise our values for a paycheck? I'm trying to be realistic, she snaps, eyes flashing with anger. Your head is up in the clouds, Jess. This is business. It needs to be run. Is it? I challenge, my words hanging heavy in the air. And here I thought I was giving you money for charity. That's what you promised me when you decided to create a clinic instead of just donating it like I wanted. This way we'll never run out of money. This way we'll keep helping people for years, decades to come. I repeat her own words back to her and smirk when she recoils as if I've slapped her. But this was what it was all about then? Business, money, profit from the very beginning. The silence stretches between us, thick and charged. His expression falters, and for a moment, I see the doubt flicker in her eyes, a glimpse of the girl who started this journey with me, not this stranger trying to con me into parting with what I'm growing to love more and more every day. I thought we were in this together, she whispers, and there's a crack in her voice that shatters my resolve, but I remind myself to stay firm. Maybe we need to rethink what together means. Slowly, Mira's eyes narrow. So this is it then? Throwing me out on the street after everything I've done? Oh no, she's not gaslighting me into thinking that I'm the bad guy here. I'm not throwing you anywhere, I say, doing my utmost to keep my voice level. You who wants to hand our clinic over to the corporate machine on a silver platter.
Because I'm tired of running everything myself, Jess,
Mira screams, all semblance of control gone. In front of her stomach, her clenched fists are shaking.
I've been trying to tell you this for weeks, but you're too preoccupied with...
She makes a vague gesture around me.
Whatever's going on with you. And the best part, you don't tell me shit.
Oh, you want to know what's been going on? The fire of rage has ignited in me as well.
Someone's been stalking me, trying to intimidate me, perhaps planning to fucking kill me. But sure,
off you go on your high horse about me being a little preoccupied. I still came to work and still pulled my hours at the shelter. I yell in her face, full of raw, uncontained wrath.
Someone's been stalking you, Mira repeats with a sneer.
If I heard what you just told me from a patient, I would have diagnosed them with trauma-induced paranoia without thinking twice. Tell me you wouldn't do the same. My entire body stills itself as rage flares up even further, ready to engulf me whole. I have just confided in her and, instead of coming clean herself, she chose to claim I'm the crazy one. I'm the one with paranoia. You know what really breaks my heart? I say. The fact that my best friend doesn't believe me. Bree, a virtual stranger, does, and you don't. Ben, who's known me even less time than Bree, came out to check out the condemned house with me because he believed me. Believed that I was being stalked, threatened. I try to contain it, but the rage pours out of me, in words I already know I'll regret later, but hey, since we decided to be honest with each other, what the hell? Mira only shakes her head at me. Jess, Ben has PTSD as well. Who knows what he deals with? You said it yourself, you don't know him all that well. He's not the best person to rely on during such... episodes. Again, this word, episode, phase. Right, so according to you, we're two crazies running around chasing ghosts. Gotcha. I challenge her further.
Don't answer. I got this one myself. PTSD after witnessing her father's suicide as a child. Also a paranoid maniac. Cool. I guess she'll fit right in with our merry band of fruitcakes.
Jess, I hear you, and I want to help you.
Don't patronize me. I have physical evidence, Mira.
I cut her off, my voice a cold steel blade. Slashed tires, threatening notes, a painting, a dead guy on my block who conveniently died after seeing something or someone he shouldn't have in my fucking house. I wonder who it was that he saw. Want to fill me in? I challenge her openly. You know precisely what's going on. Mira gapes at me for a few excruciatingly long moments. Her shock at this accusation is so natural, I almost begin to doubt myself. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? She asks very quietly, as if giving me a chance to take it back. I saw you with Ethan. I look her straight in the eyes and feel a hint of satisfaction at a flash of embarrassment in them.
Was it you who gave him my address, phone number, and email? You know, the one he used to send a suicidal note to my psychiatrist? Jess, it's not what it looks like. She begins to speak, but just like her cherry-picked management company's representative, I don't have the patience to let her finish. Tell your psychotic boyfriend to stay out of my fucking life, and you do the same. I stalk off, leaving her and Thrive Care corporate bros to their own devices. As I text Ben from downstairs with the update, my eyes are stinging with hot tears.
Chapter 32. The day before Halloween is a sunny one with a balmy 68 promised by the weather app at the warmest point. From early morning, I easily check off all the points in my day schedule, despite the nagging feeling resembling a hangover after the fight with Mira. She's been trying to call me since last night, but I'm not in the right headspace to hear what she has to say yet. Frankly, I'm too nervous to even check her texts and leave them all unread for now. Instead, I join Bree for a morning yoga session in her backyard and later unload the whole fight with Mira on her over a cup of coffee in her kitchen. She's all sympathy, listening to me with rapt attention, only tucking errant strands of long blonde hair behind her ears from time to time. Her blue eyes widen when I tell her about seeing Mira with Ethan. I know I'm only an impartial bystander, Bree says carefully over the rim of her coffee mug. But from what you've told me so far, I'd watch my back around her. That Ethan sounds shady as you know what, and the fact that she's seeing him. The tips of her neatly manicured fingers are barely sticking out from inside a sleeve of her oversized sweater when she's reaching across the table to connect them with my hand. I'm sorry I said you were going through stuff my dad was going through. It wasn't fair. Whatever's happening to you is real, and all your feelings are valid. I nearly melt into a puddle of emotion right at her small round dining table. God, how much I needed to hear that. After the breath of fresh air that Bree is, the scheduled session with Dr. Keller is a torture. I drag myself through it, lie to her through my teeth about everything being just peachy in my life, just because I don't want to be diagnosed with persecution mania for the second day in a row. And that's precisely what she would say. She's just like Mira, seeing symptoms in the most mundane things. Instead, I text Ben and ask him if he wants to go to the Riviera's old address and ask around about Leandro's wife's untimely passing. I know I thought this was the wrong end of the chain of recent events, but something about it still bugs the hell out of me. Something tells me we're connected somehow, Taylor and I. And one of us is already dead. If I don't want to end up like her, I'd better start moving. Sure, why not? Ben texts me back within moments.
I'm suspended from work pending investigation, so I'm free as a bird, LOL.
I gasp as I read and reread the message. Ben, I'm so very sorry. Can I just go to the police and write a confession or something? I'm not sure how it all works, but I'll write whatever and tell them that it was all my fault. My fingers are shaking as I'm pressing the send button, feeling guilty as sin. The gray cloud with 3 dots appears right away.
Don't even worry about it. I'm suspended with pay, so it's like a vacation. The department just has to go through the motions. I told you, I'll be fine. What time do you want to meet?
My shoulders sag with relief. I text him the address in Queens, the oddly ordinary zip code, no fancy suburban mansion or penthouse with Central Park view one would expect. I can be there in under an hour, I follow up. Racy there? The last one in is a rotten egg. I laugh out loud at this silly old joke I haven't heard since I was, 8? And suggest that rotten egg pays for lunch. Ben doesn't argue. By the time Siri announces that I've arrived at my destination, Ben is already waiting by his truck parked at the curb, a coy grin on his face. I double park next to him and climb out onto the recently paved street. Excited to see me, Archie is doing his little tippy-toe dance as he sits by his dad's side in his red service dog vest. Ben opens his arms to me, and I stand on my tiptoes to reach for his neck for a kiss. I keep forgetting how tall he is, how effortlessly strong. And I'm so starved of having someone to lean on after carrying the weight of the whole world on my shoulders. So starved for raw human desire. For being kissed in such a way, I end up coming up for air as if after a 3-minute dive. Archie's plaintive whine reminds us that we have a little furry audience. Sorry, bud. Also slightly out of breath, Ben catches his ear and gives it a conciliatory rub.
But you also drop me like a bad habit when you see a fine lady dog in the park.
Will a little snack help? I ask the dog in mock confidence as I lean over him to slip him a couple of gourmet doggy biscuits from the corner cafe.
Kill the child.
Ben says to me, but winks and nods at Arch when the golden retriever looks up at him, asking for permission to take the treat. While he's distracted, I pull a paper bag with a brownie from the other pocket of my trench coat. Don't think I forgot about you. Ben's face lights up like a child's when he sees what's inside.
You know just how to win over men and dogs.
He sinks his teeth into the brownie and immediately offers me the second bite. For some time, all three of us stand in front of the Riviera's old address, chewing pensively as we take it in. It's a modest 2-story home of red brick, nestled in the heart of a suburban street the developers haven't got their hands on yet. The windows are dark, the curtains drawn tight, as if the house itself is in mourning. I can't help but think of little Rain Riviera, who lost both parents before she could even remember them properly. Fortunately for us, there's a for sale sign attached to the front gate, with the real estate office contact information. Perfect. I nudge Ben with my elbow slightly. We can pretend to be a couple looking for a property to buy.
Good to know that our makeout session came in handy.
He winks at me, and I immediately feel heat spread through my entire body. What the hell has he done to me? I've never had a thing for firefighters or tall hunks in general. I've always gone for the scholarly, intellectual type who never hold anything heavier than a stack of books in their hands, but can quote Nietzsche and Dante in their original languages. I liked them slightly aloof and otherworldly, but it's because I liked to be all sophisticated and slightly disillusioned with life. With Ben, I don't know, alive and myself. I like him, with his stubble and service dog and smelling faintly of smoke, and he still wants me, despite all the mess I keep pulling him into. For the first time since the fateful day that upended my entire life, I actually feel happy. And the reason for that happiness is standing right next to me. I pull out my phone, pretending to check listings while I observe our surroundings. At this time of day, no neighbors are out except for a middle-aged fellow hand-washing his Toyota in the driveway 2 houses away, and a sullen-looking teenager in pajamas and slippers waiting for her dog to finish its business under a tree. In typical New York style, they pay us no heed. You ready? I ask Ben. He nods, still chewing, then dumps the empty bag into the nearby garbage container and dusts off his hands. Let's start with the next-door neighbors, I guess. He motions his head toward a similar red brick house, pulling on Archie's leash. Guess so. I follow him, trying to mask the knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. We meander down the sidewalk, casually glancing at yards and exchanging our best house-hunting, evaluating remarks. I feel less than welcome as we enter the gate with the "Absolutely no solicitors" sign on it, and I'm secretly glad that it's Ben who rings the bell, not me. Yes? A grumpy voice answers from behind the door without bothering to even crack it open. I can't readily say if it's a man or a woman. Yeah, hi. I squeak in my sweetest voice. So sorry to bother you, but my husband and I are looking to buy a home in the area, and we just wanted to ask locals what they think of it.
You know how real estate agents are. Ben supplies with a similar toothy grin. They will say anything to sell you a home.
The lock turns and a senior lady appears from behind it, looking us up and down with suspicion.
You planning to move with the dog? She asks in a thick Greek accent. He bark a lot? Too many dogs here, barking all the time, poop everywhere.
She purses her lips. To Ben's credit, his smile doesn't dim a single watt.
He's my service dog, and he's very well trained. He only barks if there's immediate danger.
And it goes without saying, we always pick up after him. Now, I understand the house next door is for sale? The Riviera's former neighbor shrugs indifferently, despite the for sale sign clearly visible from her front porch. Do you know the owners? I try to press as nicely as possible. Are they nice people?
No one lives there.
But someone did live there before? I probe again from a different angle.
Some Spanish people.
Were you friendly with them? She looks at me as if I insulted her.
You're young, she says instead, once again squinting at us suspiciously. You plan to have many parties? We don't like noise at night.
No. My smile becomes tight-lipped. No noise. It's tight-lipped. No noise. Thank you for your time, ma'am. We're not getting anything out of her. She slams the door shut in the middle of Ben's "Have a good day."
After a few similarly awkward attempts at small talk with a couple more neighbors we were lucky to catch home, I'm starting to lose hope.
Maybe this was a bad idea, I whisper to Ben as we circle back toward the Riviera house. We're not getting anywhere. Just then, a voice breaks through my frustration.
You two looking to buy a house?
A woman in a warm sweatsuit rises from behind the bushes she must have been weeding, gloved hands on her hips, her expression a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Her dark hair with grayish streaks is pulled back in a tight bun, and she has an air of authority, like she runs the block. Yeah, exploring the area, I reply, forcing cheerfulness into my tone. It's not easy faking friendliness after being told to get lost more times than you care to count. I make a mental note to be nicer to solicitors from now on. The woman squints at us, her gaze sharp.
You're too well dressed for a couple that wants to buy in Astoria, but you are from Brooklyn. I can tell from your accents. Are you developers? Be honest.
Ben chuckles nervously.
No, we're not developers. And you're right, we're locals. The house is for my parents. There's nothing even remotely affordable in Williamsburg, and I would love to have them near.
Also, Mom loves to garden. Smart move. I mentally commend my partner in crime. Build rapport with her by bringing up shared interests. The woman steps closer, her posture losing some of its combativeness. You got anything particular in mind? Our agent told us about that house, I tell her, pointing to the Riviera's former residence, but we wanted to see the area first, talk to the neighbors, that sort of thing. You're interested in that house? She nods toward the Riviera home, and I feel a surge of adrenaline. By the way she accented that, she definitely has an opinion on it. Yeah, it seems perfect, actually, I say, keeping my voice light. It's on a quiet street, just the way they like. Has a driveway, which is a must for them. But also, it's close to all the stores and restaurants in case they want to go out or order in.
And there's a hospital nearby.
Ben chimes in, all innocence. The woman hesitates, her eyes darting around as if checking for eavesdroppers. Listen, she says, her tone dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I don't know if your agent disclosed it or not, but someone died in that house. No. I feign shock, my hand flying to my mouth. Really? Like, old age? Oh no, Tay was quite young. Your age, as a matter of fact. My hand travels to my chest to rub it of its own volition. I'm not faking discomfort anymore. I really don't like the way the words landed. Was she sick?
Sick?
The woman arches a wide, dark brow.
Oh, no. Healthier than you or me, in all likelihood. She and her husband, they were very much into everything clean, green, you name it.
She waves the details off as if they don't matter. From what the police later said, the long-running postpartum depression took a toll on her, and Tay took her own life. Now, what really happened is a different question entirely.
What do you mean?
Now I'm really on guard. Clearly, the woman was friendly enough with Taylor to call her Tay. Now she's also claiming that her suicide was not a suicide, echoing Ethan's sentiments on the matter. I feel my fingers finding Ben's, and him clutching them in his. I was friends with Tay. The woman continues, sadness veiling her intelligent, dark eyes. We got friendly during lockdown and visited with one another quite often. Tay was as clear-headed as one could be. She and her husband Leo, they met at school. He had a brilliant imagination, but she was a fabulous mathematician. She was the pragmatist behind his vision of their company, which was in its infancy. Elevate, I think it was called. It was Tay who came up with the name. Together they were a great team, inseparable. Until she had a baby and had to quit her job. Temporarily, she hoped at first, but... Her voice trails off. But death put an end to that plan. Ben and I exchange glances.
The trouble started after the birth of their daughter, Rain. The woman waves off a sluggish October bumblebee. Now, I don't want you going and thinking that Tay didn't adore that baby with all her heart. She did. She'd have died for that child in a beat. She pauses for emphasis. It's just the baby's crying affected her in a certain way. She could deal with it for 5 or 10 minutes, but after that she would start crying herself. I'm a former obstetrician nurse, so she consulted me quite often in my professional capacity, in addition to my just being her friend. That had happened. I took Rainey from her and told her to go upstairs and catch a little cat nap while I was minding the girl. She would quieten down real quick in my arms. I don't like to brag, but I'm somewhat a baby whisperer, hence the choice of profession. Raised 4 of my own, and helping raise my first grandbaby. My daughter lives not 10 minutes away. Sounds like a reaction to overstimulation. I can't help but butt in with something I recognized not just from the psychiatric manual, but my own experience. Most people with ADHD react very strongly to something anyone neurotypical wouldn't think twice about. I was a teenager, and just before my diagnosis, it would take me only 5 minutes of hearing Dad's favorite TV show and the radio at the same time to fly completely off the handle. Breaks and lunch hour at school equated to medieval torture as well, and I would often hide out in the nurse's office just to escape the maddening rush of countless bodies and screams coming from every possible direction. Mom could never understand why hearing a baby cry would send me into a fit of rage instead of provoking a maternal instinct to soothe it. So, yeah, poor Taylor. I can totally relate. Taylor's neighbor nods. That's what her doctor said, too. Fortunately, that was already after. She cuts herself off abruptly, as if fearing she'll say too much. Something happened? I prod her as gently as possible. With a sigh, the woman rubs her temple with the back of her arm, keeping the muddy glubs away from her hair. 2 things happened. The first one was bad enough. Rain, who was around 3 months at that time, was probably colicky or something, and nothing would settle her. Just Tay's luck, I wasn't home either. So after a full day of that almost incessant crying, Tay just lost it. Leo came back from the office and walked in on her shaking Rain and yelling at her to shut up. Insisted she see the doctor, but even when the doctor diagnosed her with postpartum and put her on medication, Leo still insisted on having a live-in nanny. He never said it openly, but he didn't trust Tay alone with Rain. Not that anyone would blame him after what he saw. And Tay, she was a wreck after that, of course, which didn't help her emotional state at all. She stares off into the distance for some time. You saw the nanny? I ask, after exchanging a meaningful glance with Ben. Sure, I saw her. It's apparent from her tone that Taylor's neighbor wasn't a big fan of the nanny. Always clinging to Leo like a vine whenever they took Rain for a walk in the stroller. Any excuse to touch him, either to fix his scarf or hold on to his elbow to step over a puddle.
gazing at him with the same puppy eyes your dog is giving you now. She smiles maternally at Ben before continuing. She had her sights set on him, and that was obvious. She was young then? Ben asks. Oh, yes, very young and very pretty, but eyes like icicles. I always said you can tell a lot about a person just by looking into their eyes, and hers were just two cold wells. I didn't care for her one bit, and neither did Tay. I know that police ruled it a suicide, but I'm telling you, she had something to do with Tay's death.
She'd hit her over the head once already, and when that didn't work, she must have come up with some other plan. In my stunned state after the bombshell Taylor's neighbor just dropped, I realize that I'm painfully aware of my own ragged breathing.
Did you just say that the nanny hit Taylor?
Ben asks, while I'm still trying to recover my voice.
Hard enough to knock Tay out and send her to the emergency. The woman snorts, claimed that she walked in on Tay trying to smother Rain with a pillow. I didn't believe a word of it back when Tay recounted the story after being discharged from hospital, and I still don't believe it now. Shaking a baby is one thing, not that I'm condoning it, but attempting to murder one's own child? Tay would never have done such a thing. You should have seen her cooing at that baby when she just brought her from the hospital, carrying her everywhere, kissing her tiny fingers with such an awestruck expression, as if Rain was the only baby on earth. Another fond smile crosses Taylor's neighbor's face before fading back into the past. Besides, she was so heavily medicated by then, she didn't care one way or another if the baby cried. Also, and this is another argument against Hannah's, that's the nanny's name, claims, I was home that weekend. If Rain was crying too much in that short span of time that Hannah went to the store, Tay would have called me, or come over. Finally attempt to speak, my voice comes out in a croak. What do you think happened? What I think happened is Tay was napping, and that conniving bitch slammed a fireplace rod or something at her head, hoping that would do the trick. Because last thing Tay remembered was falling asleep in the rocking chair next to Rain's crib. Next thing she knew, she woke up in a hospital with her husband talking of divorce and forced psychiatric treatment. Oh my God, comes out of my mouth. My God, exactly.
And when she was discharged, other things started happening at home. Leo would find his entire box of contacts in the garbage, or his business suit cut to ribbons, just really bizarre things, as if Tay was trying to sabotage his career in some supposed bizarre retaliation after having to temporarily quit her job. Thing is, she had no idea what was going on. The poor thing would come to me crying, saying that she must be going mad. But I had a mother with Alzheimer's. I know what mad looks like. Tay wasn't it. I would bet my last dollar Hannah was messing with her. But why? Ben asks, even though we both already suspect the answer. Why would you think? The woman, who still hasn't introduced herself, gives a one-shoulder shrug. To get Tay out of the way and become a merry little family with Leandro. You're absolutely sure Taylor couldn't have done it? I ask, just to confirm my own suspicions. As a psychiatrist, I know firsthand just how fragile the human psyche is. All it takes is one mental breakdown over something stupid or a poorly adjusted medication, and the person does something irreversible. But at the same time, to leave this world without even a note? Something just doesn't connect here. Taylor's friend grins knowingly. I spoke to Tay just that afternoon. The words hang in the air, heavy and foreboding. She was very happy. They'd just returned from a month's stay upstate where Leo's family had a home and had patched things up. Nothing whatsoever was happening there, and her mental health was as perfect as can be. So perfect, in fact, that Leo offered Tay to move upstate as well, sans the nanny, who was given a vacation during their absence, but who weirdly stayed at the house. I saw her every other day jogging or bringing groceries in. My heart races. They were going to let her go? Did she know? I urge, leaning in closer. Hannah? She knew all right about her, but as soon as they returned, happy as clams, she knew her days with the family were numbered. The woman's tone is categorical, which I told the police. But who will listen to some old neighbor who may just be bored with her life and makes things up?
What about the husband? Didn't he suspect anything amiss? I can't help but ask. If I were in his place, I would be the first one ringing the alarms and demanding an investigation.
Sure he did. Told the police the same exact thing. That Tay was doing great, that she was planning on returning to work, that they were thinking of moving out of the city, getting a dog. Only with her history of depression, they dismissed his claims, just like they dismissed mine.
The guy in charge just shrugged at us both after conducting his investigation. The way Taylor's neighbor spits out the last word tells me exactly how much he thought of its thoroughness, and basically said that we can never know what's going on in someone's head, that he had a case where a person attended a family Thanksgiving dinner and hung himself right after, that there was nothing suspicious about the manner of Tay's death, and more bullshit to that extent. I did tell them to look closer at Hannah. And? Ben and I ask at the same time. And a big fat nothing. She gives a typical New York shrug. The same detective told me that they interviewed Hannah and found no motive.
She wasn't involved with Leo, and naturally, didn't tell them she was in love with him and was aiming for Tay's place in his life. So they let it go. We can't open cases based on hearsay, ma'am. We need physical evidence, was what he told me.
Another derisive snort. So Hannah got off scot-free. I exchange a look with Ben, and my pulse quickens. Do you by any chance recall her full name? Or have a picture of her?
No pictures, and no full legal name. I just know her first name was Hannah. Caucasian, dark hair, gray or blue eyes. Not brown, that I'm sure of.
Where did Taylor's husband find her? I press for details. Any, really. Another helpless shrug.
Tay said some agency.
Apparently, she came highly recommended, with glowing reviews and tons of experience. And what happened to the husband? I ask, just to fill the void. I know exactly what happened to him. I held his hand as it was happening, as I'm holding Ben's now. He fired Hannah shortly after Tay's death. He and we weren't as close as Tay and I used to be, but my guess is she must have made a move on him or something. Or he just plain didn't trust her anymore. Either way, Hannah was gone, and his parents moved down here to help with Rain until she was big enough for the pre-K. Then, as soon as she turned 2, he was on his own, dropping her off at the pre-K before work, picking her up after. But then he died too, in a plane crash, just last year. His parents took Rainey upstate and eventually put the house up for sale. The woman sighs, dusting earth off her gloved hands. She too appears to be done with the past. Just be careful. I myself don't believe in ghosts, but whatever happened to the Rivieras could follow other folks here. It already did. Only it followed me instead, regardless of my zip code. I watch her back as she makes her way from the small garden into her house, leaving us standing in the street, reeling from her revelation. The more information I get, the more I lose myself in its web, the more I feel this web tightening around me. There's something dark here, something lurking beneath the surface of this seemingly simple, open and shut suicide case. Let's get out of here, I say, my heart heavy with growing anxiety. Chapter 33. The moment I step into Ben's apartment, I'm enveloped by the scent of cedar and sandalwood, a comforting aroma that makes me feel oddly at home. It's a typical new development one-bedroom, small but practical, all clean lines and brand new shiny appliances. He's made the space work, too. It's cozy, filled with eclectic decor and framed memories that hint at a life lived fully. It's my first time here, and I can't help but feel a wave of curiosity wash over me as I take in the living room with its L-shaped couch across from the TV stand, which is stuffed to the brim with books. Ah, a man after my own heart. I squat in front of it, scanning the titles.
He likes thrillers and, another pleasant surprise, ancient history.
Don't ask. Ben shakes his head with a somewhat embarrassed grin as I point to one of the books on Mesopotamia.
I've got a few very niche interests.
He kicks off his shoes and gestures toward the small kitchen area.
Can I get you something to drink?
Yes, please, I reply, forcing a smile as I try to shake off the lingering tension from our earlier encounter with the Riviera's neighbor. The adrenaline from our investigation still courses through my veins, making the warm, inviting atmosphere feel all the more surreal.
What do you feel like eating?
Ben asks as he pulls the door to his monster of a fridge open.
Also, I'm afraid I overestimated my wine list a little. All I got is beer and a bottle of Sabbath wine a religious aunt forced on me at the housewarming dinner.
I consider my state for a moment and realize that beer really won't cut it. You know what? Kosher wine sounds great. Grab me some of that.
Do you want a glass, or shall I just give you the bottle?
I laugh, grateful for the joke, something to distract us from the weight of the secrets we just uncovered. I pull out my phone and start browsing the delivery menus while Ben pours us 2 glasses of red wine, the deep color swirling like our thoughts. How do you feel about Mexican? I ask, taking a healthy sip of surprisingly delicious wine. It travels down fast, enveloping me in its calming, velvety embrace.
Me gusta.
As we wait for the food, we play with Archie, teasingly throwing the lamb chop toy from one end of the room where I sit to the other, where Ben sits. When the golden finally runs out of energy, I sink into the couch next to Ben, our bodies close, but our minds still swirling with the revelations about the Rivieras, Taylor's illness, her tragic death, the nanny. I can't help but replay the details in my head, the neighbor's warning echoing in my ears.
Hey,
Ben says softly, pulling me back from my spiraling thoughts. He brushes a strand of hair behind my ear, his touch igniting a spark of warmth in my chest.
What's on your mind?
I look up at him, his eyes deep pools of warmth and concern. Just all of it. The Rivieras, the way Taylor died. It feels like we're peeling back layers of something really dark. He nods, his expression serious.
I know. Sounded suspicious to me, too.
And now the same is happening to me. I quickly drown my own words in more wine. I know it'll get me buzzed on an empty stomach and with my current low tolerance for alcohol, but I don't care. I just want to relax and not think. About anything. Be here, next to Ben and Archie, where it's warm and safe and nothing bad can happen to me. I realize that I'm avoiding going back to my house. Something about it frightens me now.
Hey.
Ben's voice calls me back to the present.
Everything will be fine. We'll figure it out. Together.
My heart swells at his words, and suddenly, the weight of the day lifts. I finish my glass and take Ben's away. He doesn't mind when I leave them on the coffee table. We both want this day to be over with. We're definitely thinking the same. Before I know it, we're tangled in each other's arms, the world outside fading away. The kiss starts soft, tentative, but quickly ignites into something fierce and passionate. The heat between us is undeniable, and soon we're lost in the moment, the worries of the day slipping away as we give in to desire. By the time the intercom buzzes, announcing our takeout arrival, we've mostly caught our breaths. We didn't bother undressing fully, and when Ben opens the door to the bundled-up guy in a motorcycle helmet, we're both very much decent. And ravenous. We lunge at the food as soon as it's out of the bag, and for the first few minutes we chew delicious, spicy mouthfuls of it, grinning at each other over the mound of takeout boxes. Archie's timer-armed food bowl also pours him a nice share of chow, and for the rest of our dinner we're thankfully spared his silent looks begging for food.
You still haven't spoken with Mira?
Ben asks when my business partner's face appears on my screen again, just for me to press decline. I'm not ready yet.
She probably feels guilty, wants to make up.
I glare at the phone, but the problem is I feel guilty myself, and I want to make up, but she wouldn't call so much if she didn't care. Ben says conversationally and quickly adds, Just my 2 cents. Got any more change left to offer on account of the mysterious Hannah? Who is she, and where is she now? Ben doesn't answer, just pours us some more wine. Tonight, I'll take it. I'm planning to get too drunk to drive anyway.
As the first light of dawn creeps through the curtains, I wake to find Ben still sleeping beside me. His face relaxed and peaceful, almost ethereal in that serene masculinity Michelangelo painted on the faces of his Sistine Chapel archangels. I slip out of bed quietly in the hope of locating some Tylenol or Advil without disturbing him. I'm not ready to admit last night's drinking was a mistake, but my head has felt better. I wander into the living room, taking in the gorgeous dawn breaking outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and tiptoe into the bathroom. I didn't notice yesterday, but this chilly morning I realized that the tiled floors are heated with pleasure as warmth travels from my soles and up my legs as I open the cabinet above the sink. Nope, no pills here. Looks like he also keeps his stash in the kitchen. I grin at yet another shared similarity between us and catch my reflection smiling back at me. She looks so well-rested and content. Just like Taylor right before she died. I watch my face turn at this sudden intrusive thought and flip the light switch, hoping it'll die in darkness. As I move toward the kitchen cabinets, something catches my eye on the fridge door, an unassuming snapshot among several others under a magnet of the Golden Gate Bridge. I step closer, curiosity piqued, and my heart drops as I recognize the familiar face. There, among a group of firefighters posing in front of what looks like a California backdrop, is Leandro Riviera. He stands proudly in his uniform trousers, suspenders over a white tank top, a confident smile on his face, looking nothing like the man embroiled in tragedy. I peer closer, hoping, praying to be mistaken. But it's him, all right. It's definitely Leandro's exotic tattoos visible on his arms as he's hugging his friend's shoulders. My breath catches in my throat as I scan the photo, my mind racing with implications. What was he doing in California? How does Ben know him? And why, knowing my connection to Leandro, has he never said a word about knowing him? I stumble back, the room spinning as realization dawns. Suddenly, the weight of last night's decisions hits me like a tidal wave. I can't be here. I need to leave, and fast. Heart pounding, I dart back to the bedroom, quickly dressing without disturbing Ben. I glance back at him, peaceful and unaware, and for a moment, a pang of regret strikes me. But I can't linger. I slip out of the apartment and close the door to Archie's sleepy, confused face. As I drive along the familiar streets of this city, my head is all over the place. The morning sun shines brightly, but I feel nothing but darkness creeping in around the edges of my mind. Chapter 34. My thoughts a total mess. I toss the keys into the bowl by the front door and kick off my flats. Without a wheel to grasp at or traffic to concentrate on, I'm unraveling fast. Barefoot, still in my trench coat, I pace the living room, chewing manically on my nails. Who do you call when you have no one to turn to, when every single person you thought you could trust suddenly turns into a suspect? My parents? Mom will end up driving here, forcing me into her SUV and keeping me under her protective wing in Long Island until the end of my days. Dr. Keller? She'll probably up my meds and offer to check me into some facility for some mental rest. No thank you. Wait, Dr. Keller? Who was Taylor's psychiatrist? I never asked. What if it was her? I lunge for my phone to call Ethan and immediately hurl it back onto the couch. Not after I've found out he and Mira are an item now. Who the hell knows what they've been planning together, even if it has nothing to do with Taylor? I'm still being stalked. I'm still being threatened. I'm not imagining it all. Am I? I pause. The climax of the movie's Secret Window with Johnny Depp popping suddenly into my disordered head. Didn't Depp's character also think he had a stalker when it was him all along? No, I tell myself sternly. Slight yourself.
Just to be sure, I run down the staircase leading to the garden level to remove the painting and the notes I saved from their hiding place between the dryer and the wall. My hands are shaking and bleeding around the nail edges where I bit into the flesh a bit too hard when I grope for purchase inside the narrow space. My right cheek is squished against the dryer's door, but I smile triumphantly as I feel the canvas under my fingertips. Rap, rap, rap. I gasp at the soft knocking, much too close to me, and slowly twist my head, only to see a familiar pair of suede Oxfords under the sharp creases of immaculately pressed Italian wool trousers. Ethan. I gulp as I raise my eyes to meet his through the glass, but still it feels like a trap, and particularly with my arm jabbed in between the dryer and the wall.
Open up, Dr. Walford.
His voice is even colder, muted by the glass of the French door.
We need to talk.
I pull my arm out of the narrow space so fast I skin my knuckles. With my hand cradled against my chest, I step further away from the glass, much too flimsy a protection against a possible killer. Get off my property! I yell as loudly as I can. I'm calling the cops. Ethan screws up his face as if I just said something incredibly idiotic.
Really, Doc? If I wanted you dead, you would have been already.
My heart is pounding frantically in my chest, but something about his words makes certain sense. Could have called if you wanted to talk, I yell back at him, and for the time being, stay where I am.
Would you have picked up?
I only glower at him through the glass. Why did you climb the fence then? There's a front door, you know.
Would you have opened it?
Unlike me, he doesn't raise his voice to be heard through the glass, and I have to really strain my ears to hear him. Of course he's doing it on purpose. Cursing under my breath, I yell at him to wait right there, run back upstairs to grab my phone, dial 911, show it to him through the glass, and keep my finger over the connect button as I undo the lock. Cool as a cucumber, Ethan steps inside and politely slides the French door closed after himself. By the time he turns back, I've already retreated to the staircase, ready to bolt up there at a moment's notice. What do you want? I try to put up a fearless front, but I'm painfully aware of the phone visibly trembling in my hand. Ethan looks at it with a cold smirk.
I know I've said it before, but today you really look like shit, Doc.
Thanks to you and your girlfriend, I growl at him through gritted teeth. I may be bearing them, but out of fear, like a cornered animal would. Ethan heaves a very expressive sigh.
That's what I came to talk to you about, actually. Whatever's going on in your life, you're barking up the wrong tree. Mira cares deeply about you. I don't know why, but she does. Didn't even think it funny when I offered to kill you after all of those hideous accusations you threw in her face.
My head is beginning to swim. I'm taking breaths that are much too shallow. I need to calm down, get myself under control. But for the life of me, I can't. You two are after Serenity, I breathe out, holding the phone between us like the stupidest weapon in the world. Ethan rolls his eyes so dramatically he deserves an Oscar.
No one is after your little clinic. As a matter of fact, here.
I tense up as he reaches inside his overcoat for something and nearly press the dial button, but then see that it's only a sheet of paper.
She wrote a formal request for resignation as soon as she finds a suitable replacement for herself. Clearly, you're not in the right state to run things.
He gives me another withering once-over.
I told her she should just quit and to hell with it all, but unlike you, she actually has this thing called integrity.
He throws the sheet of paper on the floor, and I watch it glide toward me like a swan across a half-frozen lake. Something breaks in me as I pick it up and scan it. The finality of her words crashes into me like an avalanche. Suddenly, I forget our explosive fight and instead remember how we rubbed each other's backs over a bad breakup or an unfair mark, how we got drunk on cheap boxed wine and watched comedies on rainy Sundays, how we celebrated our graduations, doctorates, new apartments. She helped me pick my brand new puppy, Kona. What the hell is wrong with me? Why did I throw all of those years away for some paranoid notion that half of the people I know are suddenly conspiring against me? Am I really going mad? Ethan watches every emotion shift on my face with clinical interest.
Why didn't you tell me you two were dating?
I ask him in a hollow voice. Why didn't she tell me?
Because of exactly this.
He gestures toward the mess that I presently am.
Good luck with your clinic and mental health. Don't forget to email me that certificate of completion for the judge. Happy Halloween.
With that, he passes by me, takes up the stairs unhurriedly, and leaves through the front door. I hear it click, louder than a gunshot, as I remain in the basement, tears streaming down my face. Happy Halloween, Jessica. Are you excited? I sure am. You're almost ready for the big climax I've been so carefully leading you to.
How it warms my cold little heart, hearing you pace back and forth like the caged prey that you are.
How I love hearing panic in your voice. How I drink in every stifled sob of yours. You're all alone now, with no one to trust, no one and nothing to live for. Perfect time to end it all. I'll see to it. Tonight. Chapter 35. All Hallows Eve is here, and damn, do I feel only half among the living. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the tree-lined streets. My eyes half closed in serene detachment after hitting the vape quite a few times. I sit on the stoop of my brownstone. A bowl brimming with candy is in my lap, limp hands framing its skull-shaped form. As far as my pleasantly buzzed brain is concerned, the conversation with Taylor Riviera's neighbor, the following discovery at Ben's apartment, and Ethan's visit could have been just a bad dream. Ben texted me not long after Ethan had left, asking if everything was okay. All good, I texted him back. Sorry for leaving so abruptly. I completely forgot that I had a patient scheduled for 10 a.m., and you slept so soundly I didn't want to wake you.
Aw, aren't you the sweetest? Though for the future, I wouldn't mind if you wake me up. I make mean scrambled eggs with bacon and was really hoping to show off.
After what I saw in his fridge, I'm not sure about any possible future, but I don't tell him that much. Ben is the very last bridge that I have, and I would really hate to have it burned. So, I do what I do best. Avoid, deflect, get stoned, and pretend that nothing is the matter. High as a kite, I watch as my neighbors emerge from their homes as a group of kids rings their bell.
To my right, Emily, dressed as a voodoo priestess, cackles as she hands out king-sized bars. Rob is a perfect lurch, grunting at the youngest children as he produces fistfuls of individually wrapped candy worms from his deep pocket. My house is next on the block-provided, parent-approved map. I can't help but smile as a tiny pumpkin approaches, eyes wide with anticipation. With their parents waiting near the gate, I drop a handful of treats into their bag and they squeal in delight before running off to the next house. There, Bree and her landlords are caught in a friendly chat as they sip pumpkin-spiced martinis. Bree, who looks absolutely stunning in her corpse bride costume, has already refilled my plastic goblet twice with her signature Halloween drink, and I'm feeling no pain. In my personal little graveyard, complete with fog and flickering lights, I'm happy as a clam. The spirit of Halloween is all around us, and I, in my Salem witch outfit, blend right in. We're so lucky the Bed-Stuy Parent Association didn't cancel trick-or-treating on our block, Emily says quietly in my ear as she lowers herself next to me on the stoop. The scent of essential oils she uses instead of perfume envelops me in its soft embrace against the growing chill in the air. After what happened with that house, her hand, with bones painted over her skin, finds mine. How are you holding up? I can't imagine how hard it must have been, discovering what you did there. I'm okay. I feign a bright smile. The only upside to surviving a freak accident is that most things that happen to you afterward pale in comparison. They still haven't found the person who killed him, have they? Emily lowers her heavily made-up eyes. Not that I know of. She looks up at me again. Have they taken the footage from your security system? I gave them everything that same day, I tell her. They haven't told me anything as of yet. Rob thinks it was just one of those things that used to plague the neighborhood back in the day. People buy guns on the street and use them on each other for stupid reasons. Before gentrification came to Bed-Stuy, guys who collected plastic and glass bottles for recycling used to pull guns on each other because someone rummaged through the garbage on the wrong side of the street. Rob would always be the one to talk sense into them. Emily snorts softly. Imagine getting shot for a plastic Coke bottle. Surprising, but I do. I heard many similar stories from the few men that even considered talking to a volunteer counselor at the local shelter. Once again, my memory brings up Mira leaving said shelter, kissing Ethan on the lips. Emily goes back to her own stoop. I don't blame her. I'm distracted company tonight. The sun dips lower and the streetlights flicker on. With the daylight gone, the smallest trick-or-treaters head home to get their sugar rush. The streets now belong to the older ghouls, terrifying clowns and movie-based serial killers. No one accompanies them. They tower over me as they growl their demands for candy, and I feel my shoulders tensing in spite of myself. Only the proximity of the neighbors keeps me on the porch. "Hey, Jess!" Bree's innocent call from the bottom of my stoop makes my shoulders jump. "I'm making us all another round. Do you want one?" I shouldn't have had the first 3, I think, as she ascends the stairs to join me. "Thank you. I think I'm good," I tell her. "I think I'd better go inside." "Jess, you okay?" Bree sits next to me, searching my face. "You look very pale." "I'm fine," I answer mechanically, still craning my neck, eyes straining at the darkness. "Jess, you're shivering." Her small hand covers mine. I look at it for a few beats, as if at some being from a different galaxy, wondering how it got there. I'm anywhere but here at the moment. "How about instead of martini, we get you inside and I make you some nice hot tea? Do you have honey?" "I don't think I even have tea," I mutter. "No worries, I'll bring both." Before I can protest, she glides down the steps and passes through my fog-swaddled graveyard, almost a ghost herself. The street is all but deserted now. Most neighbors have gone inside. Only from the cross street with its double-lane traffic and bars standing with their doors thrown open, an occasional shriek and a burst of laughter pierces the silence of our residential block. I pat the pocket of my skirt for my phone, missing Mira something wild, and considering FaceTiming her when Bree materializes out of the night once again. In her ghostly white hands, she's holding a box of tea and a plastic bear full of honey. Under the silent smile of her corpse bride-stitched lips, I gather my nearly empty bowl, the goblet, and retreat inside. I left the heat on before coming out, and the second we're through the door, its artificial warmth envelops me like a cozy, secure blanket. Leaving the bowl of leftover candy on the dining table, I drop into a chair, all strength suddenly drained from me. "Do you want me to put on a movie?" Bree asks, setting the supplies she brought in front of me. "Could you unwrap them while I'm washing the makeup off my hands? I don't want to smear it all over." I nod and pull at the thin red string that makes the rest of the plastic cover slide off the tea box. Rooibos. I put it to my nose and inhale. Damn, it smells good. I check under the Honey Bear little black cap, and there's a plastic seal covering the opening. I'm still fighting with it when Bree reappears next to me, the smallest knife out of my chopping block in her hand. "I can never pick them off with my bare hands. It's almost like they don't want us to taste it," she says as she prizes the corner of the seal off. I hear the electric kettle beginning to huff on the kitchen counter. Bree is still chattering about something as we both head to the kitchen, but I can barely hear her. My own mind is far, far away as I help her drizzle honey into our respective mugs, with teabag strings hanging along their sides. With the steaming cups in hand, we head toward the couch and settle in. Bree selects a new season of Wednesday instead of the slasher Mira would have surely put on. I'm annoyed with myself for thinking of her, and annoyed at her even more for not believing me. I'm also annoyed at Bree for being here with me, for putting all the lights on instead of letting me simmer in darkness and my own, even darker thoughts. Annoyed at her tea, which is delicious and soothing, and at the warmth of honey spreading through my chest.
Bree, with her mind fine-tuned with daily meditations, senses my mood all the same. "I think I'll be going now," she says, shuffling delicately in her seat. I mumble some kind of a generic, weak protest, but she only smiles at me kindly with those stitched-up lips. "I just wanted to get you off the street and under the warm covers. Now that I know you're home, safe and sound, I can go back. Do you need to do something with the alarm after I leave?" "No, it arms automatically as soon as the door is closed." "Don't forget to lock the deadbolt. Lots of crazies out there tonight, and we had car break-ins on the block." To repay her somehow for her kindness, I follow her to the door so that she can hear me locking it after her. She hugs me one last time. "Sleep tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite." I grin crookedly. I deadbolt the door and flip the switch controlling all the ceiling lights. With the amber glow of my porch lights as the only source of illumination, I make my way back to the couch and switch Wednesday to Terrifier. Much better. Taking my phone out of my pocket, I flip through all the pictures my parents sent me and grin at the one from Ben and Archie. Dressed as the most adorable ghost I've ever seen, Archie seated in front of the fire truck holding a pumpkin-shaped bowl full of candy in his mouth. Despite his temporary suspension, Ben must have still gone to see his guys for Halloween. I'm not sure if it's the weed, alcohol, or the combination of the two, but I decide to erase the photo I've seen on his fridge from my memory, at least for tonight, because my house is too big and still, and I really need someone to talk to. No, it's not even that. I miss them both, which complicates things royally, but I can't help feeling the way I feel. In a couple of short weeks, they've wormed their way into my heart, and there's no prizing them out of it now. Bet kiddos loved getting their treats from Archie the Ghost. I press send and nearly drop my phone at the sharp sound of an alarm going off just outside my window. After the initial fright has passed, I consider ignoring it altogether. Probably someone drunk bumped into it and set the alarm off. Or a rat got under the hood. Oh, he was a big hit. "How's your Halloween going?" "Already halfway in bed, LOL. "I'm boring. Not after you Indiana Jones'd me through that condemned property's cellar, you're not, LOL. I'm watching 3 dots moving in the bubble as Ben's typing something back when a WhatsApp message from the neighborhood chat appears on top of the screen. @JessW. I think it's your car's alarm. Instantly on my feet, I sprint toward the window and peer into the night. My throat closes up on me just a bit when I see that, indeed, it is my car's lights blinking their SOS message under my window. I'm grabbing my keys from the tray when my phone dings once again in my hand. It's my next-door neighbor, Rob. @JessW. I'm coming out to check it with you. Don't go by yourself. True to his word, Rob is opening his front door the second I'm on my stoop. Emily, in her colorful housecoat, also steps outside. I shiver against the sudden gust of wind whipping my hair against my cheek like a slap and wrap my arms around myself. Along the exposed skin, every single one of my hairs is rising. That's why it doesn't sound too plausible when Rob calls to both me and his wife, and all clear. I join them both by my car, the driver door of which he is holding open. Someone broke in, all right, but they must have gotten spooked by the noise. Rob explains, his voice unexpectedly loud in the sudden silence following my turning off the alarm. He clears his throat and adjusts it accordingly. Project kids, likely. Want to check if anything's missing? I don't really keep anything valuable inside. I still put the lights on inside the car and check the glove compartment. There's nothing in it besides a hand sanitizer, a pack of wet napkins, and a case of gum. Anything in the trunk? Emily suggests helpfully, her arms wrapped around her body to keep her warm. I pop it open, and all 3 of us snort softly at the sight of a spare tire and a tire iron. No dead bodies? I'm boring, I repeat for the second time in about 10 minutes, and wave at bathrobe-clad Bree trotting toward us. She has Uggs on her bare feet and a mud mask in place of her corpse bride makeup. Everything okay?
Just someone looking for spare change, likely. Rob supplies. The Hudsons had Jim's cologne stolen, and I'm forgetting who else got their sunglasses pinched.
Chantal. Emily passes her hand along the car door.
Golden bracelets sound like a tiny stream rolling over the rocks, sliding down her arm toward her hand. Scratched your paint for nothing, forcing the door. Alerted to something in his wife's words, Rob checks the lock area himself. Indeed they did. Odd. Why odd? Bree and I ask in unison. Because whoever breaks into cars nowadays doesn't need to jam it physically. Rob explains. They use the so-called master fob. None of the other cars on the block had any damage. I guess I'm just lucky. And frankly, too exhausted to be properly concerned with the break-in. I thank them all again for looking after me and head back home to my warm couch and ice-cold tea.
I reheat it in the microwave and down it nearly in one go, melting into the cushions at the sensation of heat spreading from my stomach and into my entire body. Someone broke into my car. Nothing stolen. Scratched the paint for nothing, forcing the door. I text Ben and blink my eyes to clear them. I'm still torn between mistrust and the magnetic force pulling me toward him despite my resistance, and excuse my weakness with a half-assed argument I concoct to pacify the logical half of my brain. If he's the villain, I wouldn't want him to suspect anything, would I? I'm at my parents' home giving out candy. He texts back, I'll drive to you right after. No need, it's all good. A strange sensation begins to unfurl within me. It starts as a gentle flutter, an odd tickle in my stomach that I can't quite place. Tea, I think. That was my mistake. Hot tea on top of alcohol already in my system, and whatever weed I smoked earlier. Works like gasoline on fire. I was, if not perfectly sober, just mildly buzzed when I ran outside, and now my head is beginning to spin once again in gentle circles. In the next few minutes, the feeling only intensifies, curling around my insides like tendrils of mist. I sit up, trying to clear my head, but the room still spins. I grip my phone, my breath quickening. This is not just a pleasant alcohol buzz anymore. I'm quickly losing control of my body. My fingers, wet with cold sweat, are turning to cotton. Color begin to swim before my eyes, distorting the images on the TV. I want to call 911, but feel myself slipping into a very unpleasant oblivion to figure out how to dial 3 simple numbers. On the verge of passing out, all I can manage is to press on Ben's name. The background hum of the movie fades, just like Ben's voice calling my name with growing urgency, replaced by a deafening silence. Like a stone, I slip into dark, murky waters and feel myself sinking deeper, deeper, deeper. Chapter 36. First come the sounds. They come as if from underwater, muted murmurs, distorted intercom, the steady beeping. I try to open my eyes, but my eyelids only flutter without obeying me, as if they're glued shut. I try to swallow, but my mouth is dry like a sheet of sandpaper. Also, I want to pee. Bad. It's my bladder and the panic of possibly peeing my bed that finally forces my eyes open. Just a slit, but that will have to do. Now, just to make it to the bathroom. Wait, this is not my home. A sense of panic setting in. I take in a harsh, sterile light flickering above me. Confusion swirls in my mind, a fog that refuses to lift. My body feels heavy, like I've been submerged in a deep, dark ocean. I instinctively try to move, but the sharp tug of IV lines tethers me to this bed. The metallic scent of the ICU is thick in the air. I'm in the hospital. Why the hell am I in the hospital? As my vision sharpens, I spot my mom seated in the corner of the room. She's texting someone on her phone, still in her hospital scrubs, sniffling and wiping her nose with the back of her hand, the habit I got from her, which neither of us outgrew.
I try to call her, but instead of "Mom," a hoarse groan comes out. She bolts upright, eyes snapping wide open. "You're awake!" Phone instantly forgotten, she's at my bedside, reaching for my face, and yet not quite touching. Oh, thank God. Thank God. She grabs the remote by my hand and presses the button. "I'm calling your nurse. She'll call the doctor. Do you want anything?" "Water," I rasp, but she understands my croaking at once. That's the nurse in her. "Here, gentle sips," my mother instructs, holding a bottle with a straw to my mouth. "They had you intubated for a while. Your throat may still be sensitive. Be careful not to choke." The water slips inside like liquid silver. I gotta pee. It comes out better this time. I try to lift myself on my elbows, but my mom expertly stops me in my tracks. "Stay put and don't worry about it. You have a catheter in." I blink, confusion melting into disbelief. Intubated? Catheter? It's more serious than I thought. I probe my memory for clues, but it's a mess here in this head of mine. The plane crash? No, it's been a while after the plane crash. I have a house in Brooklyn. I have a dog, a golden... No, wait, it's not my dog, it's Ben's dog. Ben's a firefighter. I've been to his firehouse. We had coffee together. There was something about Halloween. Neighbors gathering at night. I finally give up on trying to put this puzzle together and look up at my mom for help. "Did I fall or something?" She peers at me, very closely. Her pained expression bothering me more than my own little situation here. The longer she's staring at me, the more frightened I get. "What?" I finally demand. "What happened to me?" She opens her mouth, but shuts it closed as soon as she hears commotion by our room's door. A blonde nurse enters in purple fig scrubs, her ponytail swinging in time with each step. "Hi, Jessica. My name is Audrey, and I'm one of the nurses taking care of you, okay?" She chirps out with a big smile, all the while writing my vitals onto my chart. "You had us all worried there for a while." "Huh? How are you feeling?" I shrug. "Confused?" "That's normal in these cases. We washed your system down pretty good, but there are still traces of medication in you. Just give it time and let the IV fluids work their magic. They'll clear the fog in a few hours." She checks the level of it and also checks the thick needle taped to the back of my left hand. "Any pain?" I mentally scan my body. My throat is sore, and my stomach feels like someone punched me. But that aside, I'm pretty much okay. Just my throat. Audrey nods dutifully. "That's normal after intubation." Why was I intubated? For the first time since her arrival, she pauses and looks at me, the same way my mom did. Frankly, it's starting to get on my nerves. No, not okay. Will someone tell me what in the ever-loving fuck is going on? She escapes before I can pose this exact question in this exact phrasing. After a moment's pause, my mom heads for the door too. But it's what she says before disappearing into the hallway that sends my pulse racing. "I'll go get Dr. Keller. She'll help Dr. Patel clear up everything." What is my damn psychiatrist doing here? The unspoken question hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. They return within a minute, a full troop. Mom, Dad, Dr. Keller, Audrey, and the young man who I assume is Dr. Patel. I watch them as they assemble at the foot of my bed. Everyone except Mom, who returns to my side. Dad's eyes are feverish and dry. He looks like he's aged 10 years in the space of a day. "Hello, Jessica. My name is Dr. Patel from the psychiatric unit, and I'll be your attending physician today." The young doctor in light blue scrubs introduces himself. His deep brown eyes shift from my face to my chart to my heart monitor and back. "How are you feeling?" More confused by the second. I gesture vaguely to my surroundings. Obviously, something serious happened, but no one will tell me what. Dr. Patel exchanges a quick glance with Dr. Keller. She's dressed to kill, as always, in a black silk blouse with a high collar buttoned to her sharp chin and a pencil skirt. Something is a bit off about her today, but I can't figure out what. She clears her throat, but instead of speaking, pulls her phone out of her black Birkin bag, approaches Mom's side, and holds the screen to my face. I read the words off her email screenshot, the email sent from my address, and hear my heart monitors beeping, gaining pace. I'm sorry, but I just can't do this anymore. Every day is an agony. I should never have made it out alive. Please forgive me for the pain, but mine has become too much for me to bear. I love you all. I'm sorry. I read it and reread it, again and again, trying to make sense of it. My mother sniffles quietly. I look at her, finally breaking my focus on Dr. Keller's phone screen. Mom, stop crying. I search her face, all of their faces, hoping for a glimmer of understanding, a hint that this is just a bad dream I'll wake up from. But all I see is the half-sorrow, half-accusation they stare at me with. I didn't, I repeat, looking Dr. Keller straight in the eye, and do a double take when I finally understand what is so strange about her today. She's wearing no makeup. The always immaculate, Vogue photoshoot-ready Dr. Keller, barefaced. For some reason, it scares me more than any suicide note she could have shown me. She sighs, a flash of disappointment passing through her eyes. Jessica, tests revealed quite a dosage of sedatives in your blood, she says evenly, along with traces of alcohol and marijuana. If you were struggling that much, you shouldn't have tried to self-medicate. You should have just called me. You know I never turn off my phone, day or night. Thank God for that, my father grumbles, his eyes searching for something in his hospital cafeteria cup of coffee. I see his jowls work. Thank God Dr. Keller had an alert set up on your emails after that last one that she got from you, and called the emergency services as soon as she saw your message. Though that boy you texted, what's his name, got there first. He called the cops when you wouldn't open up. Now his chin is trembling as well. I have only seen my dad cry 3 times in my life. 2 when our dogs died, and the 3rd when I woke up in hospital after the crash. I can't take seeing him like this. I feel my own tears welling in response to his. Dad, I drank a couple of pumpkin spice martinis a neighbor made for Halloween. Maybe it was 3. I don't really remember. But what I do remember is that I drank them not to self-medicate, but to celebrate. Weed, yes, okay. I know I probably shouldn't have done that. But I also wasn't smoking it day and night. A hit here and there, maybe twice a week tops. I bite my tongue at once, but it's too late. Dr. Patel's dark brow tweaks ever so slightly. He writes something down on his chart. Could you elaborate on that for me, please? He asks me, all smiles and helpfulness. I want to plead the 5th and lawyer up, but unfortunately, it's not that kind of a situation. I almost wish it was. Still, I clam up and stare at my toes under the hospital blanket instead of offering any kind of response to his question. I didn't take any sedatives. That's all he's getting from me. I don't even have any sedatives in the house. Got Adderall and Lexapro, but one is a stimulant and the other is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. But you should know that already since you're a psychiatrist.
Jessica used to be on Ambien, Dr. Keller tells Dr. Patel, who begins scratching on his chart again. She asked me to wean her off it a few weeks ago, and I haven't prescribed her any new ones. But I fear I didn't do my due diligence in ensuring she safely disposed of what she had left of the old prescription bottle.
I stare at her, mortally betrayed.
Whatever happened to patient/doctor confidentiality, I mutter, only to hear my parents gasp, Jessie, at the same time. What? I huff, indignation singeing a hole through my bruised stomach. She doesn't care about me. I thrust my chin at Dr. Keller. She never did. I was good for publicity and medical articles to follow, is all. And what she's doing now is trying to avoid a lawsuit. Don't worry. I say, shifting my eyes to meet Dr. Keller's. I won't sue you for malpractice. I actually have some integrity. The faintest hint of pink touches her sharp, pale cheeks. But to her credit, Dr. Keller doesn't look away.
I apologize for this, Jessica. You are absolutely correct. I am bound by patient/doctor confidentiality. But I am also bound by the HIPAA clause, according to which I must report any of my patients' intents to harm themselves or others. As a psychiatrist yourself, you know that much. That is why I called the emergency services after I received your email, and that's the only reason why I'm explaining your case to Dr. Patel. You have just survived a suicide attempt, and the medical staff here should be aware that you may still be a threat to yourself.
I am not a threat to myself. I feel like I'm yelling at a brick wall. None of them believe me. I can see it plain as day on every single face surrounding me.
But I didn't take that Ambien.
It's my fault too. Mira was texting me the whole day yesterday.
My mom says, but she's speaking to my dad over my head like I'm not even there.
She kept asking me to check on Jess, said that Jess sounded off during their fight, and the fact that she blocked her calls altogether.
Ugh, I was just mad at her. She lied to me about seeing a patient of mine, and the two of them, the point is, I had every reason to be mad. I tell my mother, growing more impatient by the second with all this beeping, with the IV line tying me to this bed, with being treated like a helpless child. I'm going to call her back first thing after Halloween to clear everything up. Her neighbor, my mom continues in the meantime, as if not hearing what I said. That sweet blonde girl. She also told me that Jessie wasn't doing too well in the past couple of days. Bree? I narrow my eyes. Another betrayal. Her father was manic-depressive. She thought I was too. I'm not. No, you were suicidal. My mom is weeping again. I'm your mother. I should have noticed the signs first. I should have felt something. You couldn't have felt anything because I wasn't trying to kill myself. God! I collapse back onto the pillows, this outburst stealing my breath. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Dr. Patel whisper an instruction to Audrey, who runs off at once. I'm okay, I tell him, and repeat it louder when the nurse returns with a syringe in her hand. I said I'm okay.
It's just a mild sedative,
Audrey promises me as she goes for my wrist.
You won't even go to sleep. It's just to calm your nervous system a bit.
Audrey didn't lie. I'm not asleep, but indifferent now. Indifferent to Dr. Keller spilling my entire medical history to Dr. Patel. Indifferent to Mom blaming herself for letting me move to Brooklyn in the first place. To my dad quietly swearing to sell that damn house he knew was trouble from the beginning. They even give me my phone when I ask for it. With my eyes half closed, I type out a text message to Ben. Whatever the deal with the photo is, he did save me in time, according to my dad. I will just have to hope that he'll save me again.
Chapter 37.
When Ben appears in my room a couple of hours later, I barely recognize him. He's wearing a navy Brooks Brothers suit, and not off the rack, but obviously tailored. Instead of the usual slightly tousled look, his hair is neatly parted and smoothed back, and the 2-day stubble is gone, replaced by the clean-cut look of a Wall Street executive, sans the asshole attitude. His cufflinks gleam softly under the hospital lights as he goes for a handshake with my dad, who rose to greet him first.
Mr. Walford? My name is Benjamin Gershwin. I'm Jessica's friend.
Ben's eyes shift to me, together as he takes in my hospital gown, the monitors, the IV line feeding into my vein. He knows from my texts what supposedly happened.
I've been helping her investigate recent threats she's been receiving, both at work and at her home address.
It's my parents' turn to do a double take. Told you I'm not crazy. I grumble from my bed. The hospital gown and the nest on my head dampen the effect I was going for, but oh well.
Are you a lawyer, Mr. Gershwin?
My dad scans Ben's elegant attire. I didn't ask him to play dress-up, but I guess Ben figured on his own that it'll lend his words credibility.
Please, it's just Ben. Mrs. Walford.
Ben shakes hands with my mom, who's all smiles now.
And, well,
Yes, technically, I did pass the bar, Mr. Walford, but I switched professions. Ben's a firefighter, Dad. My father's brows crawl even higher, but this time a smile appears on his face. A lawyer turned firefighter? It's not even funny how much he obviously approves. A former firefighter, Ben clarifies. I'm mostly in EMS now. Where's Archie? I ask, unused to seeing him without his service dog. He's waiting outside the unit, not allowed in the ICU. Ben explains and wrinkles his nose slightly in his version of a sorry.
30 minutes, Ben, in his best lawyerly fashion, explains to my parents what's been happening to me and why I'm not officially losing it to paranoia. He also assures them that we were texting just before I fell asleep and that I certainly wasn't suicidal. Seeing that you felt funny drinking the tea, I'd say you have all the reason to file a police report. This he says to me directly. It's not just a creepy painting or a note that can be written off as a prank anymore. This is attempted murder, Jess. This is serious. He doesn't have to tell me. Dr. Patel, who returns to check in on me, listens to Ben, but with less trust than my parents.
Sure, we may call the police, and sure, he'll be glad to release my medical records to them. He leaves the meaningful, but it'll be a waste of resources, hanging in the air. Ben shakes his hand with a bland smile. He doesn't care what the good doctor thinks as long as he cooperates with the authorities. The latter come quick, too. The already familiar Detective Harris and her sidekick, who still hasn't introduced himself.
Jess, funny seeing you again so soon,
Detective Harris notes, pulling up a chair to my hospital bed. It's warm in here, and she has removed her parka, leaving the same uniform I first saw her in during our meeting at the abandoned house, a nondescript sweater and jeans with her badge clipped to the belt. Her eyes are sharp as always as she flips her notepad, pen poised over a fresh page.
What happened?
Someone tried to kill me, I guess. I swallow around the words, disliking how they taste. Detective Harris, thankfully, isn't as skeptical as Dr. Patel. She worked the case of the poor dead homeless guy who saw something he shouldn't have in my home. She knows I'm not being dramatic.
Any idea who?
Too many ideas, all of them hitting too close to home. I don't want to spell any of them out because doing so will turn my friends to suspects, and I'm not sure I'm ready to go down that route. I know there's this whole Mira and Ethan thing, and I know I saw Leandro's photo in Ben's kitchen, but if I single them out as suspects, will I have anyone left, except for my parents? I feel my cheeks burn under the look of Ben's frank eyes. I'm not sure, I hear myself say to Detective Harris. She sighs, flips her notepad closed, and asks everyone to leave the room, if it's not too much trouble. Jessica. The fact that she calls me by my full name startles me for some reason. It lends gravity to the situation. It's of utmost importance that you're 100% honest with me. I don't need another dead body metaphorically hanging over my desk just in time for the holidays. I haven't taken my kids on vacation for 4 straight years, and I'll be damned if I cancel the one I booked for this Christmas. So, out with it.
Ex-boyfriends, psychotic patients, a landlord you refuse to rent from.
Give me everyone, no matter how big or small. I feel my dry lips stretch into a grin as she lays it all out in her no-nonsense tone. I begin to like this woman, but I also like Ben and Mira. A little too much to see them as suspects, no matter how the evidence may point to the contrary. Let me talk to them first. I bargain with myself. Let me hear their version of events. I have Harris's number. I can always text her later. I think it may have something to do with the plane crash and the fact that I survived it. And Leandro Riviera, the man who switched seats with me, didn't. I tell her, pacifying myself with the fact that half-truth is not particularly a lie. And with Taylor Riviera, Leandro Riviera's wife, she died of a suicide, supposedly, just like I almost did. I let the words sink in. Her neighbor is certain their nanny had something to do with Taylor's suicide. Unfortunately, she didn't know her full name, just the first, Hannah, and that she was a young Caucasian woman with brown hair and light eyes. Blue or gray, but definitely not brown. "Do you know anyone named Hannah?" I shake my head. I went as far back in my memory as I could, but I don't have anyone fitting the description. No one who would want to kill me, at least.
You'd be surprised.
Detective Harris writes everything down as I pour it out. The threatening notes, the painting, the slashed tires, the emails to my psychiatrist, the attempted car break-in the night before. She's still in my room, writing, when Dr. Keller returns, my deeply concerned psychiatrist, her face fully made up this time. I watch her burgundy lips draw to a very thin line at the sight of the law enforcement. She likes their presence here even less than Dr. Patel, and particularly after they ask her for personal information. I'm an attempted murder survivor now. They'll be investigating anyone close to me. I watch Dr. Keller pull Detective Harris's sweater sleeve slightly and murmur something in her ear, of which I only catch, "Would be best not to indulge her." To my relief, Detective Harris gives her the same polite smile Ben gave Dr. Patel and asks what a good time would be for her and her colleague, Detective Burke, to visit her office. It's then that Mira bursts in, all wild eyes rimmed with red. She pauses in the door, hesitant and tragic, but then sees the budding of a smile on my face and rushes to my side. She whispers apologies as she pats my arms, around which cords creep like ivy along the statues of old. It's my turn to ask the rest of the visitors for privacy. In the silence, interrupted only by the steady beeping of the monitors, I tell Mira this was no accident. I look in her eyes and tell her about the rest. Taylor Riviera, the dead man, the threats I've been receiving, and ask her the question that rolls heavily like a boulder off my tongue. The meaning of it is too immense. It can crush our friendship in an instant. What's with you and Ethan, Mira? For a few agonizing instants, she looks guilty as sin. But then, something akin to relief smooths the furrows in her olive skin. Clean, I can hear it in a sigh that escapes her lips before she wets them once again, preparing to speak. I should have told you from the beginning that we've been dating, Ethan and I. I was just, I don't know, embarrassed? She looks up at me, miserable as they come. He's not particularly a walking green flag, you know. Not with his court-ordered therapy. It just happened, she continues, her cheeks flushing. I know he can come off as cold, but once you get to know him, he's very passionate about things he cares about, people he cares about. Yeah, that much he told me, right to my face. Right to my face. I also know he has his own perception of justice. No shit. But he would never hurt an innocent person. Only if he perceives them as innocent, which may not be my case. And he definitely would never hurt you. I just want you to know that. I believe her. I do. Ethan, however, remains sketchy as hell in my personal opinion. What if I was looking at his involvement all wrong? What if it's not his relationship with Mira that's been driving him all along, but possible professional involvement with this mysterious Hannah? I've no idea what I could have possibly done to her, but as Detective Harris correctly stated, you'd be surprised. He climbed the wall into my backyard earlier on Halloween, I tell her, told me the only reason he's not going to kill me is because it would upset you. Oh my God. Mira buries her face in her hands with a groan. I'm so sorry, girl. As you have probably concluded from your sessions with him, he's a sociopath. But he's actually very charming. He has some crazy magnetism just coming off him in waves. Okay, Clarice. She throws her hands up, laughing outright now. Now do you see why I haven't told you anything? No matter how you twist it, it just doesn't sound good. I'd fire me if I were you. Her smile drops temporarily. She must have remembered her resignation request. Mira. I reach out and take her hand in mine.
You may have the worst judgment when it comes to men, but I'm not that far behind you, so it's definitely not a reason for me to fire you. Mira cocks her head at me in confusion. You don't mean to tell me that the good Jewish boy with a golden retriever is anywhere near Ethan's category?
Oh, no. You win the Sociopath Boyfriend Award, hands down. But I did find a photo of Leandro Riviera on Ben's fridge.
Mira's speechless for a few beats. Wait, she says, after finally arranging the order of the million questions she must have. I know I still do. He has Leandro's photo on his fridge?
Well, it's not a portrait, I explain.
It's a group photo of firefighters, and Ben and Leandro are among them, together.
Somewhere in California.
How did he explain it?
I bite my lip before admitting, I kinda ran out on him instead of asking. He's here in the hospital, you know. I just saw him with your parents in the waiting room.
Mira thrusts her chin at the door behind her.
Yeah, I know. It was him who called the ambulance and likely saved my life.
Mira tosses her head.
Wait, I'm completely confused. You and me both, girl. You and me both.
Mira blows out her cheeks, deep in thought. When she lifts her gaze back at me, I already know what she's thinking, and looks afraid to suggest. Ethan is a private detective, you know.
Look into this particular connection if you like.
It's my turn to come clean, because I haven't been a particularly honest friend either. Promise you won't get mad? Mira makes a certain gesture with her hands. We're way past getting mad at each other at this point. When it all started, I went to Ethan and asked him to investigate Taylor Riviera, who I thought was behind it, in exchange for my signing his completed course of therapy for the judge. I spill it all in one go and hold my breath as I wait for her reaction. She takes it better than I expected. Slowly, a grin begins to grow on her face.
Why did I just remember our ethics professor Donovan and how we both argued with her during one of her lectures on integrity, and she said we'd fail her course with that attitude? But we didn't. But we should have. Now I'm laughing too. It hurts my stomach, which is still sensitive after being pumped, but it feels good to actually laugh with my best friend. Well, since we both completely lack any good sense, I may as well tell you that I dragged Ethan along, and he's also here, in the waiting room. Want to write down the information for me so I can pass it on to him? It's okay, I'll just text him. Have his phone number. After a second of silence, we burst into such a bout of hysterical laughter. A nurse pokes her head inside the room to check if everything is okay. Chapter 38. Today shapes up to be the day of one-on-one interviews. Right after Mira departs, Dr. Keller asks to talk to me, alone. Last time I was so popular I just crawled out of the burning carcass of a plane, I mutter sardonically after she moves the chair so that it faces me. What can I say? Near-death experiences tend to fascinate people. Dr. Keller smooths her pencil skirt as she sits down. For some time, it's a staring contest between us. Neither of us averts their gaze first. Jessica. Dr. Keller finally decides to get to the point. I've been your mental health specialist for over a year now. I would say it's safe to assume I know your condition better than anyone at this point.
Except for one person, I say evenly. Myself. Dr. Keller begins to tilt her head, but it's a fine line she's walking. She knows she's losing me with her mistrust. I study her, the ambitious woman I used to so greatly admire and strive for her approval. Her cold, sharp intellect, and even the way she dressed, always so perfectly put together, always so perfectly in control, made it so easy to rely on her in difficult moments. She made me believe that she knew what was best for me. It was because of this that I doubted myself for so long. It was because of this that I put my faith in her words instead of my own 5 senses, when each and every one of them screamed that something was horribly wrong. Am I messing up your study with my near-death experiences? She arches a finely drawn brow. All right. Dr. Keller clasps her hands over the sharp outline of her knee under her skirt's leather. You are too smart for me to try to conceal it, so out with it, I suppose. It's not so much about this study, but about the fact that you are actively harming your own recovery with your recent behavior. I tense slightly at her words, but make sure to breathe as slowly as possible so that the heart monitor doesn't alter its rhythmic beeping. It's not so much about this study, but I did skew her graphs quite a bit with going off the path she charted for me. After all, in regard to PTSD, I'm a somewhat unique case. Yes, there were a few survivors of plane crashes before me, but no one really studied them as closely as Dr. Keller has been studying me, if at all. Simply not enough research into the matter, and she strives to be the first who writes the comprehensive, years-long study revealing how a survivor's psyche changes over time and what therapeutic methods work best. That's why I hoped you'd follow my advice and stay in your old family house in Long Island. My psychiatrist says exactly what I expected to hear.
Perfect controlled setting. I could have closely monitored your recovery and corrected your behavior as soon as I felt you straying off the intended path. And I went and fucked up with weed and attempted suicide. I'm laughing because what else am I to do? The person whom I entrusted my very life to has seen me as nothing more than a glorified lab rat. I'm glad you're acknowledging the attempt instead of blaming it on outer forces. Maybe we should tell this much to the detectives outside so that they don't waste their resources chasing ghosts and concentrate their efforts on investigating real crimes. My smile is just bare teeth now. You still don't believe me? It's not a question. I believe that you believe that someone is behind whatever was going wrong with your recovery. I did advise you that moving to a new house on your own would be too much for you. I did warn that it may set your recovery back, which it did. Good God, you so want to be right all the time. You are actually harming your own patients. I don't hold back now. To hell with the monitor. I have proof. I have physical proof of someone stalking me, leaving threatening messages, and you're still trying to tell me it's all in my head. Dr. Keller tenses ever so slightly, pulls back just the tiniest bit. What proof? Another nurse pokes her head through the door. I smile at her and wave her off. All good here. Just a mental patient and her therapist got into it, but it's all under control now. No need to jab me with anything else. Satisfied that I'm not trying to strangle my psychiatrist with my IV cord, the nurse disappears. Threatening notes and the creepy painting of myself someone sent me are tucked between the dryer and the wall in my basement. Whoever left them for me actually decided to go through with murder this time. Dr. Keller ignores the sarcasm dripping from my words. She calculates something in her mind, nods to herself. All right. Permission to ask one of your parents to accompany me to your house, so I can get this evidence and we can look at it together. I gesture for her to be my guest. Just make sure not to touch the painting with your bare hands. There's plenty of prints on it as it is, including mine, Mira's, and our receptionist's. The notes, too, even though I don't think there's anything on them. One of them got wet in the rain before I saw it. Dr. Keller rises from the chair, all business, and collects her Birkin from the floor. She pauses in the door just for a moment. If there is indeed physical proof there, your parents and I will hand it to the detectives at once. I will apologize to you and destroy whatever I wrote on your case so far. But if there isn't, it's my turn to nod. I'll let you continue your study in a controlled environment. Chapter 39. By midday, they transfer me from the ICU to the regular floor, which means I can see Archie now. His tail nearly makes a hole in the room's wall before Ben, on my request, lifts the service dog up and gently lowers him onto my bed. The good boy that he is, Archie immediately lies down on me, a warm security blanket, and breathes softly in my ear until I nod off. With both my parents gone with Dr. Keller, Ben sits guard in the chair. Having him by my side turns my mind into a battlefield. On one hand, there is the picture I saw, clear as day, on his fridge. But on the other hand, I've never felt safer with anyone next to me than I do with him. He
feels like a pillar of something fundamental that has always been there and will always be, long after I'm gone. But what if me, gone, is precisely what he wants? I steal a glance in his direction and look away at once, ashamed of my suspicions. I saw a photo of you with some guys in your kitchen, I say in a voice that is much too small, like that of a frightened child. If Ben is surprised by this comment, he doesn't show it. He just nods as though prompting me further. It wasn't taken in New York, was it? No. He answers at once, nothing to hide.
That was back in California, long time ago.
What were you doing there?
Fighting wildfires.
He states the obvious, amused by the sudden onset of my curiosity.
It was a big one, in Palisades. Hundreds of thousands of acres burning, completely out of control. They had guys coming over from all over the world, from as far as Australia and Brazil, even.
Must have been terrifying. I desperately search his face for a single sign of something sinister, but it's an open book, as always.
It was before my accident, so it wasn't. Not to me, at least. Not yet.
Ben smiles, almost fondly.
We slept in shifts, only for a couple of hours. Hell, sometimes we didn't even speak the same language, but we were up against something so tremendous, so ferocious, it didn't matter. I think it was then that I finally understood the fable of the Tower of Babel. Not understood, even, but rather felt, deep in my bones.
I'm not getting anywhere with tiptoeing around it. Might as well ask him outright. One of the guys in your photo is Leandro Riviera, I say, after taking a deep breath, as if jumping off a cliff straight into black water beneath. Why didn't you tell me that you knew him? Ben pulls back, his expression just as stunned as mine when I saw that photo.
You're pulling my leg, aren't you?
He finally says, an unsure smile appearing one second and disappearing the next. No, I recognized him and his tattoos. It was definitely him. My heart monitor betrays my nervousness with an increased beeping. Ben glances at it and back at me, paler than a minute ago.
You are serious, aren't you?
Has a heart attack? I barely whisper back. Suddenly, Archie wakes and turns his head toward Ben, sniffing the air in suspicion.
I'm okay, Arch,
Ben says automatically, his eyes, like those of a lost pup himself, still riveted to mine.
Jess, I swear I had no idea.
I nod. I decide to believe him. Mom returns just in time for the end of the visiting hours, bringing me a change of clothes and underwear. I definitely need the latter. They finally pulled my catheter out before releasing me from the ICU, so now I have the dignity of walking exactly 5 steps to my room's bathroom. She also brought us all a cat's takeout, and since I was only allowed bland broth for lunch, I immediately begin stuffing my face with the pastrami sandwich Mom pulled out of the bag. The smell in the room is mouth-watering. This one's beef. She indicates another still warm wrap to Ben.
I wasn't sure if you eat pork. Oh, yeah, no, I eat just about anything.
Ben waves her concerns off with a chuckle.
We're not religious. Dad loves his bacon in the morning.
Archie, who grudgingly moved to the corner of the room after yet another new nurse stopped by to check my vitals, is drooling a small puddle while eyeing the food with the saddest eyes he can manage. I didn't forget about you, Mom tells him, and after making sure Ben's Golden is not allergic to anything, produces a sandwich with Archie written in black marker on the wrapping paper. It's just sliced meat and rye bread, bland, no spices. Mom's making eye contact with anyone but me. I pick up on that, slow down my chewing. Did you give the painting and the notes to the police? I ask her through the pastrami in my mouth. Mom is suddenly very busy wiping Archie's drool off the floor, despite Ben's assurances that he'll clean after the dog himself. There was nothing in that wall niche, honey, she finally says after I ask her the same question, louder this time. We searched the entire basement. Dad even pulled the washer and the dryer out to check behind them. There was nothing there. I suddenly forget how to swallow my food. It sits in my mouth, heavy like a stone, tasting like ashes. I manage to get it down, but get nauseous almost immediately.
What do you mean there was nothing there? I put them there myself.
My voice trails off as I watch my mom nod without looking at me, the same lost, tragic smile stuck to her pretty, pale face.
Mom, I'm not making it up. Mira saw the painting, and so did our receptionist.
And as for the notes, Bree saw at least one of them. You can ask her. I'll call them both right now.
Okay, honey, I believe you. My mother says the word she doesn't mean. I hear it in the intonation she adopts with her Alzheimer's patients. My hand, with the phone in it, lowers on its own. As she gathers empty wrappers and kisses me goodbye without making eye contact. Daddy and I are staying at your new house tonight. We'll come back first thing tomorrow morning, okay? I made sure the staff will be checking on you regularly. Press this button if you need anything. The nurse will come right away. She runs off, hoping I won't notice the tears welling in her eyes again. Why wouldn't she be crying? She just realized her daughter is madder than a hatter. I'm left alone with Ben. I hear they're planning to release you tomorrow. He breaks the silence, probing the air gently with his words. The phone, with its screen gone black, is lying helplessly in my limp hands. My happiness from the suspicion lifting from both Mira and Ben has been short-lived. Someone is still after me. Someone still wants me dead.
Do you want me and Arch to stay with you until we sort all of this out? I'll sleep on the couch downstairs, of course. I'd just feel better knowing that you're not alone. I manage a wooden nod. I'm in too stunned a state to utter even a simple goodbye. The physician on duty finds me in perfect health the next morning and signs my release form after reminding me to check in with my mental health specialist at least twice a week and providing me with the information for the crisis centers. I think of telling her that I'm not, and haven't been, suicidal, but noticing Ben's expression, just take it and leave, do just that. While I wait for him to fetch his car from the nearby garage, I pace the hospital lobby and search for a signal. Hey, Mom? I stop at once in the middle of the visitors' foyer as soon as I get through in order not to lose it again. You haven't left yet, have you? Oh, good. They just released me, so Ben will be taking me home. The signal is shit here, and I can't really hear you, but I just wanted to let you know not to come, okay? I'm fine, and I'll be home soon. After hanging up, I decide to wait for Ben outside. Fat chance he'll get through to me with this kind of connection. Before too long, his familiar Jeep pulls up by the entrance, in a spot just freed up by an Uber. I jump in and buckle my seatbelt, apologizing to Archie, who lost his shotgun seat, and bribing him with promises of Tritos as soon as we get home. So, I was thinking. Ben begins as we pull into the morning traffic. His hands grip the steering wheel with a steady calm, the faint scent of leather mingling with the sweet, crisp air that filters through the slightly cracked window. The city pulses with a kind of frenetic energy that feels inexhaustible. It's as though the very streets are alive, exhaling the remnants of long, sweltering days and inhaling the cool, refreshing breath of autumn. Only November crispiness begins to seep into the air, chasing the patrons from their outside seating back into confines of the restaurants. It snatches a strand of my hair and whips it hard across my face before I push the button and force the window closed. Whoever stole the painting and the notes, they must be staying close by. There's a chance they bolted right after, but they still had to sit in the open and watch you the entire evening, wait until you went back inside, with so many cameras and witnesses all around, on the block where everyone knows everyone. It just doesn't sound feasible. Do you think the perpetrator could have returned to that abandoned townhouse? My heart picks up a pace at such a grim possibility. Do you think it's the same person? I ask and bristle at the note of hopeless surrender in my own voice. The buildings around us stand tall and proud, their brick facades glowing in the warm light, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers, grasping for something just beyond reach.
The one who killed that homeless man?
Ben asks and moves his shoulder in visible discomfort. The possibility of having someone so dangerous so close to us doesn't sit well with him either. You know what they say, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck.
Do you think it's the same person who could have been behind Taylor Riviera's death, too? Could Taylor's neighbor be right, and it's their nanny who's behind it all?
This Ben considers a bit longer.
We shouldn't discount any possibilities, but it's just, I don't see a connection between Taylor and you, except for Leandro Riviera, and you barely knew him.
During the nanny, you could understand why she wanted to do away with Taylor, to get her husband all to herself. But you literally just sat next to the guy for a few minutes. Why would she want to kill you? He's right. I did barely know him, and only by sheer chance. On the other hand, what bugs the heck out of me is the very idea of making your death look like an overdose. Ben continues to run his theories by me. That's not how male killers usually operate, or at least from what I remember from my John Jay classes. Statistically, we aren't subtle creatures. Most homicides committed by men are shootings, stabbings, stranglings, drownings. They're active, you know what I mean? Poison, that's mostly women's domain. They can't always rely on physical force to overpower their opponent, even if it's another woman, so they have to compensate with some really ingenious thinking. Sounds a bit sexist, I know, but I'm just quoting what studies showed.
Nah, you're good. It is what it is.
I fall into a grim silence. The car glides through the streets of Upper East Side, the pale morning sun casting a lackluster hue over the bustling city. Fall has draped its vibrant cloak over the landscape, and as we drive, I watch the world transform outside the window, a living canvas of ochres, russets, and burnt siennas. The trees lining the avenues exude a sense of quiet majesty, their leaves fluttering down like confetti, dancing gracefully to the ground in a whimsical farewell to summer. You really think it may be a woman? I ask when we turn onto my street and slow down in search of an available parking spot. Ben is silent for a few moments. I glance at him, his profile illuminated by the golden light filtering through the window, and for a moment, the weight of the world outside feels lighter, hazy, and dreamlike. Inside this car, in this fleeting moment, I am cocooned in a warmth that feels safe, an oasis amidst the chaos. Yet, just as the leaves are destined to fall, I know that the tranquility of this moment cannot last. The unease that has lingered since my stay at the hospital nudges at the edges of my thoughts, a reminder of the fragility of life. I don't know if it's a man or a woman, Ben finally says, pulling up next to my parents' car to parallel park right behind it.
All I think is we shouldn't discount half of the population just because we assumed it's a guy.
He's right, and I have only one other person who can shed any possible light on this. However, I don't tell Ben anything. Not until I clear him of this whole Leandro on the fridge business. Chapter 40. The front door of my home opens before I can reach for the bell. In a hurricane of emotion, her signature hair oil and a torrent of words, Mira sweeps me into a bone-crushing embrace I return only too happily. She tells me how she decided to stay over as well, to help me with whatever on my first few days out of the hospital. I'll run Serenity from here, Mira assures me as she ushers me inside, patting me all over like she did back in the hospital, as if to make sure that I'm really still here, still alive. Don't you worry about a thing. All you have to do is gain strength and take it one day at a time. I try to protest, but she refuses to listen, vehement as ever. Never leaving you again. I'm staying right here until you get sick of me. And don't worry about Ethan. You won't be seeing his Hannibal Lecter wannabe ass. We'll be meeting exclusively on neutral territory while you're recovering. I look at her for some time and finally shake my head. I don't think avoidance will do any of us any good. We should all sit down together and clear the air once and for all. All of our problems started because of all of those secrets, omissions, and silences. And if you like him, I'll just have to suck it up and grow to like him too. keep rubbing in the fact that not all of us had good sense to like firefighters with golden retrievers. She play grumbles with a side glance at Ben. He's doing his best to hide his goofy grin. After formal introductions are made between Mira, Ben, and Archie, we all gather inside, and I can't stop smiling, for the first time seeing my home so full. Mom orders tons of takeout, pizza and Mexican and pastries from the French bakery, and we gather round my coffee table because the dining one only has 2 chairs. Mom and Dad are on the couch, and the rest of us sit right here on the rug, mouths full and smiling, mismatched mugs toasting soda and water. It's a gorgeous sunny day, and we leave the garden-level French doors open for Archie to run in and out as he pleases. I never got to doing anything with the backyard. The entire untouched rectangle of grass is all his. We talk about anything and everything, except for what happened to me just 2 days ago. That subject no one touches with a 10-foot pole, even though I notice my parents are stealing confused glances at me now and then.
Yes, I want to tell them. I'm eating, laughing, actively enjoying the company, and generally enjoying my life, just as I was that night. I never took that Ambien of my own free will. I never sent that email to anyone. But I chew on those words and wash them down with club soda. Let them come to their own conclusions. I'm not trying to persuade anyone of anything anymore. Still, watching me act so confusingly normal is enough for my parents to at least let go of their threats to sell the house and move me back home to Long Island, by force if needed. Now that Mira is here and Ben's staying with us as well, and he's a trained EMT in case anything happens. There's even Archie, an actual service and therapy dog. My dad looks satisfied as he shakes Ben's hand at the front gate. I don't hear what exactly he's telling to him, but whatever Ben answers makes Dad break into a wide grin and clap him on the shoulder. Dad pulls away after Mom's final "love you" through the passenger window, and the 3 of us stay. Sorry, 4, with Arch, who's busy chasing his new electric ball across the living room floor. I watch them go, and desperately want to believe that nothing bad can happen now. But no matter how hard I try, I can't shake the lingering feeling that there's threat lurking nearby.
Taylor, April 2022. I'm reluctant to leave my in-laws' home upstate, but there's a knot waiting for us back at home, in desperate need of cutting. The past month here has been nothing short of paradise. Rain's so many firsts happened here. First sit-up without any help, first reluctant few steps, first couple of words, Mama, Nana, and an emphatic no. First wave goodbye, which she learned just in time for us to leave. She truly blossomed here, as if sensing the shift in atmosphere. And the best part? She bonded with me to such an extent she started screaming her no each time I dared to leave the room and not take her with me. I began taking her with me to the bathroom.
Her constant company, really. We still have too much to catch up on, Rainey and me. 2 weeks ago, I told my husband about getting off the meds, months ago. His reaction was in phases. First concern, then confusion, and finally immense relief.
You mean you haven't been taking them since
February?
Nothing at all?
Nothing at all. I've been fine, on my own. I couldn't help but choke up on a weird kind of pride at that. Neither could he. He pulled me close, buried his face in my shoulder, nearly smothering himself in relief. The darkness has lifted. Life, the one we always dreamed of, was finally within reach. Sleeping soundly between us, we spoke late into the night, of me easing gradually back into work, of Leo setting up a separate home office for me in Hannah's old room, precisely where it used to be. We wouldn't need a live-in nanny anymore. He'd seen me taking care of Rain here, all by myself.
Until we find a suitable house here, if you want, of course,
he added hastily, his arm strong and familiar under my head resting on it, our fingers intertwined, our gazes wandering around the bedroom lit by the silver moonlight. I do. I love it here, close to your parents, who love me as their own, and I love them just as much in return. I wished I had a second set of grandparents to spoil Rain rotten, but I lost my mom to cancer when I was still in high school, and my dad died of a stroke soon after I got accepted into DeVry. Of a broken heart, I'm guessing. He loved Mom more than life itself. I get that kind of love. My own for Leandro is of the exact same kind. I haven't told him about Hannah's secret box yet. I'm much too afraid he'll think I'm being paranoid. No, I'll show it to him instead, once we're back home. And sit back and watch him kick that snake out. She almost took my two most important people from me. But she messed with the wrong bitch. Chapter 41. Jess. The next day dawns deceivingly still. Not a leaf stirs outside as the three of us head out for breakfast at the corner coffee shop. Akasha is minding the counter today, her dreadlocks streaked with purple this time. "Enjoy the calm before the storm," she says once we place our respective orders. "The hurricane is heading our way, and people saying this one will be a bitch." Mira and I exchange glances. Ben, too, shrugs when we turn to him. It's obvious that none of us checked our newsfeed today.
Then again, they always say it.
Akasha continues philosophically, making foam for Mira's latte.
And it ends up losing its strength by the time it gets to us, or bypassing the coast entirely. All I know is it's pounding South Carolina pretty hard right now.
Looking at New Yorkers around us, she's right. Everyone seems to be going about their life, no figs given. Not that we've been especially lucky when it comes to natural disasters. It took our coasts more than 5 years to completely recover after Sandy. I was a kid, but I remember very well waking up to someone's boat parked in our backyard, along with other marine debris. Half of the city and parts of Brooklyn, Park Slope in particular, get flooded every time the rain is a little heavier than usual. Still, our group's mood shifts as we settle at the table with our coffees while our sandwiches are being warmed up. Ben is scowling as he's tracking the storm through the weather app.
"Okay, I don't want to sound like that guy,"
he begins, turning his phone toward us.
"But so far, it does look like it'll be heading up along the coast. They say depending on how much strength it loses when it makes a landfall, it may take it up to 24 hours to get to NYC, but there's a chance it may move faster."
24 hours is plenty of time for my trip. Lying sleepless in my bed, I was thinking it over from every angle last night. It would have been easier to talk it all through with Mira and Ben to get their take on things. Hell, maybe even let them tag along. But I'm keeping it to myself all the same. Not that I still don't quite trust them. Frankly, at this point, I don't trust anyone, not even myself. I guess I have to leave early. My exhale is loud on purpose. I'm nowhere near as good an actress as Ethan, but today I'm giving it my all. Both Ben and Mira stop chewing, staring at me at the same time. "Where are you going?" Mira mumbles through her avocado turkey rye at the same time as Ben asks the same thing. I raise my brows, implying they forgot the obvious. Dr. Keller's, where else? We had a deal, she and I. If she finds the evidence I told her about, she apologizes for thinking I'm a paranoid psycho with a persecution mania. If she doesn't, I resume our sessions with her, in a controlled environment. I make a show of rolling my eyes, which means her office. She didn't find it, so I guess her office it is.
"I'll drive you,"
Ben suggests, all helpfulness when I need it the least. But I didn't spend the previous night without sleep. I went through every possible scenario. I'm ready with the response.
"I really appreciate your offer," I begin, touching his hand with as much sincerity as I can muster. "But I would rather you stay here with Mira. I just don't feel comfortable with her alone in the house after what happened to me." After stuffing what's left of her sandwich into her mouth, Mira quickly dusts off her hands. "Not a problem at all. We can all go." "There's no parking on Madison." "We'll park in a garage." Mira doesn't give up. "And just walk around in circles for an hour? With rising winds?" I hope she hears just how ridiculous it sounds.
"Well, we can go into someplace for lunch."
Ben tries again, but I shake my head categorically.
"King coming, they'll start shutting down early. especially those in low-lying areas. They'll need to weatherproof everything.
I sincerely hope that as a firefighter he knows that much. Judging by the dejected look on his face, he does. His phone rings. I glimpse Nut House on the screen before he picks up.
What's up, Chief?
He listens, and so do I, inconspicuously, with my breath bated.
Yeah, sure, but is it... Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be there in 30. See you soon.
When he hangs up, he looks at me with conflict written clear as day in his eyes.
Chief just asked me to come over, if I can, he says, glancing at the phone in his hand. Looks like they just heard about the hurricane too, and can use all the people they can. He even said my temporary suspension is lifted due to the circumstances.
Thank God. Inside, I'm clapping my hands, even if my face is a mask of innocence.
See? Our little problem just solved itself. You go to work. Mira, you go back home to the village.
Nuh-uh. I'm staying right here and waiting for you.
Not in this house, and not by yourself you aren't. I'll drop you off at our old apartment and pick you up on the way back. That way I won't have Keller staring at my bouncing leg and me gnawing my nails for an hour because I'm thinking of all kinds of ways you may be getting murdered while I'm gone. Capiche?
She finally grumbles her agreement. Outside my house, we have to part our ways. With Archie by his side, Ben watches us go as we peel away from the curb, heading in the opposite direction. Along the sidewalks, plastic bags and paper napkins begin to float. Rising wind tears into the few remaining leaves still hanging onto the trees, wrapped in dark orange lights. In less than an hour, the ocean, foaming at the mouth, is slamming into the rock alongside FDR North. Behind us, a heavy veil is slowly being pulled over the unsuspecting blue sky.
Chapter 42.
After the Yonkers, the traffic opens up a bit. I make good time to my destination, Leandro Riviera's parents' house, which he told me about back on the plane. The house where Taylor and he spent Taylor's last month before someone snatched her life away, like they tried to do mine. Thanks to Ethan and the files he brought me when I hired him to investigate Taylor for me, I have the exact address. Dr. Keller tries calling me while I'm on the road, but I reject her calls. I know we had a deal, but not right now, lady. Ben also checks in via texts a couple of times. It's getting windy in Brooklyn, and Arch is camped out in front of the firehouse heater, but otherwise they're fine. Mira texts me as well. She tried ordering batteries, non-perishables, and water, but DoorDash is already overwhelmed. I tell her not to worry. It'll probably be just rain. Torn clouds chase each other across the grim gray sky as I pull the car onto the long, winding driveway. At the end of it, Siri announces that I have reached my destination. I put the car in park and sit in silence for a few seconds, taking it all in. The trees loom tall and shadowy on either side of the Riviera house, their branches bending lower and lower with each new gust of wind. I can't help but feel a knot tightening in my stomach as I study this sleek, modern structure that blends seamlessly with the natural surroundings. It's beautiful. A carefully curated sanctuary created by Leandro for parents he obviously loved. No neighbors to disturb their peace, just rocky terrain and the forest rising straight from the stone. A wealthy retired couple's safe haven. A phone call coming through the car's Bluetooth interrupts my musings. It's Mira. Mentally checking the time, I'm supposed to be driving back to her from my appointment with Dr. Keller, I decide to pick up. Sup, girl? My voice is much brighter than I feel inside. Don't you sup girl me, doctor, if I knew where your lying ass is. So, where are you? Heaving a sigh, I scratch at my forehead. Should have let it go to voicemail. I had to go for a quick drive upstate. The hell are you doing there? Looking for answers. Visiting Riviera's parents before my killer decides to off me for good. The few seconds' silence hints at the extent of her shock. Why would you? What? Why? What they gotta do with any of that? They were the last people who saw Taylor before her death. Hopefully they can point me in the right direction. You should have told me. I would have come with you. No, you wouldn't have.
Of going until the weather cleared at least. And who knows just how close my killer is, and when they're going to strike next. I don't tell her any of that. I know you would, but I really feel like it's something that I need to do myself. It's not strictly a lie. There are two things on this earth each human has to go through by themselves: birth and death. I'm gaining quite an experience with the latter. I have to go, Mira. I'll call you when I'm on my way back, okay? You better. Be careful and keep me updated so I know you're not dead in a ditch. I disconnect the call, shut the car, and push the door open. A vicious gust of wind steals the door from my hands and slams it back into the car. I turn my back to it, squinting against my own hair whipping me across the cheeks. As I fight my way toward the front door, the scent of pine and damp earth fills the air, mingling with an underlying hint of something metallic I can't quite place. It's unsettling, the way the forest seems to close in all around me, as if it's hiding secrets of its own, secrets I'm determined to uncover. I'd like to take a deep breath to still my nerves, but the wind steals it. I can hardly hold it as I walk toward the entrance, my sneakers crunching on the gravel, the sound barely audible against the howling nature. The front door swings open before I can knock. The man, who I assume must be Leandro's father, holds it in his hand, his smile there and yet somehow not. His appearance is in complete juxtaposition to his polished home. He's dressed comfortably in a warm cardigan and faded jeans with frayed cuffs over his fur-lined house slippers. I search his face, but find very little of Leandro in it. He's of medium height and somewhat moon-faced, with the beginnings of jowls and somewhat sleepy brown eyes.
Can I help you, miss?
He asks me in a heavily accented English. Good afternoon, Mr. Riviera. Dropping in on you without any warning, but it's kind of an urgent matter. I wait a beat before uttering the words that will either make or break everything. My name is Jessica Walford. I'm the reason your son is dead. Leandro's father pales a bit, the pleasant smile evaporating. For a few seconds, I stop breathing altogether, sure that any moment now he'll curse me out in both English and Portuguese and slam the door in my face. Instead, after swaying momentarily on his feet, he suddenly reaches out and pulls me into such a tight embrace, the force of it echoing achingly in my ribs. The bulldog, aging or not, is still a bulldog. The grip is certainly there.
Come in, don't stand there in the wind,
he says, ushering me inside.
Sophia!
He calls over his shoulder as he slams the front door against the elements and adds something in Portuguese of which I can only understand my own name.
E. The interior is just as stunning as I expected. But there's something off. The vast living area stretches before me, swaddled in the gray and purple shadows of the advancing mini-apocalypse filtering through those enormous glass windows. The space is designed for comfort, yet it feels eerily sterile, aside from a few toys placed neatly in a box in the corner. Once again, my heart aches at the thought of little Rain, orphaned at such a tender age. In part, thanks to me.
Don't worry. The glass is reinforced and is tested to withstand hurricane forces. We're perfectly safe inside.
Leandro's father comments, misinterpreting my discomfort.
My name is Afonso, without an L.
Afonso smiles, indicates a boucle couch for me, and takes up a chair of the same material positioned at an angle. However, he's back on his feet a moment later, his gaze focused on the kitchen, just visible from where we sit. My pulse picks up a pace.
I'm sorry, would you like a drink?
Afonso asks, seemingly oblivious to my reaction.
Coffee or tea? Or would you prefer alcohol, perhaps? I apologize for not offering it earlier. We don't entertain much.
Considering how secluded their home location is, I'd say it's the understatement of the century. I assure him that I'm okay.
Sophia Riviera enters the living room, and my jaw nearly hits the floor at the eerie resemblance between her and her late son. Same sharp, somewhat fox-like bone structure. Same deep, dreamy hazel eyes under 2 crisp dashes of natural, perfectly shaped brows. Even in her late 50s, she's still a stunning woman, despite the loss that's dug grooves of sorrow into her immaculate olive skin. Ignoring her husband's proffered hand, she approaches me slowly, regarding me like some mythical creature, the exact nature of which she's not particularly sure.
Lowers very slowly onto the edge of the couch, as far away from me as possible, her thin, beautiful hands worrying one another ceaselessly. "You're that girl." Her words are a mere whisper, a slight wind from the tips of the wings of an angel, but they slam into me with a hurricane-like force. It's not each day you're facing the people whose only son died so that you could live. I'm afraid so, yes. I can't look them in the eyes. For the life of me, I can't. I wish I weren't. If it was up to me, if I knew the outcome beforehand, I would have never taken that seat. The seat, which, by the whim of fate, was the only safe seat on the entire airplane. And their son gave it to me.
I should have come earlier and told you this in person. I'm so very sorry for your loss. Leandro was an angel. I owe him, quite literally, my very existence.
Tears, big as pearls brimming in her eyes, Sophia inches closer to me, one small shift at a time, until she looks down at my hands. "May I?" she asks, her voice strangled. Unsure of what she means, I nod and freeze at once as she gathers my hands in hers. Again, inch by inch, her fingers travel up my arms, toward my shoulders. My chin she barely brushes with her fingertips. My hair. She pulls me in and buries her face in the crease of my shoulder and neck, her sobs muffled by the layers of my coat and sweater underneath.
You have to forgive us,
Afonso tells me as he joins us on the couch, his loving hands rubbing his wife's heaving back.
After Leo died, we went through so many different emotions. We did blame you, I'm not going to lie. But then, one night, he came to Sophia in her dream and told her that his life mission here on Earth was over, but not yours, that there was a reason why you had to survive. He asked her not to grieve for him anymore. It was wonderful where he was now, he told her.
He would visit us both and little Rainey often, in our dreams. The psychiatrist in me nods knowingly at the so commonly employed defense mechanism. When faced with an insurmountable loss, we quite often turn to spiritualism in its many forms. Contact mediums, or just look for signs from our loved ones explaining why what happened had to happen. The ordinary human in me smiles wistfully. I dreamed of Leandro too, just like I dreamed so much of my Kona in those first few weeks. He just came to me the other day, I hear Sophia say into the wool of my coat. She pulls away, recovers herself a bit, and mutters her thanks for a tissue Afonso hands to her. Said you'd need help. Ask me to protect you. Now this pinches a certain nerve in me. Logic, of course, points to a coincidence, but the timing is... That's actually exactly what I'm here for, I acknowledge. Mr. and Mrs. Riviera, could you tell me what happened to Leandro's wife, Taylor? She died. Sophia says simply, still dabbing her eyes with a tissue.
Police ruled it a suicide.
Was she suicidal? Not at all. Not when she was leaving here. Only 24 hours before her death.
Her words hang in the air, and I can't help but feel the weight of this revelation, even if I expected them, at least on some level. If I had my suspicions about Taylor Riviera's death after our conversation with her former neighbor, now, after hearing Sophia's words, the exact circumstances of Leandro's wife's passing are beginning to turn a whole different color in my book. Though there's still a chance Leandro's parents may be mistaken, or believe certain things that aren't strictly true. Are you sure? I ask, watching them both closely. Sometimes the signs are difficult to pinpoint. She and Leo were talking about building a house close to us. Tay was excited to return to work. They were planning to get a puppy so that Rain could grow up with a dog. It teaches children compassion and responsibility. I nod.
I don't know what else to tell you, but she didn't act like a person considering ending their life. Sophia sums up. What do you think happened then? I press, aching for an answer, at least a semblance of one.
According to Leo and Tay's neighbor, whom we met when we came down to help Leo with the funeral, Janice, her name is, their nanny, Hannah, had something to do with it. We don't know it, but she strongly suspected it.
Afonso picks non-existent lint off the sleeve of his sweater. If it's the same neighbor Ben and I spoke to, she didn't just suspect it, she was firmly convinced it was Hannah.
Do you think it could have been Hannah's doing? I shift my gaze from one Riviera to the other and back. They exchange glances, as if silently asking each other if they should air all the dirty laundry of the years long past. Sophia sniffles softly, arriving at the decision to speak after a pause, to my immense relief. Tay and we were close. She lost her parents when she was a teenager, and to me, she was the daughter I never had. She was a really sweet girl, and she loved Leo as much as we loved him. I'm saying all this to you so you'll understand that we talked a lot. Well, texted, mostly. Or FaceTimed when she wanted to surprise Leo with a dish he loved, and she didn't know how to make. When they were leaving here, just before Tay's death, they were talking about letting Hannah go. They didn't give her 2 weeks' notice, but they paid her fully for those 2 extra weeks, on condition that she would leave the next morning. Only the next morning, Tay was dead. An unfortunate coincidence? Perhaps. But there was something strange about that nanny my son hired. Sophia is silent for a while. I'm not sure how much you know of the whole situation, but Tay had a very hard time after Rainey's birth, who thought he was helping her by bringing that girl in. I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you happen to know exactly how he found her? Through an agency or... Sophia Riviera smirks grimly. That's what he told Tay. There was no agency. He met Hannah around the time he went to California to put out the fires. He was a volunteer firefighter. The pride is obvious in the mother's voice. After they were finished there, he went to some retreat nearby to get rid of stress. Understandable. And this was where he met her, the nanny. He must have confided in her about Tay's struggles, and she pounced. I flinch involuntarily at the choice of word. She told Leo that her sister went through the same thing, and that she was there to help her through it, and that she knew exactly how to handle it all. Sophia waves dismissively. All lies. She never had a sister. But Leo only learned that after Tay's death. Hannah also didn't tell him what she was doing at that retreat, which was recovering after her manic episode. She was manic-depressive, you see. Something jolts deep inside me. That girl was obsessed with him, Afonso offers, his hands clasped around his knee, gaze unfocused as he stares into space. Not just liked him, but had some pathological obsession. He'd leave a mug in the sink, and she'd lick the rim when she thought no one was watching before placing it into the dishwasher. I saw her do it from the top of the stairs. Brushed her teeth with his toothbrush. I saw it for myself on the baby monitor when she entered Raidney's room with it sticking out of her mouth. Sophia once saw her take pictures on her phone of Leo sleeping on the couch. Afonso's wife nods to this moodily. Hannah tried her hardest to get into our good graces while we were there, but I didn't like one bit how she positioned herself as the new Tay while our Tay's body was still at the city morgue. Even less that she was all over Leo. To support him through the difficult time, supposedly. But the whole thing was almost obscene. The crumpled tissue in Sophia's hands begins to tremble faintly. He was too devastated to give it a second thought. But as soon as the funeral was over and he gave Hannah her final paycheck, he must have realized just how mad that girl was. What do you mean? I ask. Janice, the Riviera's neighbor, also couldn't offer an insight into Hannah's last days at the house. Just guessed that she must have made a move on Leo for him to kick her out.
She told Leo that he and Rain were like family to her, and she'd work for free. Mad indeed. Huge red flag to anyone hoping to maintain a strictly professional relationship with hired personnel. All that comes out of my mouth is an emphatic, wow. Yes, Sophia agrees momentarily. Leo wasn't sure how to even respond to that. This is where we stepped in and politely, but in no uncertain terms, explained to Hannah that we were looking after Rain now and needed the room. She said she'd sleep on the couch. Afonso shakes his head incredulously at the memory.
We helped her pack while she cried and begged Leo to let her stay, but still, even when she was gone, I spotted her in the area from time to time.
Leo said she accidentally walked into the lunch place he liked a few times as well, before he asked his assistant to order his lunch directly to the office. From me, another, wow. Yes, she kept accidentally popping into the places she knew he frequented up until his very death. Not even a week before that crash. Sophia's voice hitches slightly at the word. Leo told me that he saw her again, in the local supermarket this time. I raised him right. He didn't speak to her rudely, as someone else would have at this point, but made polite chit-chat with her, as he always did. She offered him to grab a coffee together. He wiggled out of it, using an upcoming work trip as an excuse. Be next time, just not to be rude. Here, I have a few photos of her, she says, opening the picture gallery on her phone. I'm sorry they're all taken from a distance. Leo wouldn't do it, but I was secretly gathering evidence of her stalking for the police. I take the phone from her and forget how to breathe for a second as I stare at the familiar face. It suddenly occurs to me that my blood's been chilling in my veins with every new part of this puzzle sliding into the big picture of it all. California, yoga retreat, Leandro Riviera, and the manic-depressive girl who was obsessed with him. Obsessed enough to kill his wife and then me, the woman who stole him forever from her without so much as realizing it. After all, her living right next to me would allow her perfect access to me and my house at all times. The realization is too stunning not to share. I think it may be my neighbor, Bree. I shoot Mira a quick text after asking my hosts to excuse me for a second. They nod their understanding and patiently wait for me to take care of my business. From what the Rivieras are telling me, it's a perfect fit. From Callie as well. She's a yoga instructor. And she had a manic-depressive father, and these conditions are so inheritable. It would totally make sense for her to hate me. If she decided that the man she was in love with died because of me. She stalked him up until his death, kept asking him out, and he finally said yes. Days before he died. His mom said he only said it to get her off his back, but she wouldn't know it. Immediately, Mira tries calling me back, but I decline her call. The following text, though, I quickly read. I knew there was a reason I didn't like that bitch. The light disappears entirely from the sky. A vicious wind bends the tall evergreens away from the gate, casting long shadows across the room. And I realize that, in this house, nothing is as it seems. My entire world has just been turned upside down. The darkness thickens along with the danger. Even the sanitized air inside smells of it. One big $1 million question, I say, rising. I've got everything I needed from Leandro's parents. Now it's time for me to try and make it home. Do you have a close-up photo of her? I'm 99% sure the nanny is Bree, but it doesn't hurt to ask. Nana! All three of us turn toward a bright little voice coming from the bottom of the staircase, connecting the living room with the upstairs level. I look into the eyes of a little girl in her blue shark onesie and feel as if someone has squeezed my heart in their fist until all the blood has drenched from it. It hurts like hell. It hurts even more because she's smiling at me, all curious hazel eyes, unaware that I'm the reason why her daddy will never give her her first driving lesson, will never attend her graduation, will never be there to celebrate each of her wins and hold her through each of her falls.
Bicho Papao is scratching at my window, Leandro and Taylor's daughter announces to her grandparents, but her curious gaze is on me. Bicho Papao? No, it's just the tree branch that's scratching at your window, Afonso repeats in a theatrical voice. It can't be Bicho Papao. He only comes to children who misbehave. I misbehave sometimes. Rain's coy smile is once again aimed at me. She makes another step forward, pauses, then suddenly rushes toward the couch and lunges herself into her grandfather's arms, squirming and laughing as her grandmother Sophia begins to tickle her. Oh, yes, you do. You sure do. Who dragged a baby hare into the house the other day and stashed it in her bed? Her fingers still at her granddaughter's sides, Sophia turns to me. It's indescribable, the transformation that has occurred in her as soon as Rain lit up the living room. Drags everything inside, this one. I told her so many times she'll get bitten, but does she listen? She play attacks Rain's ribs anew, repeating, does she listen? Does she? After getting her fill, Rain squirms down to the floor and dusts her knees in a comic, grown-up manner before turning to me. Want to see my bunny? As I look into her eyes, I see Leandro looking back at me. She inherited those eyes from him, along with his fearless, selfless kindness. And I'll be damned if I let her mother's death go unavenged, if it's the last thing I do. Chapter 43. I'm trying to gather my thoughts into at least a semblance of a plan as I race against the advancing storm, but they keep snagging on the new worry of my calls to Mira not getting through. It was a mistake sending her texts about Bree in the first place. Unfortunately, I only realized this once I got back into the car and saw a text from her. Heading to your home, Ryan. Bitch ain't getting away with it second time. Gonna confront her and call the cops once I'm there. Even before I started the car, I typed out, "Don't do it," in all caps. She's dangerous. I'd rather tell Det Harris first and record mine and Bree's conversation when I go see her myself. Turn around and go back home. I'll be there in a sec. The messages show as delivered, but I'm not sure whether that's a good sign or a bad one. It's raining now. Nothing major yet, but the wind hurls the water against the windshield with the impersonal viciousness of a serial killer. In most stores that I pass, the shutters are already drawn. The highways leading out of the city are at a standstill. Drivers slamming their horns as I pass them by on the opposite side. The grates by the concrete highway divider are already overflowing. On instinct, I mutter an apology each time I sail through one and shower the cars on the other side with rainwater. I'm trying Bree's landlords as well after pulling their numbers from the block group chat, but also can't get through. With each call, I keep throwing alarmed glances at the phone's battery bar. The navigation supped plenty of its charge as is, but together with the hurricane, the poor device is losing juice by the second. Of course, I don't have a charger with me. Hurricane Adrian gets to Brooklyn the same time as I do. With visibility dropping to nearly zero, I creep along the streets of drowning Bed-Stuy, windshield wipers working at top speed. I jolt each time a small branch slams against the window or the roof, and try to breathe. In through my nose on the count of 4, out of my mouth on the count of 6. I'm fine. It's not PTSD, I'm fine, I repeat to myself like a mantra, picking my way around the overturned plastic garbage bins littering the street. I want to make myself believe that it's not, but the howling wind outside does sound just like the one outside the plane windows as it was hurtling down. My sweaty fingers clawed the steering wheel, just like they clawed at the armrest on the plane that day. But then I think of Mira, and my panic lets go a bit. Something much darker grows in its place, much more tangible than the streams of water cascading off the car. Behind the rain pounding its fists on my roof, I can barely make out the sound of my phone ringing. I grab and answer it without looking, praying to all the gods that the 4% charge is enough for a short conversation. Mira? I ask.
but get a cold, mechanical voice instead. Nope, not Mira. Mira's not available right now. Bree. I breathe out, my entire focus on the small rectangle I'm holding. My hand shakes as I put my phone on speaker. I have to remind myself to breathe, the elf to breathe. So you went to see Afonso and Sophia and they actually let you in? Bree's voice is so full of venom, coiling around my throat like a snake. Yes, I've had a tracker on your car this whole time. I know how long you were there. What were you talking about? The remaining air in my lungs slowly turns to ice. So this psycho has been aware of my every step ever since I moved here. Where's Mira? Home. Where else would she be? I don't like the taunting way she says it. I don't like it at all. Despite the elements raging all around me, I step on the gas. My fingers clench spasmodically as the Audi, gaining speed, slams into one of the trash cans. It bounces off the hood and lands somewhere behind me. With a screech of the tires, I turn into my street. I see you've almost made it as well, Bree says in the meantime. Goody. Now be a good friend, park the car, leave your phone inside, and go home. You call the police, they'll find another corpse on your block, and I'm gone the same way I came. Which I still haven't figured out, I'm reminded once again. I pull up to the curb and shut off the ignition. I don't know what else Bree would have said had my phone not released 3 last beeps and died in my hand. With one last glance over my shoulder at my car parked at the curb, I fight my way against the wind toward my house. The gusts slam the remaining few Halloween witches against each other in the tree trunk. From their battered faces, paint runs down in black tears. The grass in the front yard is already underwater. Torrents run down the slippery stairs I take one at a time, my sodden coat weighing me down like an ancient knight's armor. In front of the door, the keys slip out of my hand, and I scramble to retrieve them before losing them to the elements. Once unlocked, the door admits me inside and closes softly, shutting the raging nature off with one final click of the deadbolt. Or rather, entirely dead. Just a black screen instead of the usual cheery blue one. With Mira so foolishly confronting her, and I assume that's precisely what happened, Bree doesn't need to tread carefully anymore. The time for subtleties is officially over. Come right down. Her voice calls from the basement, and there's something in the silence that follows that steals my breath once again. The stairs are shrouded in darkness. I feel my way along the wall until I find the switch and try it. Nothing happens. Electricity has conked, Bree announces, stepping from behind the staircase with a gun cocked. I step back instinctively, catching the bottom step with my heel and slamming down squarely on my ass. Bree? I stare up at my neighbor, towering over me with the gun in her hand and a twisted smile on her face, highlighted only by the glow of her phone screen. The gun she must have shot that homeless person with. I find it difficult to swallow, even more difficult to speak. It was you who that man saw inside my house. Yep, the one and only Hannah Aubrey Anderson. She makes a mock curtsy before leveling me with her gaze. Why would you kill him? He was just a homeless person. And quite a few of them are veterans with a sharpened sense of duty, just like that one was. Bree cuts me off. You, of all people, should know this statistic. Don't you counsel them at the shelter, literally 2 blocks away? No matter how much I hate to admit it, she's right. I do counsel them, and I should have thought of that. How do you know he was a vet? Saw his U.S. Marine tattoo when he was gathering plastic bottles from my garbage. Any more questions? No? Good. She motions for me to get up with the end of her gun. Come on, you don't have to go far. The light at the end of the tunnel. I take this to be a joke, but as soon as we turn the corner of the stairs, Bree waiting at a safe distance, I see the warm yellow glow of an electric lantern. My eyes widen as I spot what it's standing next to, an opened hatch leading down to the cellar that I was assured time and again had been cemented at least 100 years ago. The same crumbling stone stairs as Ben and I descended in the condemned townhouse lead to a room smelling of wet earth and graveyard. My feet turn to stone, refusing to take another step,
but Bree prods me with the gun between my shoulder blades. Come on, Jessie. Grab the light and down you go.
Friends in there, and seeing how quickly the water is arriving, soon you won't have much time left for goodbyes, she adds breezily. My fear overcome at once, I pick up the electric lantern and head down the slippery stairs in search of Mira. Bree didn't lie. The 2 bottom steps are already under the water. Its freezing grip seizes my legs as I try for the next step, but feel nothing but the steady ground. It's so quiet here, so unnaturally, deadly quiet. Keep walking, Bree says, prodding me once again. I'm cattle being directed into the stall for slaughter in the charnel house, but I go all the same because she promised me Mira.
And me, Mira. Waiting in the darkness, in the ice-cold, fast-arriving water, I begin to suspect that she tricked me here, that Mira received my message, turned back, and is home in the village, safe and sound. Perhaps her phone died too in this weather, and that's the reason why I couldn't get through to her before. But then the dim lantern light picks a familiar shape huddling against the wall, and I groan as I recognize my best friend, gagged and tied to an old pipe. Mira! My voice breaks. She's alive! Bree huffs from the stairs. She hasn't followed me deeper inside, stayed on the dry surface in her short Ugg boots. As of now. What do you want? I'm powerless and alone between her and the girl who's been like a sister to me. I don't mind dying for her. Hell, I should have been dead twice already. What's once more for a good cause? Now, had you done everyone a favor and died of an overdose, none of this would have been necessary. Your friend would have been fine, doing whatever it is she was doing before she had the misfortune to come across you. Just like Leo. Bree's voice breaks a notch at the mention of his name. You killed my boyfriend. He died because you took his seat, which would have kept him alive. At first, I had doubts about you. I thought you were suffering, but you weren't. You were thriving. You got yourself a nice new house, a successful practice. Her voice is rising. She's beginning to shake in her growing, misplaced outrage. Cost me not to smack you across the mouth each time you began to whine about your imagined problems? Poor Jess, she's so traumatized. Poor Jess, she's having nightmares, and everyone's dancing around you, ready to run to your aid at the first sign of trouble. Your parents, your therapist, your friends. You were claiming you're so broken, but you're having lunches with your new boyfriend and playing with his dog and parading all these people right in front of my eyes when I lost everything. Bree's shrill scream, full of rage, echoes off the walls and slams against my eardrums. Breathing with the very top of my lungs, I carefully search for words to say. She's a bomb ready to go off at any moment. One false move from me and we're all dead. Hannah. I softly call her by the name Leo must have called her. I am so sorry you lost your beloved. I truly am. I can't pretend to imagine how much it must hurt. I know you loved him very much. He was a kind, amazing, giving person who only wanted the best for the world. And it is a little dimmer without him in it. I will never be able to make up for this loss for you. But believe me when I say it, I have never taunted you in any way. I'm a fucked up person, and yes, maybe I'm bad luck. But please, can you just let my friend go and then I'll do whatever you want? Mira is beginning to protest through the gag, but I turn to her and shake my head in frantic desperation. This is between you and me, Hannah. I try again. Let's sort it out ourselves. Bree wipes at her face with the back of her hand holding the gun. For a split second, I hope she'll lower it, but she holds it up again. Only this time she's aiming at my best friend. No, Jessica. You took my most important person. I'm taking yours. He didn't love you. He never did, you crazy bitch. Certainly not after you killed his wife and left his daughter without her mom. The words are itching at the tip of my tongue, but I keep them there, behind the wall of tightly clenched teeth.
She's delusional and unpredictable. I'd be an idiot to antagonize her. Bree sniffles, fumbles with something, and hurls it toward me. I catch a flash, and then a splash as the object lands nearby. Pick up the knife. I've already done composing your, hopefully, final social media post that will go nicely with what I've been posting to your Instagram while waiting here for you. All of your paranoia, the voices you've been hearing, confession to the murder of the man who saw you ranting to yourself inside your house. Your house. The girl lost the plot, stabbed her best friend, who, being a clinical psychiatrist, recognized her madness and tried to stop her, and then slit her wrists. Curtain. Applause. The end. Think you can manage it this time? I stare at her in disbelief. She's insane. She's absolutely, clinically insane. The knife, Jessica. The air in the cellar is thick and oppressive, a mix of fear and desperation that weighs on my chest like the rising water around me. The dim glow of the lantern casts jittery shadows on the stone walls, flickering along with my racing heart. Outside, the hurricane howls, a monstrous beast that thrashes against the brownstone, and the water creeps higher, now up to my knees, cold and clammy against my skin. I can see Bree standing on the stairs, her silhouette framed by the feeble light. She smirks, a cruel twist of her lips that sends a shiver down my spine. Tied to the rusted pipe by the wall, Mira's eyes are wide with terror. In one swift move, I step into the line of fire and shield her with my body. Bree's demented game has gone too far, and I can feel rage boiling inside me, hot and fierce. No, you want to kill her? You'll have to go through me first. I'm not assisting your insane plans. Us both, and get yourself locked up for triple homicide for the rest of your life. You bitch, Bree hisses, her eyes narrowing. She takes a step down, and then, probingly, another one, immersing her feet and then her legs in the ice-cold water. I watch her closely, my face expressionless. That's exactly what I wanted, her closer and closer to me. Fine, she mutters to herself, taking another step in the hope of circling me to get to Mira. Change of plan, I guess. I can still make it work. If I'm reading her right, she'll want to shoot Mira first to get her out of the way. After, she probably hopes to take me on and force the gun to my head to make it look like suicide. The precious seconds are filling the tiny window of counteraction that I have with the speed of the arriving water. I have to do something, and I have to do it now, whatever the cost. My gaze flickers to the knife, my breath quickening. Bree takes another step to the side. In a surge of adrenaline, I grab the lantern and hurl it at her. At the same time as she raises her other hand to shield her head from it, I hear a gunshot, and a sharp pain explodes in my shoulder. I stagger back a step, feeling as if someone punched me, hard, but not hard enough to take me down. The adrenaline is like fire in my veins. I push through the pain, lunging at Bree, who's now scrambling to regain her balance. We collide, a tangle of limbs and fury. I slash at her wrist and hear the water splash where Bree's gun makes contact with it. I can feel her anger, her fear, but it's overshadowed by my own. I've never been in a fight like this, not like this. The water sloshes around us, swirling with our chaos, and I can taste the coppery tang of blood in my mouth. I wrestle for control, my hands gripping her by the neck, feeling the pulse of her heartbeat beneath my fingers. She's trying to get to my face, but only ends up scratching my neck and jaw as I raise the knife in the air. The blade glints ominously in the flickering light. I can see the wildness in Bree's eyes. This is it. I'm going to end this. I'm going to end this once and for all. But then, with the rush of blood to my head, a strange stillness comes over me. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I hear Mira screaming something. And I think that she must have removed her gag. But there's no one to hear us behind the roaring of the elements outside. The entire world comes to a standstill. I look into the eyes of the woman who was about to kill us,
and see my own reflection in them. And see that I'm not like her. I'm not a killer. A survivor. A generally very messed up person with more issues than in the pages of a psychiatric textbook, but not a killer. Instead, I kneel on her chest, clench the knife in my teeth, grab her flailing hands and flip her onto her stomach. Left arm is quickly losing the feeling in it, so I use it while I can, tying her hands with the belt of my coat, and drag her, screaming shrilly, cursing and kicking, to the wall where Mira stands. With Bree trying to wrestle herself free, I slice into the knots that bind Mira. The water is almost at my waist now, but I can barely feel it. All I can focus on is freeing my best friend. Finally, she grabs Bree by the scruff of her neck, just in time for my left arm to drop limply by my side. "Are you okay?" Mira asks in a hoarse voice as we're groping our way out of the cellar and back to safety. "I'll live," I promise her confidently, and kick Bree back after she twists and kicks me in the shin. "Did you have cats in your family by any chance?" Mira is seemingly amazed that I'm still walking, seeing how much blood is pouring down my arm. "Shut up and call me an ambulance. I'm bleeding here." With Bree tied to the staircase railing, Mira uses our assailant's own phone to call 911. They arrive in minutes, and I can't help but burst out laughing when I see Ben enter my home in his EMT uniform. After the initial shock, he pulls away the towel Mira's been pressing against my shoulder and pops his medical bag open.
I can't leave you for 5 minutes, can I?
"Well, it was a little more than 5, I retort, trying to sound deadpan, despite black suns beginning to dance in front of my eyes. "You could have come and helped out if you were camped out in front of my door anyway."
We weren't camped out, just happened to be returning from a call nearby, and were the closest to your address. What's your blood type? Are you allergic to any medications?
"Ambien," I mumble and hear him snort in response. Before too long, I'm inside the FDNY truck, vaguely aware of Archie's snout at my palm, blood steadily dripping from an IV bag into my vein, my wound tightly bandaged. At first, I thought I was only imagining Ben chuckling under his breath. But no, he's laughing all right. "What's so funny, you idiot?" I grumble at him, half slipping into a pain medication-induced sleep.
I think I just realized why they name storms after women.
Epilogue.
6 months later. A colorful scarf tied around my head, I'm watching the contractors team pouring cement into my old cellar. Kate and Millie's, Bree's former landlord's, cellar is next. Just like me, they hadn't the slightest idea that it was still functioning. Just like me, they were assured that it was full of concrete.
Someone must have made a pretty penny back in the day, claiming all that concrete on paper and only sealing the trapdoor instead.
Detective Harris concluded after her people arrived at the crime scene. They had to wait until the next morning for the water to subside. Hurricane Adrienne was no Sandy, but Homegirl came damn close. "Roomy?" I turn and smile, shielding my eyes against the sun. Mira is holding up coffee and a bag of takeout, while Ben is carrying Artie's pup cup. The golden is drooling like it's his job, eyes on the prize, but waits patiently until Ben stops by my side. "We got reinforcements." Mira passes coffee along while Ben is squatting by Archie. The pup finally gets to his cup, and his tail is thumping against the sidewalk as he's licking away at the treat. "Thanks, roomies." I still feel butterflies in my tummy as I say it. Roomies. Just like back in the day, only they both camp out with me now. It made sense. For support group, so it makes Zoom chats easier. Mira relinquished her managerial position to me while we're searching for a management company that won't compromise Serenity's integrity. I'm only too glad to give her a well-deserved break after she ran the clinic all by herself for over a year. It's also easier for her to commute to work from my house rather than making a trip all the way from the village. Ethan didn't like the arrangement at first, but relented after he realized I wouldn't be charging Mira any rent, thus allowing her to save for a down payment on her own house instead. Or their future house, I should say. Popped the question at Christmas, tearing up, rather out of character.
when Mira said yes to an exquisite antique silver ring with an onyx stone that used to belong to his grandmother. They're eyeing the house on the corner. Don't ask me why. Murder was committed there, I reminded Ethan when he first voiced the idea during our session. Yes, I'm still his therapist. Again, don't ask why.
Yes, so the property value is much lower.
Despite the early hour, he was dressed immaculately, as always, trousers with creases sharp as razor blades, a slash of starched collar at his throat. Not all of us fell out of a plane, landed on their feet, and thus could afford a city-sponsored house. Some of us actually have to take out a mortgage to make it happen.
I know we're bound by the therapist/patient confidentiality, but I'm willing to risk my license to let my best friend know she's marrying a sociopath.
Oh, she's well aware. Says it's all part of my charm. I've grown fond of him over the months. He's a fascinating little case study. Immediately after the hurricane, I gave my second interview for Grace Gray's podcast. Grace subtitled it, "Lucky 13 Girl is Not Lucky, She's Tenacious." Bree's trial was quick and pretty painless. Her attorney hoped for the insanity plea, but the prosecution politely argued that having bipolar disorder doesn't excuse an attempted double homicide or actual shooting of an innocent man who had the misfortune to witness you prowling inside someone else's home. In addition to the reopened Taylor Riviera case, Bree had little chance of walking away scot-free. She's currently serving her 200 years long live American justice system and its sardonic sense of humor sentence in the Rikers. I still can't believe Bree used the dumbwaiter to move between two cellars, Ben says, flinging his arm around my shoulders. My left shoulder still hurts when it rains outside, but I don't complain. At least now, after surviving something, I got something to show for it.
The funny thing is that those dumbwaiters were mentioned in the end of that chapter I never finished before all hell broke loose.
I catch his hand on my shoulder with mine and lean my head against his chest. He kisses me lightly on my bandana, still sprinkled with construction dust.
To the vertical ones that servants used to send food between floors without carrying it throughout the house, but not the cellar one they used for exchanging tools, coal, preserves, and whatnot without their master's knowledge.
Don't forget other shenanigans. Mira arches her brow, eyes full of mischief over the rim of her coffee. I bet stable boys and pretty maids used those passages far more often than any servants exchanging pickled veggies.
Read more books, children.
Ben concludes sagely.
You never know when one of them will save your life.
Speaking of books, following my new therapist's advice, I wrote a journal to make sense of everything that happened, which eventually turned into a book. It's still with the editor, but I'm already giving short interviews and doing the odd podcast or two. The question I get asked the most is, why haven't you sold the house and moved on? It must be extremely traumatic, living where you almost died. It is and it isn't. I almost died in the sky, but that's no reason to avoid it for the rest of my life. We all die in the end. I guess I'd rather die having lived a bright, fulfilling life, full of adventures, laughter, and love. I've got plenty of that now. And when it's my time to go, I'll do so with a big, happy smile on my face. Fear? Quoting Mariah Carey, I don't know her. She doesn't live here anymore. I do. The end.